world watches and listens in horror, the peaceful pro-democracy demonstration in China comes to a violent and bloody end.
Mr. Gorbachev, tear down this wall.
Wolves hiding nearby, whispering do or die around me. You say your last good night while I get
There is another very important phase of warfare. It has as its target not the body, but the mind of the enemy.
The target of psychological warfare is against the enemy's mind.
It is words and ideas.
The ammunition used by Psywar.
Its mission is to influence the thoughts of the enemy soldier, and at the same time
is expected and encouraged to study foreign languages and the social sciences such as history, economics, and sociology. He must have a broad and sympathetic understanding of all phases of human experience.
gripping at my skin, the walls of night closing.
but the use of this force as an integral part of combat has now taken on new form.
As I wait to say my last goodbye.
These are the Psywar soldiers.
Welcome to the Daily Wrap-Up, a concise show dedicated to bringing you the most relevant independent news as we see it from the last 24 hours. Wednesday, January 8th, 2024. Thank you for joining me today. Now, you've seen that video more than once. I've played that on this show probably two or three times. And obviously, the point is clear. I mean, if you missed it at the end, that's produced by the Army. That's in a U.S. military production. Openly talking about something that in other contexts, other conversations, in some cases just broadly disregarded as absolutely not true. In other ways, kind of, shoved to the side as sort of conspiratorial, but not really addressed. The reality being that your government, and this isn't a secret, most people who are even somewhat engaged in this conversation are very aware that psychological operations are have been for a very long time and a huge part of foreign policy, of domestic policy. And again, hear that importantly, not just about other bad guy elements, the narratives around it, but focused on you and your perception of the government, whether or not you're on one side or the other. But it's hard to put an exact point on it. The point is, right now, we all feel like this is getting crazy. And that's not just an opinion. It's being talked about pretty openly right now. But what I was going to say is that over, you can decide when. I think we saw sort of a rapid incline in this, at least as we saw it. And you can align that with sort of the technological direction that we're going in. And I think that's all a huge part of what we're being conditioned to accept right now, using those kind of things. But I started with that for a reason, because a large part of what we're going to talk about today has to do with that exact point, but more so as I want to frame it. I mean, specifically psychological operations and everything that means, but a specific point today around partisan misrepresentation. And you guys know exactly what I mean by that. If you don't, you're going to see it in space today. And any other day you want to look at any social media platform, you might not even know you're looking at it. And it's literally everywhere. Well, I shouldn't say literally, but everywhere. And the point is that we have, and I think it's part of the same conversation, but you have elements of the, as I call it, team sport politics side of the two sides, deliberately right now misrepresenting old stories, news stories, and everything in between in order to get you into a very specific mental spot. And like we saw with Elon Musk, a very clumsy and obvious example of the kind of lurch over to this conversation, as everyone's highlighting, as Myron Gaines pointed out, we all see what you're doing, Elon. You're shifting into another conversation, whether real or important, which they are or not, a deviation from what was going on. We're seeing it a lot of other subtle ways as well, highlighting topics that are half the story, making it only about Democrats, for example. Like, I don't need to go through it all. You're going to see it a lot today. But that opening clip, I just want you to think about what that means in regard to your government aiming, well, you and the world and everything else, and the extent, the effort, the extent they would go to in order to, let's say, I don't know, achieve what they argue is a national security imperative. And maybe even the people conducting this may actually believe that it's in your interest or in the interest of Americans. And if they're under that belief, and my point being, in most cases, I think we're not actually doing that, what extent do you think they would go to? Would they lie to you in the media? Would they plant people inside of protests? Would they carry out fake protests? Would they carry out fake demonstrations? Would they go as far as to carry out fake events in order to convince you of certain things? Totally not violent, of course, or maybe they would go that far. Let me see. Historically, do we have examples of that? If you don't know that we have, I mean, it's actually kind of crazy today. That's kind of one of where I was going with the overlap of these conversations, that we're at a point now where we have so much verifiable information, whether it's around foreign governments and what they've always been and what they're conducting today, whether it's around what this government has been involved in, what groups they've created, like tangible, real world, whistleblowing documents from the government, like over the top evidence around these things today. And yet we still have to have these debates, which is kind of what we're getting, this weird quasi kind of like, the way I guess I would describe it is us bumping up against what I see as the controlled kind of area of this partisan conversation that is immovable, that does not care about the truth. That's what I call team sport politics. But the video we're pointing out to start with today is about how this whole like engine keeps this thing moving, even as I think it starts to fall apart. And again, the main point I played it today is we're going to end, I shouldn't say again, I didn't say it yet, but we're going to end today with the video that's a new version, which is interesting because the first one that came out was, I don't know, what was it, like a year ago or more? It's I mean, if you haven't seen it before, it's unnerving with the guys in the background with white masks. Like it's meant to be alarming, like unnerving, scary almost. But of course, aimed at the bad guys, even though they'll tell you that's not the reality when, of course, they see domestic terrorism or, whatever they want to frame it as a threat. And you can look at their own documentation over, I don't know, even the last 20 years. And they'll repeatedly highlight that the new threat coming is going to be domestic. And I mean, Americans. And they've highlighted this. And so now they come up with another one, which I just think is very important to think about why that would be the case. What's the interest of the Army wanting you to see that? You guys could think for yourself on it, but we'll end with that today. Now, today we're going to go through that very point in a large span of conversation. The idea of partisan misrepresentation, psychological operations, fifth generation warfare, all of these are part of the same conversation. And we're going to start with a point around a little bit of technological stuff that I wanted to highlight that overlaps with everything today, but has to do with Elon, Twitter, specifically technocracy stuff around an alarming report about hybrid biological robots, like weird stuff. I just want to keep you abreast of where this seems to be rapidly going. But we're going to talk about Israel to start, because I definitely think that I just want to make sure that we're not losing sight of what's going on. That is not even remotely slowing down. And of course, I know you guys are well aware of this, so I've been tending to put that on the backside of the show, but today we're going to start with that for the most part. A huge part about what's really going on there, that it's sad to say, worse than it's been. I mean, it's just disgusting, the stuff that we're seeing, and only because it's becoming I guess that even would be exponentially more obvious. Every day we're getting not just evidence that it's happening, but now we're getting IDF members openly admitting what they're doing, or Haaretz writing about how the government's talking about ethnically cleansing, like on the surface of the conversation. And still these Western cowards in the media and the government just absolutely disregard it. Again, you have to highlight what that's, or recognize what that shows you. They know you see this and they're still backing it. Blackmail, occupation, or they're literally a part of that agenda. I mean, I don't know how else we make sense of this, or how else we have America firsters out there pretending that's not obviously against that agenda. But we're going to go through all of that as it relates to the bigger conversation, as well as it folds into what's going on in the government that we're about to see roll in, and how this interesting conversation around Panama, Greenland, what was the other one? The Gulf of Mexico, and even now the UK conversation. Maybe they need new leadership. It's interesting. We're going to have the conversation around this weird game about where you're being trolled, except it's kind of real. We want it to be, and now we're rolling out policy. But if it looks bad, you're still being played. It's all a big game. Maybe it is. Either way, there's still real world consequences. And the most important part about whether or not it's happening the way that it looks like it is, that they're just going to kind of force this in, whatever that even means. The important part to me, whether it even happens or not, is how transparently this is what the conservatives, the honest movement out there, believe this is fighting, what the movement they're a part of. And again, I think a lot of honest people mostly are in this movement, not the leadership element, but people that believe they're fighting for the best interest of this country. And, maybe I would disagree on how they see that playing out. My point is their intent is for what they believe is best for this country. And I think the interesting part is 30 seconds ago, as a lot of conservatives are calling out, we were talking about all this as the problem, the future, the Great Reset, the globalism. I mean, interestingly enough, I'm sure you can think of one of the characters out there screaming about globalism almost as a way to not talk about Israel. And now that we have the most obvious example of this beginning to become clear, weird how that's not being discussed. In fact, it's being called the solution. And we're talking about the expansion, the global, the annexation, or whatever you want to call it, Greenland, of Mexico, of this whole thing they're talking about. Now, you have to understand that is imperialism. It's naked imperialism, no matter what you make this conversation out to be. The people that were like these libertarians talking about these principles are suddenly ignoring how contradictory this is to what they thought they were fighting for. And on top of that it is the same as globalism, or rather the intersection is very clear. And we're going to go through this today because it's hilarious to me, the usual like 1 or 2, 3 kind of regurgitated talking points that you get 75 times repeated in the chats when you put these things out there. And I'll go through the main points and address why I think it's interesting that they're missing the point. But the idea being that imperialism, or the expansion of territory, is one element of what we're talking about. It's also cultural, it's also political, but really just the idea of one element and one control structure. And even just one government taking more area you could argue that's not what they intended it for to be in the long term, but it still is expansion of more territory controlled by one entity. So I don't really get why it's difficult for people, other than for, political, I don't want to see what we're looking at here. It's quite obvious what this is. Now, we're also going to talk about a couple of things on the latter half of the show that I think are important, but we'll get into all that. And I think today, again, the partisan misrepresentation of all of this, for not just that we're using it to distract you, but like the Greenland example, literally doing what they claim they're fighting. I mean, it's as simple as that. We're the rebel outsider fighting the deep state, as we're working with every single element. I mean, you name it right now. If you go back to the COVID-19 peak of what the Republicans were calling out as the Great Reset and everything else, you go down the checkbox list. Every single one of those things are represented with what they're putting forward right now. Different names, different flavors, same outcome. I hope I'm wrong, but let's get into it. So I want to start with something that's about, that we're not going to get into today, but it's the partisan misrepresentation. We're going to start with this point because it's something that I just talked about recently. And this is about the COVID-19 medical health kind of overlap. If not tomorrow or one of the very next shows, we're going to get into this topic more, because as I'll briefly show you in a second, it is beginning to bubble back up, as we've been seeing. Mask mandates seem to be kind of floating up here and there, largely California, but it is happening. We saw this weird article from the Daily Mail, just like last time, about people falling in China. And, we're always on guard. We should be, to what these things are beginning to outline. Maybe it's just them hoping we jump at shadows. But either way, it's important to remember that what we went through and that really it hasn't stopped. And my problem is that a lot of the people pretending they're fighting this very animal are in line with the people that made it happen. And that worries me. But I wanted to play this because it's a great clip from Dr. David Martin. I'll actually grab my interview with him, which I thought was important. Whatever your thoughts on his opinions, if you think he's misled here or there, my gut tells me this person genuinely is calling this out, and really in a way that is problematic for the power structure, which is why I don't think he's, I see him as largely nonpartisan in all this, especially with the way we had the interview. I think it was very important. And then I saw Alex Jones interview him recently. And of course, the framing all was about the bad guy Democrats and how this was all that one side narrative. And I remember what I said when I highlighted it? I said, David Martin is being, in my opinion, aggressively misrepresented. Because the reality is, if you listen to him right here or any other time he talks about it in a non-controlled setting, it's clear that what he's highlighting is this was ongoing, being built during Trump's administration through to Biden's administration. So you can't pretend like this is a one-side thing, especially since Trump continues to support all of it. Warp speed, the injections, which I just still cannot understand why an honest person out there would not, how you can get past that. Unless, other than some abstract idea of a thing you don't know or some 4D chess move, which again, that's just wishful thinking. I get why you might want to do that, but you got to be honest with yourself. Now listen to this clip, because this is Dr. Jane Ruby is sharing this. It says Vivek Ramaswamy, she calls him, to run the new Department of Government Efficiency. He's already made billions on the mRNA bioweapon. Think he's got your interest in mind? So here's what David Martin had to say in a discussion about the large point that I think is, at least in many ways right now, trying to be slanted towards one side versus the other, when the truth is, as everything we talk about, it's just your government. And they would love it if you choose to only focus on one side of it and make that about people instead of the government itself.
So all of this fight about who was going to win the horse race to get to the vaccine was happening a year, 2 years before the pandemic. So we didn't even have to guess who the winner was going to be. We knew that Moderna and BioNTech were the inside runners. We knew they were going to get the contracts from what ultimately became Operation Warp Speed.
Hey, and you remember, by the way, on a side note, do you remember that? I think this was like the first month of this conversation, or maybe so many months. Do you remember what we were talking about? The same thing he's pointing to. The reality that, and a lot of us were talking about at the time, Fauci and people at the NIA background had money they had patents where they were making money with the Moderna. We were like, well, look at that. Gee, I wonder which one's going to be the focal point, right? But looking back, it's amazing how much we were calling out, a lot of us, early, before a lot of these so-called experts and mainstream alternative media partisan maniacs were out there blindly looking around it until finally it was safe to talk about. Just want to remember that. And it was my point was Pfizer. Moderna was the one because of the money. I still think Pfizer is more of a focal point, maybe because of that. But we have to realize that the Moderna kind of vehicle is what he's highlighting. And I agree with that. That's the Bob Langer aspect of it. He's the scientific co-founder of Moderna and where it goes forward in the future. But I just want to remember that. I thought that was interesting to think about.
We knew they were going to get the contracts from what ultimately became Operation Warp Speed. These were things that were foregone conclusions, and you knew who the people were because they were already fighting over who was going to win. So
that means before 2019, 2020, okay? So that means behind this from 2016 forward, and all these things we're talking about, this is all during Trump's administration. It's not about just trying to make it about Trump. It's simply to highlight that it's not about one person or one group. It is about your government, regardless of what ideologue stands in front of it, is continuing this program. Maybe Trump doesn't even know that. It's not about making it about him. It's about recognizing that left or right, it's the same agenda. That's what I'm so importantly trying to get through to people right now. And really, I think more than I've ever seen, it's starting to shift.
Lied to Congress about the patents that the CDC, NIH, and its funded entities had. They lied to Congress about whether they had a relationship with Acuitas and Arbutus, which conveniently are Canadian firms, which made nothing but copious profits on the back of, I don't know, a thing that accidentally came into being. And by the way, we have a presidential candidate, Vivek, right now, is the guy who funded Arbutus and Acuitas. So we have a Republican candidate for president who is using for his campaign money he made on his not so publicly disclosed interests in every shot that was delivered.
Yeah, well, there's another example for the whole ethics overlap that no one seems to want to talk about, probably because your government as a whole doesn't really want you talking about that, right? And now, if we consider the whole Democrat-Republican fighting each other illusion, well, then really that wouldn't make sense, would it? Because they would go out of their way to call out anything that would hinder Trump's, but that's not happening. On top of the fact that Ramaswamy is literally part of his administration. You don't think David Martin would call that out? Like, it makes you wonder what part of those conversations he had with them were not included in the interview that was played out loud.
I wonder how that would play if, I don't know, somebody at a town hall would ask an inconvenient question like, hey, Vivek, tell us about the money you made on the back of Arbutus and Acuitas Pharmaceuticals. Why don't we actually have that conversation?
Right.
Well, we don't have that conversation because the public is, number one, uninformed, and when it is informed, they are too incredulous to believe that the things I just said happen to be true.
Well, really, my point is that that's the case, but specifically when it comes, like, so the Democrats would be all more than willing to believe something like that about their adversary and vice versa, the team sports sides. But he's right, though, because it ultimately amounts to no change because, well, if you make it about the Republican side right now, they're too incredible. That couldn't be the case, right? It works. It's worked for a very long time. Dr. David Martin, the COVID illusion, and the criminal World Health Organization driving it. I'll include that interview for you to check out. And then this is just inside paper. We're going to come back to talk about this more because, of course, we're going to have to go right back to that stupid hill on the mask conversation that we, I guess, died on, if you will, for the analogy or the metaphor. But we didn't do that because we definitely were very rapidly proven right, even though we were screaming about this in 2020. One of the earliest elements in this conversation, one of the earliest platforms, as far as I can tell, making a very clear argument. These masks were not statistically significant in reducing transmission. You guys know that. You know how much pushback we got until suddenly Lena Wen and what's his name from the other side all at the same moment decided to go, guess what? Cloth masks don't work. Wow, we now find that out, even though we knew that because the science was saying that long before 2020. And it still does. Weird how what we were showing you became the reality and later, it's such a clearly controlled manipulation. My point, though, is that even though we were proven spectacularly right on that point, we still get called conspiracy theorists by the same people because that's how partisan games work, both ways. But the point is, new face mask mandates, face mask, can't talk, mandates return in multiple U.S. states as doctors warn of quademic. It's just a cartoon. First, it was, what was it? Bidemic, tridemic, they kept increasing, and now it's quademic. It's just silly. And when's the last time any one of those even happened? They love to hype that, and then it just ends up kind of fizzing out. It's just funny to me. We'll go into this more. It's just so crazy how obvious this is about trying to keep you on your toes, always worried about the next thing just so they can use that fear and then possibly something larger. But we'll come back to that more in a future conversation. So let's get into the 5th generation warfare. This was the show we did on the 2nd, drone, fog, false flags, and political destabilization. Now, this, guys, is just a general overview. Make sure you watch this because I think it's important to see how I think all this is very clearly connected. But just keeping this in your mind, again, the partisan misrepresentation, but the idea of what 5th generation warfare truly embodies. And we're talking psychological operations, false groups, but also the internal stuff. Like the worry I have about the actual manipulation, the neuro weapons, the neuroscience, the nanotechnology. These are not false conversations, despite most of the mainstream conversations still disregarding it. But let's not forget the same way that mainstream conversation for decades has disregarded the fluoride risk, disregarded the geoengineering risk, disregarded every single thing we're now very clearly showing is real. So that is how that controlled situation works. It's always fun to be able to act like you're in the know and kick away things that don't line up with what you want to believe. That's partisanship. That's just part of the mainstream conversation. But keeping all that in mind, we're going to go through the conversation right now of, first some technological stuff. But other than that, the larger point today is just this constant game with the online social media aspect, the censorship that's been happening, the random deviation to one focal point in the UK to get us ignoring the reality of what this is showing you, and how that is then kind of cascading into the same old agenda. Immigrants bad, Islam coming for your children, ultimately then that being rolled into what? More surveillance, more biometric control, less privacy, less liberty, all the same things, a removal of your constitutional rights, even though that is not technically possible. They can disregard them. But this is where we're going. Now we need to deportation. This is the focal point, which we all should know. Even if you believe to a T that everything they're calling for needs to be done, it will still be used to advance that agenda, as they're making clear. As if this was Biden doing it, every Republican in the world would be calling out. But Charlie Kirk posting a rally, which is another Palestinian rally that's been going on since October 7th, where they're protesting for the end of the genocide, right? Now, he takes on the back of what we now should very rapidly begin to see, and I'll have a couple points of this next, the whole dual psychological event that happened, New Orleans, Las Vegas, right? This both same fort, same Fort Bragg, same company rented from, the same type of electric car. I mean, and every angle of it seems to be imploding with 1,000 different inconsistencies. Maybe that's by design. Either way, ISIS flag and all of the usual suspects just doubled down on the clumsy narrative that they put on top of it. It's a jihadist, Islamist ISIS attack, except that literally makes no sense outside of the narrative that, guess what, the mainstream puts on it. So isn't it funny that the Joneses and Kirks of the world are the ones that are buying at face value the corporate media narrative? Yeah, make sure you pay attention to how weird that is, but really understand that it's not that weird when you know what's going on. But it says, remember how Hamas, he says, attacked Israel, massacred 1,200 innocent civilians. Okay, so see how dishonest these people are? So let's just break just that first sentence down and realize that 1,200 were, even if you take that number, which has already been rolled back to what, like 11, 10, 1,000 something, according to Israel. But they've stuck with the 1,200 because it's easy. But even then, Israel's already admitted that whether it was 1,200 or not, it was not even remotely all innocent civilians. The vast majority were IDF members, people who were actively in our IDF positions, right? Okay, so that changes that a lot. But then on top of that, let's also not forget that more than half of them were killed by the Hannibal Directive that we can literally prove according to Haaretz, according to IDF generals, according to Israeli media and their government themselves. They ordered it. It's now verifiable. But Kirk doesn't care about any of that because it's about using these things that most people who he's talking to barely even looked into this. They've been going off his stated narrative and what Netanyahu says from the very beginning, because that's the kind of audience you get in the partisan media. And that you end up falling into this and thinking, oh my gosh, they killed innocent people. They're all jihadist maniacs and they're down there cheering for it because that's what Kirk said. Simple, right? Except that's ridiculous and absolutely false. The point, as you know, is Israel very clearly, whatever you think about whether they were aware of this coming, that's a whole conversation that we need to still have and have had, wasn't 1,200, most of them killed by Israel themselves, and they've continued to do so. And most of the people that have come back have continued to admit that's what actually happened. Then he goes on to say, and then the Muslim world rallied behind the murderers. Oh, is that what we remember? Or do we remember Palestinians cheering for finally having somebody fight back against the illegal occupation, which was a legally protected act according to the international law, Fort Geneva Convention, the armed resistance? You know, but he didn't. I guarantee you he's heard all these. I guarantee you he's not stupid enough to think that doesn't make sense. He just doesn't care because they have an agenda. Did all of the Muslim world stand up and go, yay, we hate Jews? No, they didn't. That's the stupid, clumsy, false narrative they jammed in front of you because they have an agenda. It says America just suffered a jihadist attack. Oh, really? You mean because there's an ISIS flag on the back of a military personnel that works for the United States that they probably, I mean, it's just ridiculous. If this was anything on the side of something that they want to be critical about, they would be tearing this apart. But because it's something they want to lean into, despite how rapidly it fell apart and a couple of CIA agents telling you to believe it, well, it's all good, right? Because jihad bad, or rather Islam bad is the point. But it's saying an Islamist attack. Like they're just holding on to that. Dozens are dead and injured, and now a pro-Palestinian protest is blocking 6th Avenue. Oh, because they're connected? Because they're out there going, yes, we're happy with what happened in Las Vegas. No, you moron, you liar. They're out there chanting for Palestine. But because you pretend they're all connected, even though they're not, it's just a lazy connection. Rallying behind the murderers. He's literally trying to tell you they're out there cheering on behalf of what happened in New Orleans and Las Vegas. They're not. It says this perverse upside-down world only ends when we stop importing cultures that hate us. That's it. You swing it all back around to immigration, right? And that the brown bad, they hate us, so nobody's allowed. So this is racism, guys. It doesn't matter whether there are people over there that hate us. The point is not every person that is in a certain culture hates this. The Americans, most of the ones that even hate the government. So too do a lot of Americans. And guess what? Charlie Kirk hates part of it. That's the Democrat side. So guess what? You're not too different. But the problem is he wants to make it about all brown people hate us because whatever narrative fill in the blank. And it says, and deport those already who reject our values. Okay, so now he wants you to deport people who just don't agree with your cultural values. Do you know what that is a category of? Globalism. We'll get there. Because it's not just about occupation, not just about political control. It's about forcing your political and cultural ideology on other people. You're going to begin to see how obvious it is that American foreign policy is basically globalism. But we don't like to call it that. It's about freedom and liberty as we murder and steal and rob and take things from everybody we want. Cultures that hate us, and deport those already here who reject our values and embrace a backward culture of terrorism and death. So otherwise, people that believe Palestinians should not be occupied believe in terrorism and death, because that's the lazy narrative that Netanyahu and Charlie Kirk want you to believe. Meanwhile, we need leadership that possesses the moral clarity to stop fighting useless foreign wars and instead preserve our way of life. Well, finally, we get to a point that somebody could possibly agree with, except none of you are doing that. Every single thing they're rolling out is more war with Iran, continuation of genocide with Israel, continuation of occupying Syria, continuation of the war against anybody that Israel doesn't like. Now, maybe I overestimate his intelligence, because quite frankly, I would say he's not stupid enough to be able to believe what he's writing, but, who knows? January 20th can't come fast enough, right? Because it's going to, on a dime, suddenly all those things will roll out. Guys, these are people playing you. It needs to become clear. Now, the Trump deportation dynamic, as we covered on the 18th, Trump confirms plan to declare national emergency for mass deportations using military assets. The idea that we don't already have a big issue with declaring a national emergency and potentially using military assets from not just the National Guard, as he said himself, which would be a direct violation of posse comitatus, but who cares? Because they don't seem to care about anything other than what they want to achieve. That is not alarming to anybody after what we just saw. It is, because a lot of conservatives are calling it out, but not the team sport politics side. But so this overlaps with the main point of creating a situation where you then have, this will be unlawless. This will be rampant lawlessness. You will have people, as we've already begun to see, by the way. I'm already seeing things start to happen where people are, I think it was a report from ICE basically saying they're already starting to round people up. They're already starting to profile. It's happening all over the place before he's even in power. And the reality is, how in the world do you think they're mapping that out? If they already knew they were illegal and had a list, they would have arrested them. So that means they're going after people that they suspect. So what, brown people? How do you actually think this is going to play out around the country? And then, of course, the reality, which we're going to get into next, is a massive conflict of interest, a la ethics pledge not signed, remember, which shows you that he has a lot of money to make, because he's already gotten, he's been, what is it? I got the right here. $1 million has been donated, which is not gigantic in the context of what he's been getting, like $100 million from Israel and Adelson. But the reality being that $1 million has come into his campaign before he was elected from a group called GEO It's a private prison firm. And now they seem to have potentially an exclusive contract for building out their system to be able to hold what they're going to deal with. Doesn't that seem like a huge conflict of interest? It is, period. Regardless of what anybody would try to deflect to. So he's now going to be rolling this out. Wall Street Ape shares this video of somebody, you can listen to it for yourself. He has an actual recording of the GEO CEO on this saying, we were made for this. This is going to change everything. The point is, he's playing this like huge. This proves Donald Trump is going to do it, which is just, even Derek responded to this going, moron, this is not even remotely a good thing. But the point is, as Josette points out, in the months leading up to Election Day, the nation's largest private prison company, which, by the way, the fact that we even have private prison companies is grotesque. It literally makes a profit motive to keep people in jail, to increase recidivism, the opposite of what these things are supposed to be doing. And it says, poured $1 million into a super PAC supporting former President Trump. The donations from GEO Group were far from the largest corporate contributions to Trump's war chest. But it says, during a recent corporate earnings call, which you can listen to up top, GEO Group CEO Brian Evans estimates that his company could make as much as $400 million a year just by having this contract. So my point is obvious, that this is a conflict of interest. And now you could even argue that might be embellished or leaned into even more because, well, he owes them. Now, that's how politics works. And if you don't want to admit that, then you're being dishonest for partisan reasons. I'm not saying that is going to happen, but obviously that opens the door for a potential conflict of interest, or it is a conflict of interest, and it could open the door for an abuse, which is supposed to matter. Here's the article itself. It says the donations from GEO Group were far from the largest, that's what he was saying earlier, but few industries are set to benefit from the incoming Trump administration as significantly as private prisons, which is not just the GEO Group, which are expected to surge in business driven by Trump's plan to deport millions of undocumented immigrants. During a recent corporate earnings call, GEO Group CEO Brian Evans estimated they can make $400 million by filling empty and underutilized beds at existing detention facilities to support what he called the future needs for ICE and the federal government. Now, what we're going to get into next is Derek's recent article about how ICE has contracts right now with Paragon Solutions, which is an Israeli spyware firm. And it's super problematic for how they're going to be using all the technology they utilize right now to go after this group. Now, you have to at least ask whether that is a means to an end to get this rapidly rolled out like everything else the Israeli government is seeding across this country. It says, referring to the U.S. Immigration and Customs Enforcement Agency. Now, it says, investors appear to have noticed with the company's stock price jumping more than 80% since the beginning of the month. You see how crazy that is? 80% is a massive amount of money just because of this, because of where this goes, because people who are in the inside, they already know this company is going to explode because they have a contract to be able to house all this. Now realize they're probably just going to be facilitating this by getting other groups underneath them, but this is going to be a massive boon for this company. And I find that to be a massive conflict of interest. I think that was it. Now, here's what Whitney Webb says about the same point. The cheerleading for expanding private prisons and biometrics among the so-called dissident right on this site is unnerving. That's again one of the general things of today with the partisan misrepresentation. But think about this. How is it possible that we cannot notice that we have people who were just calling this stuff out, like biometric scans in general, palm scans, and the Great Reset, all the things because of COVID they were feigning. We need this because dangerous pathogens, right? And everyone said, absolutely not. This is a ploy. This is a scam. They're trying to trick you into the Great Reset. Okay, now here we go. 30 seconds later, and they go, we need it because bad guy immigrants. And we go, okay, let's do it. I mean, really? Like, even if Trump doesn't know what he's doing, can't you connect the dots? Can't you see that this still opens the door to the same program? I know you can. I'm asking why conservatives out there who can see it are not calling it out more. I know a lot of you are, and I've been praising the hell out of you because it's integrity, and it's probably hard because of how many people are going to fight back at you just because you point out the truth, which shows you a lot about what side or the partisans in general. But she says, if you think this expansion of the police state is just going to be for illegal immigrants, you've ignored the last 40 years of American history. God, I just don't know why people can't engage with this. It's important right now. Now, I'm going to include some articles. Remember, this is from Derek from 2020. December 31st, 2020. And what this shows you is this was not just this new, it shows you two things. It's not unique to Trump, and it's also a continuation through left and right because we just have one government, guys. The Trump admin is setting the stage for a Biden surveillance state because they did. They handed off the baton beautifully. And guess what? Trump and Biden carried it out through the COVID-19 illusion, and now they're handing the baton right back with, guess what? I don't see any weird deviations. I don't see them planning to try to stop Trump from getting into power despite all the hype from one person. Maybe it's going to happen, and it wouldn't surprise me. But right now, seems to be like they're just going, go ahead, Trump, take it away. Why isn't that alarming to people who think that they're going to do whatever they can to stop him because Trump, the Democrats versus Republicans? The reality is, they work with each other back and forth. And right now, it's all about controlling you. Always has been. This is from the 20th of 2024. Federal government watchdog warns the DHS surveils Americans without a warrant using more than 20 technologies. So guess what? Add biometric scans to that. Add what Rand Paul was just telling you because of the drone overlap that nobody seems to talk about on the right, which is that they were just telling you because of the drone discussion and the forcing in of the drone legislation that they're talking about using these drones to scan and sweep up information off your phone. Right, because that'll help them fight the bad guy drones, right? Guy, that's just so transparent. So you add the part, they're already doing this. What they're trying to force through is what Catherine calls the control grid that's coming, which I think is pretty much already here. And not just on Earth, as you already know. As Derek has covered, Elon's SpaceX is helping the NRO, the U.S. intelligence agencies currently being controlled by Biden. So make sense of that for me, to build out the spy satellite network, the largest one that's ever been seen. The guy from the NRO literally says, a quote, now you can't hide because you're constantly looked at. And says, well, artificial intelligence is necessary, and Elon's going to help us do that. That's directly from the conversation. But that's totally not the same thing, right? That's the good guy version. I just don't know why people fall for that. I had an interview with Whitney Webb in April, manufacturing bipartisan consent for biometric surveillance. This is exactly where we are right now. Now, Catherine Austin Fitts highlights what Donald Trump said. This is on the 5th of January. He says, members of Congress, and don't forget, he just tweeted, time for the CIA to get involved. If you needed one thing to push you over the edge, I don't know how that's not it. But he says members of Congress are getting to work on one powerful bill that will bring our country back, because that's always how it works, right? Just one vote, one bill, and everything's back on track. As usual, they want you to think that. But it says, and make it greater than ever before. I thought it was great again. But anyway, it says, we must secure the border. Same thing we're talking about. That includes everything we just discussed. Unleash American energy, which I guarantee is going to mean forcing contracts and controlled, basically imperialism, right? Like the Nord Stream pipeline dynamic, or forcing places in Africa to take what they want at a worse deal for less outcome, even though other places are getting a better deal, but America forces it in. That's how they do that. Now, maybe Trump's going to do it differently. I hope he does. And if he does, I'll praise him for it, but I doubt it. And renew the Trump tax cuts, which were the largest in history, but we make it even better. No tax on tips, which, yeah, if this goes the way he says it, there's always usually a story around that, but yeah, if the good things should be praised if and when they happen. Just like I did his last administration, there are plenty of things that I pointed out that I thought were good, but we shouldn't be praising him on words that have yet to come to pass. That's just ridiculous. And it says it will all be made with tariffs, which of course is the problem. See, that's the point. That's not how that works. That is a tax on you. So if he's going to say no tax on tips and lower this and those, well, that ends up making you pay more for the things that you need to get. And it may not immediately translate. Maybe the tariff is on something else that doesn't apply to what the bottom line is, in a long sense, you will pay more for something. So it basically is a wash. They know that. But it says, and much more from countries that have taken advantage of the U.S. So more imperialism, more strong arming. It says Republicans must unite and quickly deliver these historic victories to the American people. Get smart, tough, and blah, 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 make America great. And simply she sees right through it and says, dear Congress and POTUS, do not, I repeat, do not dare to stick with us with a digital ID or digital control grid. That's all that really amounts to. If you read between the lines, that is what is coming. And they're screaming it forward. Now, just a quick side note, as I said, because it's not the bigger conversation of today, but I just want you to think about how weird this is. So every single checkbox, a box to check for the Great Reset, Elon Musk is rolling out. I played the clip a million times that we have about that shows you all of them. But, here's just one. Andrea Lynn sharing, and you probably saw this already. It's Elon Musk. He's the one he's narrating in the microphone going, and here's our robots walking out, our Tesla robots. And, you already know that. It's not new, but it's interesting how that's a concerning thing when it's anybody but Elon. But that's where this goes. He's even had conversations in the last couple of months talking about humanoid robots. And, yes, that just means looking like a human, but maybe more. DARPA, again, let's not forget, as DARPA seems to be Elon's handler. I mean, I'm kind of joking when I say that because I think it's bigger than that, but DARPA being a clear extension of these programs. The quiet transition from DARPA's XAI, their explainable AI program that ended supposedly in 2021, and Elon's lowercase XA program, which started in just 2022 in the beginning. It's the same thing, guys. It's just they stopped their program and Elon picks it up for the public face. It is the same artificial intelligence program created by DARPA that is using you to train it, which is going to be used for all the things we're discussing. And it is immersed with Israeli intelligence and everything we've talked about. So remember that. AI-powered decisions for everything. Isn't that the concerning thing we were all worried about before? Yes, but Elon's doing it, so it's okay. Well, DARPA issues an RFP for biohybrid robotics. January 6, 2025. It says, according to a notice posted by sam.gov Friday, DARPA DSO is planning to award an Advanced Research Concepts or ARC opportunity to support the hybridizing biology and robotics through integration for deployable systems, or hybrids. You love their acronyms. Biohybrid robots composed of biological and synthetic elements. You remember who else was talking about that?
What the fourth industrial revolution will lead to is a fusion of our physical, our digital, and our biological identities.
The difference of this forced...
It gets it. You get it. It goes on from there. It's just wild to me. Right? No, you can't say that this, because DARPA is doing it, is Elon's agenda. That's fair. But I think it's quite clear how we see this pipeline work. Either way, again, my point is not about Elon or Trump, or that's an extension of the point, but it's about the government, and they're just extensions of the government. So it's not one or the other. It's your government, and this is part of your government. DARPA is doing this. So it's a matter of time until Elon, an extension of the government, continues to roll out this agenda. It seems very clear to me. And if you can't recognize that that is literally Klaus Schwab, who probably, I mean, at this point, it might even be the case that they rolled him out with his Bond villain accent just to get you to go wild, crazy, no, bad guy, so that you accept the Elon one. That's how they work. Now, I'm going to go show you, I'm going to get into Derek's recent article, and then we're going to get into the meat of today, which is ultimately the Israel conversation and the overlapping part with the, I mean, it's all really globalism, but the genocide aspect of it and the U.S. government aspect of it, which is kind of overlapped. But this is what he just came out with on November 30th. Meet the spyware companies preparing to unleash their tech during Trump's second administration. So this was about a lot of different stuff, the NSO Group, Paragon Solutions, and different Israeli spyware firms. One of the main points is that you may not know, you may not know this, but almost 50% of the market in the world is Israeli spyware. And that's not like some, that means immersive, secret stuff that you don't know is on your computer. So this isn't like something you market and sell. Like this is stuff that like intelligence operations use. And this 50% of the market in the world, or about, it's like 40 something percent. So other than that, though, it's simply showing you that this is the immersive problem, that you can prove that Israeli intelligence is an extension through all of these different startups they have. They've openly praised this. And so now that we can see that Trump's administration is packed to the hilt with Zionists, it's important to recognize that this is an extension. It's spreading out. It's going wild. We've talked about all the different startups, the different aspects of, as Whitney, I have that clip. I'm going to see if I can just grab it real quick. As pointed out more than once, and we've had interviews about this as well, the important reality that Israel is infiltrating this country in 1,000 different ways, whether politically, whether it's AIPAC, whether it is startups, but also the concern of what they ultimately have the ability to control. And Whitney's made this point before about like nuclear reactors, electric grids, a whole bunch of different concerning aspects that most people just don't want to talk about. I'll just grab that real quick since we bring it up. We're not going to get into this too much. But let's see. There we go. All right. So since we're talking about it, the point is to recognize how easy it would be with the kind of influence they have to carry out some kind of a false flag or psychological operation or create chaos for the interest of what they want to achieve, right? Worth considering at the very least.
Co-founded this. So an Israeli intelligence guy forms this company and says, we're going to take care of American hospitals, dams, water infrastructure.
Dams come later, but it was first health infrastructure. And they partnered with CISA, that's supposed to protect critical infrastructure, including election infrastructure, but also things like water systems, the power grid, all sorts of things like that, as well as hospitals. And beyond that, it's not just hospitals anymore. As you mentioned, it's expand to dams, it's expand to water systems, and also nuclear reactors in the United States. So you have a foreign intelligence-founded nonprofit being offered access to all of these critical systems in the United States.
How is this being allowed? I mean, we know the deep connections between Israel and the United States. So this goes deeper than that.
You know, it's always so frustrating. It's like, this is Whitney and I have been talking about this, and she's been talking about it longer than anything, but a long time. We had conversations about this in 2019, 2021, over and over. It's just that's what's always frustrating, isn't it? And it's not like we have a small platform or she has a small platform. Like, it's funny that it takes the certain characters to just point to something for it to get, that doesn't have to mean it's dishonest and doesn't mean it's bad that people are looking at it, but it's worth pointing out how interesting that is. Like Candace Owens and U.S. is Liberty. I still think that was a great interview, but it's strange, isn't it? How all of a sudden, and I mean, there's been people, I argue, who have large platforms, like borderline similar, that had these conversations and it doesn't go anywhere. Like there's a reason that we're seeing that, but keeping that in mind. So all this is the overlap is clear, and Trump's administration seems to be leaning into this aggressively. So Derek followed up on this around the NSO Group. And by the way, Whitney's written about, for Unlimited Hangout, a lot about NSO Group in particular. This is from today. Israeli spyware firm NSO Group found liable, it's yesterday, for hacks of WhatsApp users. So it says, in late December, of the Northern District of California ruled against Israeli spyware firm NSO Group, finding the controversial firm liable for hacking and a breach of contract. And the NSO Group used their malicious spyware known as Pegasus, which you should be familiar with, we've talked about it a lot in the past, to infiltrate and monitor devices and extract information using what are known as zero-click exploits, or a zero-click hack. This means that a user does not even need to click a link or download a program for a hacker to access their device. That's the kind of level we're talking about. Instead, they exploit the Pegasus exploits existing software like WhatsApp servers. So they find a way to infiltrate those apps, and then you don't even need to click anything. They can just literally infiltrate your phone. And this has been proven for a long time. Now think about actually that's important to highlight right now. And it's just so unnerving, especially for somebody like me or somebody in this field that highlights these kind of things, that we already know that Israel has the ability to infiltrate technology in light of the pager attack in Lebanon, as they now even reported even further that it was 10 years. Now they could be exaggerating. The first report was 5 years. Either way, years. They let these things circulate in Lebanon. Children, I think it was something like 80% of the people hurt were civilians. But who cares? Because they praise it as the great innovation, otherwise known as deliberate just explicit terrorism. And that met every definition of terrorism, which just shows you that the West, the government, the media, they support terrorism, period. They just call it something else. The reality being, though, the infiltration of tech in the United States in light of what we just saw there. And it is rampant. So, as we can see, now that we know they have this and they've already been caught doing it, they're even being sued and ruled in favor of the suit, that they literally could have stuff implanted. Now, I realize we're not talking about whether there's two things to look at, whether there's something actually physically put in the phone, which is different, but also the ability to actually, even like a power surge in some of these things could cause something to happen. But either way, the point is about spying on top of all of it, right? I just want to make the extreme point of what we just saw and what they're willing to do. And who cares about civilian harm? Clearly, they don't care about civilian harm. But it says the Epic, one of the group that investigated this, has also submitted a Freedom of Information Act request to the FBI, seeking information about its connections to the NSO Group, because they work with these entities, and its use of Pegasus spyware. The organization, of course, has yet to hear back from America's largest law enforcement agency, because they'll probably never respond to that. Despite the court ruling and the attempt at sanctioning the NSO Group, it's unlikely to deter the firm from continuing its surreptitious practices. Now, why would that possibly, how could that possibly be, right? It says, as a November court filing made clear, even after NSO Group was sued by Meta, Facebook, the parent company of WhatsApp, in a different suit, they just continued practicing spying on Americans and users. Now, you might go, well, how is that possible? Where's the enforcement arm? What could possibly be stopping the U.S. enforcement arm from doing something about that? Gee, I don't know, maybe because the FBI and our government and everybody's immersed and overlapped with this very thing. Maybe that's because they've been compromised. Maybe because of this, they have blackmail on them. Maybe they're part of the agenda. The point is, it's crazy to see how these things just keep going. And it says, the evidence, quote, the evidence unveiled shows exactly how the NSO's operations violated U.S. law and launched their cyber attacks against journalists, human rights activists, and civil society. That's according to WhatsApp themselves. Now, it goes on to say the NSO Group first came to prominence in 2020 when more than 50,000 phone numbers belonging to individuals identified as, quote, people of interest by nations using Pegasus were leaked to Amnesty International and Forbidden Stories. The data was then distributed to 17 media outlets under the name the Pegasus Project. That's where this got most of the attention, including The Guardian, Le Monde, Washington Post, Frontline, The Wire, Presco. It's Procesco. How do you say that? Is that Procesco? I'm not familiar, but anyway, the reporting revealed that NSO Group developed and supplied their Pegasus spyware to international governments, which in turn used the tool to target governments' officials, journalists, activists, academics, and embassy workers. So when you see some of these massive events, the murder of Khashoggi, for example, the assassination of Soleimani, you can wonder how much they were involved, or really, I think you need to recognize how obvious it is. Now, it says the report from Washington Post showed that Pegasus was used to target the wife of journalist Jamal Khashoggi months before he was murdered. Pegasus leadership has denied their spyware was used in the murder. Of course. just like they deny everything they're doing right now in Palestine. Now, it says in 2022, it was reported that the FBI had purchased a license to use Pegasus. FBI Director Christopher Wray, of course, claimed it was only for research and development, of course. Quote, he says, to be able to figure out how bad guys could use it, for example. That's literally what he said until they got caught using it. That's how dumb this is. That's how stupid this always is. We are doing it because we're the good guy. And then they literally use it to spy on people. I mean, that's my point about everything else earlier. The evidence can be to as much as you would need for anything. And they just go, wrong, you're a liar, racist, and move forward. Because the enforcement arm doesn't care. And that's the tipping point of history, right? They must have known that from a long time back. Like why we can't see anybody, whether we're judges or even the government aspects or police. It seems that by and large, these people tend to look the other way. Maybe that's why the Israeli IDF trains our police forces in many cases. Maybe that's why on and on and on. Either way, it's infuriating that we can see such a vivid example where they keep doing that. Or we won't take your information around this because privacy. And then they get caught selling it to companies. And they go, whoops, we made a mistake over and over and over and over. It says, however, internal FBI documents and court records obtained by the New York Times showed that FBI officials attempted to use Pegasus in 2020 and 2021 in their own investigations. Oops. After the Times reported on these, and I realize what that means is that gave Israel intelligence access to the FBI. Now, wonder what else that might have accomplished. Maybe that's behind a lot of these agendas we're talking about. But either way, the point is the same. They know about this and seem to not care, or maybe they got compromised and now they can't do anything about it. After the Times reported on the secret purchase and attempted use of Pegasus, the FBI conducted an internal investigation to uncover who used the tools, only to find out that the FBI itself contracted with the vendor Riva Networks. And then what happened? Nothing. Now it says in September 2024, the U.S. Immigration and Customs Enforcement, ICE, signed a $2 million one-year contract with another controversial Israeli spyware vendor, Paragon Solutions. The contract involved Paragon's U.S. subsidiary based in Chantilly, Virginia, and ICE's Homeland Security Investigations Division 3. So, now that ICE is all gung-ho and already starting to roll out operations and they're using Israeli spyware, what do you think that's going to do when they start using all of this to scan biometrics and to get digital information and to, it's this, okay, same point before. Even if you agree with everything they're putting forward around this, you have to still see how the best agendas in history are usually using something true or accurate or genuine to piggyback on, because then it's easier to accept or harder to see. He says, by October 31st, more than 30 civil society and digital rights organizations and spyware experts signed a letter which calls on the Department of Homeland Security to release details about that $2 million contract with Paragon. In 2021, Forbes first reported on the existence of Paragon and noted that many of Paragon's employees, their LinkedIn profiles, just like I was just showing you with a different, or I think that was actually the same company, but any of these companies you look at, it's the same. You know what they found? Rampant connections to Israeli intelligence, both current and former, which in quotes as usual aspects. But it says Paragon's co-founder, director, and chief shareholder were former commanders of Israeli elite unit 8200. As usual. Paragon's CEO, Eden Nurik, and CTO, also former members of Israeli intelligence. It's almost like any of these spyware companies are almost always run by all intelligence agencies, almost like it's an extension of Israeli intelligence. Funny how that looks. But it says former Israeli Prime Minister Ehud Barak is also listed as a co-founding director and investor. Barak is known for his connections to Israeli firms Toka and Carbine 911, both of which we've discussed. Toka specifically, actually, I was just talking about this recently. See if it pops up. It's an article, that Whitney wrote recently. Meet Toka, the most dangerous Israeli spyware firm you've never heard of. All these are immersed and overlap with all the stuff that's going on. And Carbine, from the article, which I'll include as well, The Prince and the Spy, that Whitney wrote for TLAV, and I think it was May of 2023, outlines exactly what we were just talking about. And if I can pluck it out real quick, the point is that they state openly that what they're doing is essentially in the interest of Israeli intelligence. I think it was right here. Maybe I won't be able to pluck it out. Yeah, right here. It's saying that the same article also contains the stunning revelation that many Israeli companies, including Black Cube, remember the one that was used by Weinstein to go after it was Black Cube, right? To go after the women that were accusing him of rape, which were correct. And he used Israeli spies to go after them and harass them, which is typical. They've been founded as literally fronts for intelligence operations 2012. They're openly praising and saying that. It's not new, and this is something you have to understand. So why is it not concerning to America First people that this is what's going on? Now, it finishes with, it says, with less than 3 weeks until Donald Trump's return to the White House, the American public ought to continue watching the spyware industry and the growing number of contracts between these surveillance firms and the U.S. government under the guise of immigration or the guise of the border or the guise of whatever else, even if something you care about. It's like the SAVE Act point, right? You can argue that it's obviously important to make sure that the law is upheld or that people who have citizenship are voting. That shouldn't be denied, but they're using that important conversation to piggyback digital IDs. It's the same point, guys. And since I mentioned it, I'll include that too. Oh, that's this. Okay, and I'll also include a couple of other articles on that topic. So let's grab this SAVE Act article for you in case you want to watch that to understand what's going on with digital ID. But the point is, going back even further, this is 2018, Whitney Webb. Snowden, Israeli spyware used by governments to pursue journalists targeted for assassination. This is Israel. This goes back a long time. It wasn't some all of a sudden October 7th reaction. They love to make it sound like that. December 5th, 2017. Meet the Israeli cyber weapons dealer paid millions by governments to hack our phones. And we're just letting them right in the front door. Now, the overlap here, as we get into this interesting conversation, the partisan misrepresentation, the Israeli or just foreign entity, the foreign elements and their infiltration of our government, whatever foreign element that is. Like, it's interesting to me right now that people, you get this pushback, which, by the way, it's interesting that we'll talk about Israel. People say, why are you only talking about that? What about America? And then Elon spends a week talking about the UK and, but there were a lot of people and conservatives that were going like, why are you talking about this? Like, why aren't you focusing on us? Which is good to see. But what's interesting, though, is that clearly, like, what we're highlighting here is not some side point. Like, the unnerving reality, whether Israel, China, or any other foreign element, to highlight what we're showing you, to highlight what they're doing and committing genocide. And then you point at that and people go like, oh, you're just obsessed with Israel. It's like, what? It's like saying China's marching down the streets of the United States and they're like, oh, you're just obsessed with China. It's like, well, they're literally doing it. You can see it. Isn't that a problem? Now you're just obsessed with China. It's like, guys, you have to see how sad it is that we know what's going on, and you get people that just want to deflect and go, you're just obsessed with Israel. No, we're obsessed with murder and people killing children, matters to us. But on that note, Brendan Circus highlights what Trump just recently said, which is ultimately that Hezbollah apparently was a January 6th now. Weird. Who benefits by pretending Hezbollah was there? But guess what? You know why this is most important to me? That don't forget what I've been saying about this the entire time. That ultimately, I don't even grab that one, that January 6th was a failed false flag, right? Or the main one was just a government operation. But I did this on March 23rd, 2022. January 6th, the failed false flag meant to blame Russia and you, being conservatives at the time, using the CIA-grown Azov battalion. Now, I think that agenda blew up in their face, which, as we all saw, the clumsy, disjointed shift from they're Nazis and it's a bad thing to suddenly, never mind, they changed a long time ago and you're all crazy and racist. Because then suddenly they used them and wanted to be on their side. But the point was, if you watch the show, it was being built to blame Russia as cultivating that. And I think to blame it on the United States as the overlap. Remember the Rise Above movement, Charlottesville March, that was the Azov movement. It's on the record. That was their international arm in the United States. Funny how as many times I can prove this and talk about it, it doesn't get any real reach out there. It's important to think about, though, and realize that that is the case. And that means they were trying to connect the dots back to the group they were cultivating, and they have for a long time. So the point in this case is to point out that now they're using it a different way. So if you understand that Israel was behind this in a large way, because Israel is funding the Azov movement, just grab all these things in case you don't know that. Rights groups demand Israel stop arming neo-Nazis in Ukraine. This is 2018. Literally talking about the Azov movement. Their own people are going, why are you funding Nazis? Right. If you're confused by that, you shouldn't be, that's been going on since the actual Nazis. The point is that they're funding these groups, right? And the agenda was to get that to be recognized as the problem, but use that to blame Russia and conservatives. Now you suddenly have another element being pointed to that we're claiming was there on January 6th, and Hezbollah, which Israel has an agenda to go after them and blame Iran for it, right? Which is interesting because that's also where a lot of this leads back to in every agenda. But either way, recognize where the common denominator is. Another group lying about what was going on there to achieve a certain agenda. But here's what Trump had to say. Just really, you realize how dumb this argument is. How basically, I mean, there's little evidence for most of what they claim. But so you got them still calling it armed insurrection, but now on the other side of it, that's how it works. Trump calling Hezbollah there. People are trying to act like he misspoke or something. I think we understand what this really is.
Are you planning to pardon those who were charged with violent offenses?
Well, we're looking at it, and we have other people in there. And as you see,
first of all, let's recognize how they're already pretending by that answer that he's going to pardon all the January 6ers. Did you really pretend that's what he just said? Like, think about how taking an answer like this, that's basically not even a non-answer. It's a deviate, it's a sidestep, and pretending he's going to pardon them all, which maybe he will. But I get the sense that that's why they asked that. What about the violent ones? Whatever you might think that amounts to. And obviously there's a real definition for something that would be a violent attack, but we know they misrepresented a lot of it. But listen again, to me, this is just, you get to believe what you want from what you think I mean. That's how he plays this.
Are you planning to pardon those who were charged with violent offenses?
Well, we're looking at it, and we have other people in there. And as you see, I guess 24 or 28 people came now from the FBI. That came out very
really
quietly.
To pardon those charged with violent offenses.
Well, we're looking at it, and we have other people in there.
Well, we're looking at it, and we have other people in there. That's his answer.
And as you see,
there was FBI there, and then just goes into the conversation. Great answer. Funny how you can make that into, he's pardoning everybody.
I guess 24 or 28 people came now from the FBI.
Which is true, right? And we've known that since the very beginning of this. That wasn't some new bombshell. Openly in Congress, and plenty of other examples, they've already admitted this. Remember, we talked about this from the very beginning. There was a psychological operations element there from the Navy, I think was, if I remember correctly. There was FBI agents. There was all sorts of examples way early in this conversation.
That came out very quietly. Nobody reported it, but they had.
Yeah, a lot of us did.
People in some form related to the FBI. They had 4 or 5 people that were strongly related to the FBI. We have to find out about that. We have to find out about Hezbollah.
Still the answer, apparently, on whether you're going to pardon violent January 6ers, right?
Hezbollah. We have to find out about.
Okay, sorry. Yeah, that was the part right there.
Strongly related to the FBI. We have to find out about that. We have to find out about Hezbollah. We have to find out about who exactly was in that whole thing, because.
Come on. There's no way. I mean, anything's possible. But if you're going to try to pretend that was not very clearly stated, not some accident, and find out who was really there, he's trying to insinuate, just like Israel's been doing since October 7th, that there was Hamas present, or they're coming to the border, and that's what they're trying to do. It's lazy. There's nothing that indicates that whatsoever, but they just want to lay that table so they can keep. I mean, this is psychological operation stuff, guys. This is 4th, 5th generation warfare.
People that did some bad things were not prosecuted. I see it all the time, and you see it too. People that were doing some bad things weren't prosecuted, and people that didn't even walk into the building are in jail right now. So we'll be looking at the whole thing, but I'll be making major pardons, yes.
Right. So we all know pardons are happening. He's already said that. So he just basically ends with yes, pardons, and they then just make that into he's pardoning all the Well, I hope so, because I think almost everyone there deserves that, because it was a massive operation. But regardless of what you think about it, it's important to recognize that this is about planting the Hezbollah seed in the idea that they were somehow present on January 6th. No, maybe it ends up going nowhere. They see Whitney says, what the F is this? It's stupid. But so the point being, remember, this I just think is an extension of this manipulation of what January 6th ultimately was. I include these for you. And this is the second one. January 6th was always a very clear government operation, right? We go over the elements that were there from the left of the conversation who were on video going, we tricked them, we did it, it's very lazy. You've got Sergei Benignin, I think was correct. He's from the Azov movement. It's all in it's all in the show. Right? He's literally there screaming, let's go, in Russian. It was about trying to make it look like it was a Russian element, guys. And of course, this is where the clumsy Laura Loomer swings in and tries to pretend like she broke this whole story and leaves out, can you guess which part? Can you guess? anything that has to do with Israel and how they're literally immersed this entire thing. Shocker. Guys, and don't forget, that was right before a lot of this conversation. You think that's not obviously for a reason? Because after this all spun out, it was important to make sure you did not see what they were doing in this larger agenda. I think mostly because of how Republicans they cared about Ukraine. Either way you look at it, guys, it's very important to see how these controlled elements are acting. Now, one of these clips I'll play next is you've already seen, but I'm going to start with this one from Philip Giraldi, another former CIA agent speaking up about what they know about Israel. Now, as always, whether it's a former CIA or CIA agent or whatever else, take it, show discernment. Consider if they may be deceiving you for some reason, or if they have an agenda, but also consider it in line with all the rest of the evidence. In my opinion, this is exactly what's actually happening. A former CIA agent stated that a foreign country has effectively taken control of the United States. Can you guess which one?
Israel interferes in American elections. It has corrupted our Congress. Its head of government publicly rebukes our own head of state. One other very good reason why Israel should not receive billions of dollars in military assistance annually is its persistent espionage against the United States. Grant Smith has described how Friends of Israel stole enriched uranium from a Pennsylvania refinery to create a nuclear arsenal. Israel, where government and business work hand in hand, has obtained significant advantage by systematically stealing American technology with both military and civilian applications. The U.S. developed technology is then reverse engineered and used by the Israelis to support their own exports. A 1996 Defense Investigative Service report noted that Israel has great success stealing technology by exploiting the numerous co-production projects that it has with the Pentagon. It says, placing Israeli nationals in key industries is a technique utilized with great success.
You really think the U.S. government doesn't know that by now? This is increasing infiltration and compromise. It's compromise, guys. That's what we're talking about. You're finding people finding the courage to call this out everywhere. And yet somehow the inner circle Republican team sports partisans who were kind of pointing at this 20 years ago, 10 years ago, are suddenly completely on another path. You got to be able to see what that shows you. It was about trying to, I think, muddy that conversation when it mattered. And now when it's coming full circle and it's very transparent, weird how they don't seem to want to call it out. Here's the one I just played from the other day. And this is important because what he's telling you is they're not just controlling this country, but they have infiltrated their agents all across this country. I mean, combine all what we're talking about. Whether he's talking about the control of the country, we're talking about the AIPAC political influence. We're talking about, as we'll play next, literally having undocumented agents that are even kind of on the record with our government, seated across the country, having startups that are working for Israeli intelligence, controlling all the stuff Whitney was talking about. How do we not act? I mean, this is, truly terrifying. When you look at what that picture shows you, and then recognize that your government seems to be ignoring the fact that we all see what's happening, that we're calling for their arrest in some cases, and they just keep going. This is why.
The Israeli embassy was unusual. My very first day at the CIA, we had a senior FBI agent come to talk to the new hire class. And one of the things that he said has stuck in my mind all of these 32 plus years. We were talking about trying to spot spies who are spying on us. Most embassies here in Washington have what are called declared officers. Those are foreign intelligence officers who are here, formally known to the FBI and the CIA as intelligence officers. This FBI agent told us at the time that the Israeli embassy was unusual. The Israeli embassy had two declared officers, one from Shin Bet and one from Mossad. And it had 187 undeclared officers that the FBI had been able to identify, spread out all across America, in academia, in the defense contracting industry.
Now realize he's not like the amount. Don't be confused by he's talking about formally, like these are people that are agents, not like there used to be. He's talking about the two they've acknowledged and over 100 of ones that they know, but are technically unacknowledged. Which I don't even know how you make sense of that if they know about them, right? That's an agreement. Yet another example of this stuff being called out. Now, just to remind you, because this is what the real being highlighted here is we're not talking about some kind of Jewish infiltration. Yes, there's an overlap of Zionism and the Jewish religion, just like there's an overlap of Zionism and the Christian religion. Zionism is the problem. Zionism is the infiltration. So you can prove this because here we can show in many, and hundreds of examples, or of Jewish people speaking up and standing in protest with the Palestinians this entire time, or that we have groups that are being called anti-Semitic leading these protests at Columbia University that are literally Jewish Voices for Peace, an entire Jewish organization. But see, it gets misrepresented by the media. But here we have Orthodox Jews all across the world, in this case in New York, during an anti-Zionist protest in New York, pro-Israeli Zionists attack anti-Zionist rabbis, Orthodox Jewish rabbis getting beat up by Zionists. It doesn't get much more clear than that. It says, as they're writing, Zionism, the real enemy of the Jews. The real enemy of the Jews and Judaism is Zionism. The perverse, non-religious ideology called Zionism was invented to destroy Judaism. Now, you can agree or disagree. That's what the Torah Judaism, Orthodox Jewish community is saying. And what you can see is this Zionist. And it happens constantly, guys. I have videos of IDF beating these people up, Jewish, Orthodox Jewish rabbis in the street because they're protesting the IDF or Israel. It can't be. The bottom line, Zionism is not Judaism, right? To make it about one thing as opposed to the overlapping problem is a choice. Zionism is the real issue here. And that doesn't mean that there's not Jewish people or people that are of the Jewish faith that absolutely believe that that's the same thing. That exists. But there's also a whole faction of Jewish organizations and Jewish people and just average that call this out. It's as simple as that. So you just can't make it a broad stroke thing. In reality, let's not forget, broad stroking is almost always a stupid thing, right? In some cases wrapping in people to a conversation that does not apply because it's broad stroking. That we used to always acknowledge that as ignorance. So let's go over what Israel is doing in regard to the genocide that it's important not to miss because it has not even remotely slowed down. So if you haven't caught up on some of these things, because of, you'd be forgiven for missing just 1,000 other wild psychological operations playing out in front of you right now. From the fog to the drones to the Greenland, it's just nonsense. It's just constant. That's why. Now, Ryan Grimm points out, if you didn't see this, on January 5th from Drop Site News, no rape allegations filed in October 7th attacks, according to the Israeli prosecutor, according to Israeli Ynet News. Ynet is the platform. Ynet spoke to Moran Gaz, who until recently led the security cases division at the Southern District Prosecutor's Office in Israel and was a member of Team 710, responsible for cases involving captured Palestinians in connection with October 7th attacks. Their investigation related to sexual violence, she says, in the end, we don't have any complaints. What was presented in the media compared to what we eventually can't come together will be entirely different. It's just ridiculous, but you all know this already. Anybody with a modicum of honesty has already become clear or already become aware of this because of evidence that's come through the Israeli media, from Israeli whistleblowers, from IDF members. The evidence is overwhelming. Ryan Grimm says, remember how Israel posted multiple videos of brutalized Palestinian detainees, quote, confessing to rape on 10/7? How many times we told you that? Were the guys that were shaking in those little white gowns they give them, and they're on record going, yes, we did this to this girl, and we did it. And then go on to make a bunch of other claims like we beheaded babies. Oh, but guess what? We know for a fact that it didn't happen, right? And I tried to make that case then, even when the rape discussion was still up in the air. And I you know what I said then? I say it now too. Damn them for making us have to shout down a conversation that's that disgusting, right? Nobody wants to come out and be like, you're lying about rape. The point is that they are, and damn them for making us have to go into that conversation. But remember, they forced them to admit these things. We now know for a fact that didn't happen. That can't be forgotten. But people, there's 1,000 of those points just from since October 7th. There's also 1 million more of them that go back before that. But it goes on to say, and Sheryl Sandberg included these quote confessions in her documentary, which is just riddled with absolute atrocity propaganda that are false, if you don't know what that means. And the White House screened and promoted the quote documentary. Well, remember, Biden also came out and said, 40 beheaded babies, I saw myself. Think about how quickly this was proven to be absurdly dishonest. Well, it never happened, let alone he didn't see it himself. So that's Biden, the leader of the country, saying that, at least ostensibly the leader of the country, publicly saying, I saw it when he didn't. And that didn't derail the whole conversation? How? It goes on to say, and the New York Times reported they had found evidence of the systematic use of sexual violence. Remember all that? It was all fabricated. And the goal was to justify a genocide. And now that the goal is within reach, it can be safely discarded. Mission accomplished. It's just so sad. Now, Mohammed Shihada points out, Israel has yet again, same conversation, but different point, in front of the United Nations. So now that they're going, well, we don't have anything to back that up, Israel again blocks a UN investigation into October 7th rape allegations, fearing it might expose Israel's own systematic mass rape of Palestinians. Israel has blocked every single UN request to thoroughly investigate their claims of mass rape. And here's the actual article, which is right here. Israel blocks UN probe into Hamas sexual crimes. Why would they do that? It's funny how in other contexts, the game is going to be the UN is Hamas or whatever, but except when they don't want that to be the case, they lean into whatever the UN does. Like, good, give them that resolution. And good, we did. Or Elon Levy going, UN, we need this to happen. So now you're working with Hamas? My point is this conversation has become so cartoonishly stupid. Everything about it is obviously dishonest. And the adults in the room keep going. But he goes, P.S. the UN's Pramila patent report was not an investigation. She stated this herself. Actually, I think I have that tweet that'll pop up. And it's exactly the point that we made. I guess it didn't. Oh, that's it right there, I think. Yep, there it is. This is all the way back from March 7th. UN Representative Pramila Patten, who prepared the report on alleged sexual violence on October 7th, admits the report is not an investigation and that it contains unfounded and outright false testimonies. I just discussed this last night. Link below. That's what she says. And it's very clear. And yet they came out and were like, she proved it. Why? Because they know they know they're lying. There's no way around it. So he goes on to say, she stated herself and said Israel is refusing to cooperate with relevant UN bodies in an investigative mandate. That's the new part. Next, Mohammed Shihada also points out Israel has something called the Mosquito Protocol, in which they kidnap Palestinian civilians, use them as slaves, human shields, and force them to inspect booby-trapped areas to spare the lives of IDF sniffer dogs. Sometimes after the task is done, the IDF shoots them dead. Now, you may be listening to this on podcasts, you may be watching this going, no way, I know that's not true. It can't be, except that's what Haaretz is reporting. Even though it is one of the most documented discussions in all of this, people just want to pretend it's not true. This is literally Haaretz, like everything, or Times of Israel, we'll show you next, for those that want to pretend only Haaretz is the liar. Palestinian in Gaza shot to death by Israeli commander while assisting IDF forces. Look at what the subtitle says. Israeli media reported that the Palestinian who was forced by the IDF to serve as a human shield and search buildings in Gaza's Khan Yunis area was shot to death by a commander who didn't know he was authorized to be there. Oh, so you just shot a random kid just because he was there? Well, yes, we already know that, guys. That's been admitted by all of them. It's so sick how obviously criminal all of this is. That's him right there, or at least one of the images. That's the kind of thing we're dealing with. Blindfolded? Why? Isn't he working with you? The point is, as Muhammad is pointing out, they just kill these people, guys. This wasn't some accident. My point is, I bet somebody called this out, and that's why it got attention. Because don't forget, there are people that are even in the IDF that are continuing coming back, and I'm not going to try to give any kind of a lack of accountability here, but there are still ones that come back and can't deal with it, and then whistleblow. And they're telling you what's going on. Haaretz has written 7 different articles about, citing all sorts of IDF members. A main one that just came out was before October 7th, where they were talking about how he just walked out and just broke a little kid's arm because he doesn't like Palestinians. Guys, this is always what's been going on. He says the commander was shot and killed a Palestinian, was assisting IDF troops, according to the report published by the Hottest Places in Hell. According to the report published on the Hebrew language independent investigative journalism website, the Palestinian was forced to serve as a human shield and search buildings in Khan Yunis had received the IDF's permission to be present at the building. When the commander arrived, he identified the man as Palestinian, took out his rifle, and shot him to death. Simple as that. Sure sounds like a mistake, doesn't it? In case you forgot, this is not even remotely a small, unique, this is a constant reality for Israeli IDF. 2013, Palestinian children tortured used as shields by Israel, per the United Nations. Reuters. Israeli soldiers who used Palestinian boy, a 9-year-old, as human shield avoid jail. Defense for Children International, an international human rights group. Israel forces use 5 Palestinian children as human shields. That's 2023. This is from 2017. Generally, human shields. Since the beginning of the occupation in 1967, Israeli security forces have repeatedly used Palestinians in the West Bank and the Gaza Strip as human shields. Israeli soldiers routinely use Palestinian civilians as human shields by forcing them to carry out life-threatening tasks. It was also following a high court petition against this practice, which was filed by human rights organizations around the world in May 2002, that the IDF issued a general order prohibiting the use of Palestinians as a means of human shield against gunfire or attacks by the Palestinian side. But then it goes on to say, following the order, the use of human shields dropped sharply. However, the army did not construe as a human shield the use of Palestinians, provided they consented. The army continued the widespread use of this practice, which they referred to as the neighbor procedure. Following another petition filed by human rights organizations, the High Court of Justice ruled that this practice, too, violated international humanitarian law and that this thus was illegal. And guess what they've never stopped doing? Here is the Institute for Middle East Understanding, the neighbor procedure, Israel's use of Palestinian human shields from 2012. Human Rights Watch. During military operations, Israeli soldiers routinely coerced Palestinian civilians, including children, to perform life-endangering acts that assisted military operations, the practice known as the neighbor procedure. Now, see this? And this goes back a long way, well before October 7th. And don't forget, just since October 7th, there's been at least 4 major, there's been more than that, but major cases that have been highlighted, even by Israeli media, even in some cases by mainstream Western media, openly showing them with a guy tied to their the hood of their car. Turns out they melted the guy's skin off because it was a hot summer day. But that's just normal stuff for the Israeli occupation, guys. Here's the article I've included that I did this on November 9th, 2023. The open secret of Israel's use of human shields, with a kid literally belted and tied to the front of their car. That's just how grotesquely obvious all of this is. And as Asal Rod points out, even times of Israel. Palestinian, quote, human shield in Gaza for IDF troops shot dead in error. So the report is that we didn't do it on purpose. But you're skipping over the part that you're using a human shield. Isn't that your entire narrative about why this is okay to kill Palestine? I mean, I don't even need to explain anymore. If there was any justice in this situation, this would have ended the first month, the first couple of days. We're well past that. They're literally showing you we're doing exactly what we blamed them for, but no one's stopping us. So shut up and go back to sleep. It says Palestinian was serving as a human shield, right in their article. Practice that has been reportedly commonplace in the IDF. That literally is what the article says. They're openly telling you commonplace. And yet we talk about this here and we're called racist. Rabbi Shmuley will call you an anti-Semite. That's just ridiculous. Now realize this is not a new renown. This is the reality for 76 years. As Tippy's pointing out, harrowing accounts of Israeli prisons. And guys, this is so documented, it makes me sick. By human rights groups, the United Nations. Some Palestinians have been in prison for over 40 years, many of them without any charge. People arrested when they were 8 years old, 10 years old, 12 years old. They get released 20 years later. You get beaten all the time when you're there. Everything is permitted. Your blood is allowed to be spilled. We know rape is part of this. That's been publicly discussed. Food is just enough to keep you alive, not to satisfy your hunger. So you're always suffering. You suffer from any illness without treatment. And we know about the rape. And he's talking about it. You can watch it for yourself. Mohammed Shihada points out, according to Ynet News, another Israeli platform, Israel confirms, according to themselves, they seem to just let the cat out of the bag these days, that the IDF used an ambulance to smuggle soldiers into a refugee camp, where they then killed an elderly woman and a young man. Just masks off, guys. Are we going to pretend like that's just somehow okay because it's being done by Israeli? This is terrorism. By the way, this is what they've always been doing. This is what has been, like anything you see in the past, like we'll play some clips in a minute. The idea of the vest bombs and all these things. Guys, this stems from Zionism. Now, the reality is that they are doing something that is undeniably, unequivocally a terrorist attack. You are using a protected element to secretly bring in weapons and a military entity into a refugee camp and then execute an attack on civilians. Not a single mainstream media covered this, despite being reported by Israeli media. Cowards. Now, another example. This is from, and by the way, he's always including his source material, another Israeli platform. And it says, the clearest, well, that's what he writes, the clearest Israeli admission, the IDF is mass murdering civilians, then labeling all butchered males, including kids, as terrorists. This is like the fourth time they've admitted this in writing or publicly that was written in an article. IDF officer says murdering innocent, unarmed civilians is, quote, important to keep soldiers in a state of friction, to create motivation for action. I'm just speechless. Do you think Matt Miller doesn't know about this? You think Trump and Biden don't know about this? This is public information that is so broadly discussed, but we don't. It just makes me sad. It says, we often call people terrorists not because we saw them with weapons. These are not seen with weapons, but because they were in a place that, from our point of view, is threatening. They are of the right age and they're not supposed to be there. So we kill them. They're literally admitting to an egregious war crime. But I don't even think they know that, or at least they don't think they're ever going to be held accountable. Tiberius, pointing out the same point, shows you that at the Nuremberg trials, the Nazis said the same thing about Jewish children that they killed, which was, well, he's a 6-year-old, but he'll grow up to be a terrorist. Right. That's exactly what they're doing here. Which, by the way, in other cases, this is being blocked by Twitter. So you can't see it, which I think is important because they don't block they allow much more graphic and disgusting things. I don't think they want you to see this conversation coming from an Israeli entity saying by the time, and so the point is this. You've seen this image before October 7th. It's like a 4-year-old with an IDF member aiming his gun right at the child. This guy says, by the time they are 6, they are already radicalized. They are the terrorists of the future. That's what he says. This is the reality of what people think. And he says, not everybody, but in the context of what we're highlighting here. And he goes, this is what they did at the Nazis. Same thing. That children would grow up to be a danger. He says, congratulations, you are the modern equivalent to a Nazi commander. And he highlights directly from the tribunal. Here was Greg, I'm forgetting his name all of a sudden. Give me in the chat his last name. Former Special Forces speaking. He's turned into an anti-war activist. He's been calling this out. It says, Abir writes, the Zionists are replenishing their PR budget with $150 million to convince you that 5-year-old children are Hamas affiliates.
Objectively are targeting civilians intentionally.
Was there a point where you were in the field or doing this stuff where you just kind of had this aha moment?
It came on my last deployment where I was pretty much just in a strictly intelligence role where I was plugged into the targeting cycle for kinetic strikes. So drone strikes mostly. Right. Yeah, there just really wasn't any standard of proof for who was being hit and why they were being hit. If you ended up on the wrong contact list because you were some affiliate's baker, and that's the word that they used, affiliate. How do you define affiliate? You know, Israel does the same thing in Gaza. They're Hamas affiliate. It's a 14-year-old Hamas affiliate whose cousin may be in the civilian sector of Hamas.
Yeah.
And so
affiliate.
So like they objectively are targeting civilians intentionally. Even though I'm disgusted by the global war on terror and I'm now an anti-war activist, I cannot think of a single instance where, people are like, oh, we're going to do a punitive strike, kill a bunch of civilians, and that will teach them. It was more like they just didn't care because there was certain metrics of collateral damage where, lawyers would sign off on them. So that gave people some shield psychologically from thinking like, oh, we're actually the bad guys because, it's legal. Israel doesn't even do that. They have rogue targeting cells just doing whatever the fuck they want. So.
Right? First-hand experience. Now, this is wild to me. Like this at one point in time was a massive worldwide story. Today, because it's become so commonplace, I haven't seen a single media platform in the mainstream cover this. This is the World Food Program from the United Nations reporting on the 6th of January. The World Food Program strongly condemns the horrifying incident on January 5th that you probably didn't even hear about, when a clearly marked World Food Program convoy was shot at by Israeli forces. Yet again, over and over this happens because they're trying to give them the impression that you can't help these people because we'll potentially kill you. And then they report that. The group says, well, there's too much risk. We can't let them go in. And that allows them to starve. So they get what they want. This is probably honestly thinking maybe the 8th time I've seen this kind of thing, but from the World Food Program in particular, or rather specifically UN elements being, and not UNRWA, understand, but other UN elements coming from outside Gaza being openly fired on, or the UN elements in Lebanon that just become bad guy because they're the problem all of a sudden because Israel doesn't want to be there. And not even the UN stood up. Not really. It's outrageous. Assault Rod says apparently Israel shooting at UN aid workers is so normalized that the media doesn't even bother to cover it. Here's Israel's own account on Twitter. So anybody that wants to try to help Palestinians, even in any way whatsoever, will be called a terrorist by Israel. Let alone the ones that actually, apparently, the only government in the world that seems to take actual military action in support of Palestine, which is the Yemeni government, or specifically the Houthis, which is the Yemeni government. Ultimately, they're trying to make it out to be a terrorist group. It is the actual organic control structure that is running Yemen, not the Saudi element, not the Israeli element of the U.S. control structure, the UAE, all these elements trying to take what they want from the most impoverished country in the world. No, actual Yemenis that are standing up for what they believe in. They say Israel wants you to believe the Houthis should be recognized as what they are, terrorists. Literally thinking about we're talking about the Israeli government that is, as we're speaking, gleefully murdering children, starving a few to death, raping some people in prisons. And they want you to go, these people standing up for all those people we're hurting are the terrorists. It's almost laughable if it wasn't so disgusting. It goes, the U.S., as well as other countries, including UAE, who's also occupying Yemen, Australia and Canada have already labeled them as such because they're all cowards and occupied entities by whatever we're talking about, whether it's the U.S. infiltration or control over their countries or it's something else. It's obvious these people are in lockstep with an agenda, same like with COVID-19. They don't care about you or your country or your rights, any of it. How we can't see that by now, if you can't, I just don't understand. It is right in your face. Mohammed Shihada points out Haaretz, Israeli media, now confirms what we've been warning about for months. All this is rapid succession, guys, but realize this is all happening in real time. Are you seeing any of this in corporate media? No, you're hearing Israel fighting for freedom and Syria has revolution, Syria is now free or whatever nonsense they're spitting, despite literally being controlled by a terrorist organization. And people that Trump was once calling out as Muslim issues are now in leadership positions in Syria, despite them trying to fact check that. It's hilarious, by the way. If you didn't see that point about the breaking the Virgin Mary, they try to go fact check, fake news, but you read the fact check, it says they're claiming this was a new event and it's actually old. That's what they pretend to fact check. No, it's from 2017. That was clearly cited by what you pretend you're fact checking. The truth is, Trump was pointing to a guy breaking a Virgin Mary and saying, this is the problem with Islam. Guys, that's the guy who just got a leadership position in Syria. And yes, that was a 2017 video. Today is a different time frame. Great fact check. The point is they're trying to gaslight the reality that they're openly supporting what they 30 seconds ago were telling you were the problem. But if you think that's confusing, maybe you need to realize that they've been doing that the entire time, whether Trump or Biden or Obama or Bush. They're funding the radical elements they claim they're fighting. If you can't get past that simple point, you're going to be confused about a lot of this stuff. But now in Gaza, Israel's planning to cram Palestinians into northern Gaza, into flimsy tents in concentration camps run by the IDF. Weird, exactly like we all told you was going to happen. In southern Gaza, Israel put criminal gangs in charge, people that they support, and force everybody else into camps. They're basically reporting this publicly through Haaretz. We don't expect to hear this from any corporate outlet. They're going to call it freedom. Now here is Israeli media, as you will basically, if you care to look into this sphere, it'll horrify you. These are the same outlets that were cheering on the idea of raping prisoners because they're sociopaths. But it says, Channel 14 journalist, his name is Yotam Zamri, speaking about the Gaza tents that were flooded, right here. And he says, you celebrated October 7th and you got a Nakba. For me, these images are enjoyable. I don't care about Palestinian suffering. You won't find an Israeli asking what drove Palestinians oppressed for 75 years with tens of thousands of imprisoned to October 7th. The point is so let's just say you think, and even though you're wrong about what you pretend they were all celebrating, the point is, let's just say you saw them all doing that. Does that mean the Palestinian child that was born yesterday is now, they don't care, guys. You have to understand that they're broad stroking this. They hate every Palestinian, even the child that had nothing to do with, who was born yesterday. We have to be able to see that. So that means they are openly admitting, as they are in every other aspect, to being willfully committing murder. This just doesn't get any more simple than that. And it's all being broadcast and being recorded. Now, how do you ever say that? Basically, this account is highlighting an Israeli report. This is all happening in real time. That 8 members of the Israeli Parliament Foreign and Defense Committee from the coalition parties Likud, religious Zionism, and Jewish power, the 3 most extreme elements of the whole conversation, Zionism, extremism, with Defense Minister Katz demanding he issues an order to Israeli forces to, 1, destroy all energy sources, including fuel, solar, generators, power lines, everything. Destroy all food sources, water houses, water pumps, lay siege to remotely kill everyone not flying a white flag of surrender. So you might think, oh, it's just one letter, it's one person, it's just their radical view. No, it's happening. And that's exactly what they all want to happen. And then now they're reporting that's already happened. 2 days later, we have hit all systems in existence in Gaza. The water wells, the sewage system, the water infrastructure. Weird. Sounds just like Syria, doesn't it? The agricultural fields, the cattle and sheep herds. You get the picture? There's nothing about this. There's not even a narrative that would make that legal. Look at the Philadelphia corridor. We see what was there before, full of houses, orchards, and now it's like a moon's surface, craters instead of houses. This is the kind of thing, this is my point. I always feel like I have to this is why you want somebody like a Matt Miller or anybody else pretending like they don't see this, even though you know they do, to be held accountable for this, because it's this transparent. You think they don't know that they're over here? I mean, this is leadership. This is the director of the GIS Center at the Hebrew University of Jerusalem speaking with Ynet, reporting what they're doing, what the leadership of the Israeli military is carrying out. And then he goes on and says, we've raised the issue. Or little Chubby Patel comes out and acts like we're all fighting for the same thing. It's ridiculous. They know what they're doing, and I hope they end up in prison. Sarah Abdallah pointing out, as of yesterday, Israel dropping bombs on tents in Gaza, Khan Yunis, right now. You know, the same place they were literally just conducting operations with that Palestinian human shield they shot. So that means they were there, present. They know what's going on. And then they backed away, bombed it anyway, because they want to kill these people. Burning alive in tents, yet again, no coverage. And by the way, still supposed to be a safe zone. 18 civilians have been killed so far, including 8 children. As she says, this is a Holocaust. No question. Here is another journalist speaking about what they're seeing, or excuse me, an UNRWA worker speaking with the Channel 4 News about what they saw. It's what you're hearing from everybody who comes back from Gaza.
I left Gaza just a few days and weeks ago. The people were being crushed to death waiting for food, for flour. And children have now started freezing to death because they don't have enough shelter items. This is the situation with UNRWA on the ground. This is the situation with the largest humanitarian organization doing everything they can with the rest of the United Nations.
Can anyone take over?
No.
Right.
It's
no one
as
can do
simple
that.
as that. And
Okay.
you can't imagine if it's this bad now, how awful will it be in a few weeks or in a few months if they cease to operate working with UNRWA?
Is this genocide?
I'm not a legal expert. That's not for me to be able to say, but I can tell you what I see. We see children being killed every day. We see people without food. We see people without access to clean water on a daily basis. Disease is spreading. We saw polio return. That was eradicated after 25 years. It's endless. The horrors are endless.
I have to put to you what the Israelis say to us, which is that Hamas is using hospitals as shelter. Have you seen, or do you have any evidence that that is the case?
Can you even imagine continuing to make that point, even though there's been zero evidence, despite how many destroyed hospitals we've seen, and even Al-Shifa literally being exposed in real time, even by the corporate media? And now they just keep destroying one after another, and they keep going, but what the Israelis say. Yeah, I mean, every doctor comes back to the same story. And so you have real firsthand evidence of a doctor who's got no skin in the game, or other documentation, or UN human rights group, or UN or human rights groups, or any nut, but they still go, but Israel says. How do you not see what that shows you? It is as transparent as it is ever going to be.
We have heard these accusations continuously throughout the war that schools and hospitals are being used for military reasons. We don't have the evidence of this. We have the accusations. What we do know and what we are certain of is that children and families are sheltering in these facilities. We do know that patients are going to these hospitals for treatment, that doctors are being detained, that doctors are being killed while they are working, and that is against international humanitarian law.
And Israel is saying, or at least indicating, that they could in some way start shifting aid into the Strip to where it's needed. Does that sound in any way credible to you?
I mean, just think about how stupid that is. Like, you realize how shockingly uninformed these talking heads are? They said they could shift in some aid. What do you think about that? It's like, are you effing kidding me? Like, we can prove in real time that they are actively blocking this according to everybody. Literally everybody, other than them saying they're not doing it and the U.S. backing them up. Everybody, guys. The corporate media has been calling that out. UN's been calling it out. People on the ground are videotaping it happening. Doctors are there going, they block it. I can see it happening. And well, what do you think about that? It's like, how do you even take these people seriously?
No.
Why?
It does not.
Does that sound in any way credible to you?
No.
Why?
It does not. It's a complete risk to the population on top of what they're already facing. It would be unacceptable for anyone but the humanitarians on the ground. They're a party of the conflict. We cannot have a party of the conflict responsible for the humanitarian response for 2 million people.
You see, that's a different way to answer, but it's a very logical answer. Because, of course, the idea is, well, they're not the bad guy. They would only want to help, right? It doesn't matter what you pretend they are. They're technically part of the conflict. So you can't let one side be able to dictate what the other side gets. That's crazy because they'll use that to their benefit. That's what we see in war. But the obvious reality is that you can literally prove that they have been doing everything they can to starve these people, according to every report, including the IPC, the group that is literally documenting what is and is not genocide. And somehow this guy's going to interview them about the genocide, and he somehow doesn't know that. Yeah, you want my genuine opinion? It is my just opinion. These people get handed a paper with talking points, and they walk along it. I don't think these people are educated even remotely about what they're getting into. Now, some of them may choose to, but that's why they call them talking heads.
Women, children, they're dying every day now because they don't have the simple items that they need, the medicine, the food, the shelter. This needs to be run by the United Nations. This is the responsibility and the mandate of the international community, and that is what we need to continue to be allowed to do.
We'll include this long thread of many different doctors all telling you the same exact thing. Israel's murdering children. Israel's starving people. Israel's shooting doctors. Israel's executing our everything. Verbatim. Here's Sonny Thang highlighting what John Merschmeyer said. He says, quote, I think once you get outside of the West, almost everybody thinks the United States and the Europeans are morally bankrupt. Now, I want to be clear about this. I don't know for sure what the average opinion is of other people in other parts of the world, but I get the sense that this is about the governments. That's what I think. And it's about, it generally does cascade down into just what they think about most Americans. But I get the sense that because of, they see like this is the digital age. People can watch our content. They see what's going on. I think they recognize there's a lot of Americans like myself that are very aware that they're part of the problem. And then would say the same thing about their government and vice versa. And so I get the sense that it's not just that we are morally bankrupt, but that the governments of these areas are. But it does overlap, and some maybe just don't think that or think that it's us in particular. Either way. But he says once you get outside the West, that everybody looks back and sees what we, in many cases, don't allow ourselves to see, or the partisan elements stop from being really fully seen. He says, we are supporting, and I'm choosing my words carefully here, he says, we are supporting a genocide in Gaza. It's a genocide that people see on their computers and on their TVs on a daily basis. So they know exactly what's going on here. And the hypocrisy is just quite stunning. This is, guys, I'm telling you, anybody honest knows this. That's what's so wild. That's why I want to talk more with people like this about, okay, so what do we do in this circumstance? I'm glad we can finally get to this plateau. We see where we are. They don't care about us. They are unmoved by evidence. They don't, other than kinetic action, it seems they don't care. But we know violence is not the answer because they want that so they can respond. So what do we do? We need to have like an entire conference about this and discuss how we get past this. That's how I think, because we see it. That's important. They really don't want you to think everybody else sees it. Just like with COVID-19, they want you to think you're alone, but you're not. He says, because the West makes a big deal of the fact that it's morally virtuous, that we are, an exceptional nation, we stand taller, we see further. And when you think about the fact that we're complicit in genocide, they are the government. It looks like hypocrisy in an extreme. It is. It says, so I think outside the West, people understand full well that we are morally bankrupt. The governments, I'm saying. And I think we, even inside the West, he says, there are lots of people who have just begun to lose hope that we have our moral gyroscopes in place when it comes to dealing with the Middle East. So again, see, when he says we have, he's talking about the governments. But in the general royal sense is we as all of us. But nonetheless, the point is he's talking about what the government, because we don't get to decide what we're doing in the foreign policy in the Middle East, right? So I agree with him, though. By and large, I think the world sees this and sees what they are. Alan McLeod points out that I think, again, same point, everybody sees it, but also that the Israelis are beginning to recognize that too. As he says, war criminals fleeing to Argentina to escape justice. Where have we heard that one before? Obviously a reference to Nazis. And the point is, Israeli flees Brazil to Argentina to avoid war crimes, arrest warrant. That's from the 6th. Here is a Holocaust survivor, a Jewish Holocaust survivor who is speaking up to tell you what she thinks about all this. And you might not be surprised if you've been following along.
So, yes, my name is Agnes, and you probably see me because I come every now and again. I am a Jewish Holocaust child survivor, not as old as Stephen Kaposh, whom you all know, but I'm catching up with him. I'm also a Holocaust researcher, and I do a lot of publications and presentations about the horrors of what happened during the Holocaust. Last time I did it 2 weeks ago in a synagogue in Budapest. It is precisely because of what I know what happened in the Holocaust that I am heartbroken and protest against what's happening now against the Palestinians. It is horrendous, and all I can say is that Hanukkah light, for me Hanukkah is not only the Maccabees victory above the Greeks, it's also light. And let's hope that people will see the light and stop the atrocities. Thank you.
And there's plenty of those examples, right? I just don't know how you can pretend what they want to make this out to be. Then what, she's somehow a self-hating Jew, an anti-Semite? They will, as far as I can tell, they draw the line. I haven't seen one of them ultimately end up coming out and saying, I make the point with this guy, for example. And I say, well, is this Jewish Holocaust survivor? Is he an anti-Semite? And they usually just run away, never answer, because usually they're not honest. Honest people are able to acknowledge what this shows you.
The Holocaust survivor, my message to the brave student protesters in America is just keep doing it. Don't give up. We are doing exactly the same. And in the long term, we are going to prevail.
And there's many of those examples. Standing with the people at Columbia, except we're being told they were hating every Jew that was around. I mean, it's just such a crazy reality. That is the evidence of how much Israel influences the conversation in this country. People like this have the courage to call it out. And people like Ben Shapiro would call her trash, like they did in the beginning. Now, let's not forget, as anti-war highlights, despite all of this, Israel has gotten $22 billion that we can prove in just military aid since October 2023. According to data from SIPRI, U.S. weapons now account for 78% of what Israel has in its arms. 80%. That's complicity in genocide, guys. And also very, very illegal, even according to U.S. law, but also international law. But just military aid, just since October 2023, $22 billion. That's where we are. Now, Saul Rod also points out in regard to Lebanon. So now what you're going to see is the absurdity of people like Matt Miller trying to make you care about something else while pretending they care about genocide. So this is about, ultimately the agreements. He says the U.S. condemns ceasefire violations in eastern Congo. Oh, really? What about Lebanon? We don't care about that one, though, right? M23's continued advances are taking, basically, he's trying to make you concerned about this other topic while not caring, which matters, of course, but let's also not forget how explicitly the U.S. government is involved, and Israel, in what's going on in the Congo or Haiti or Sudan, and every single one of them. And I mean, not some overarching point, some deliberate, provable examples of what they're doing and how they're overthrowing countries and how they are destabilizing and what resources they're stealing. But that's what Asal Rod points out. Israel has violated Lebanon's ceasefire 100 times in just the first week. But you didn't see stupid Matt Miller speak up then because they have an agenda. And they love to pretend like they care about human life. They care about human rights while they are literally committing a genocide. That's my point as always. It is so grotesque to not just, being a killer is disgusting. Being a killer who wants praise for being a good person is the worst of the worst. Now here, as you've probably already seen, we've talked about this many times, Lebanon was hit with white phosphorus almost 200 times. So maybe not just violations of ceasefires, but, chemical weapons attacks. But we don't care about that either, unless we can pretend it was Assad.
I'd be surprised if I told you Israel used white phosphorus on Lebanon almost 200 times in the space of a year. You know, the incendiary weapon that's unlawful in populated areas as it can burn its victims to the bone? Well, it turns out Israel hit at least 17 municipalities with white phosphorus, covering around 10 square kilometers. And the most intense bombardment was in the weeks just after October 7, 2023, well before Israel's invasion of Lebanon in October of this year. That's what Lebanese researcher Ahmed Beidoun and environmental activist group Green Southerners have discovered. And they say it's not random. Have a look at this map. These are the places Israel bombed with white phosphorus. Then look at Israel's so-called no-go zone. This is the area Israel's banned Lebanese civilians from returning to, despite the ceasefire with Hezbollah. And the allegation is that Israel has created the buffer zone it always wanted in southern Lebanon by using white phosphorus to poison the environment. As early as January, Lebanese farmers started testing their land. They found the whole area, you can see here, is contaminated. Here's one of the farmers.
لأنه احنا هاي الأرض أنا قبل ما أبيع منها تجاريا باكل منها أنا وعائلتي يعني تعرف شو عم طعمي ابني شو عم طعمي مرتي شو عم طعمي نفسي.
Israel says it uses phosphorus munitions to create smoke screens on the battlefield. But in potentially making this border region uninhabitable, Lebanon's environment minister has accused Israel of committing ecocide. This war may have ended, but for the people of southern Lebanon, the danger isn't over.
Many obvious important points there. The point obvious being is why were they bombing Lebanon then with white phosphorus or not before the start? Because it's been going on long before October 7th, guys. They've been coveting this land and they've been attacking these people. They've been occupying Lebanon long before this, right? Or the idea that they're trying to commit, like using this to literally destroy the area or bombing where civilians are. There's no smoke screen. It's such there are other elements that produce better smoke that aren't murderous. It's provable. They're just giving you a lazy argument because the group that would normally go after this or pretend to care about it when they want to, when it benefits them, the U.S., doesn't care. They're the ones working with them. And you can see on here, this goes back to 2009, well before. This is Human Rights Watch, Rain of Fire, Israel's unlawful use of white phosphorus in Gaza. Here is October 12th. Israel, white phosphorus used in Lebanon and Gaza. Weird. Why were they attacking Lebanon? Same point, guys. It's also documented. We're watching terrorists get away with terrorism. Now, in that point, though, the Congo, for example, that Matt Miller wants you to look to, right? Look at them violating agreements, which probably are happening. The point is that that's important to understand that there is a U.S. agenda seeding through that location. And I'm not going to get into it today. It's a whole conversation, but you can watch what we talked about here. February 8th of this year, or rather, excuse me, I'm forgetting that it's 2025. So February 8th of last year, Haiti fights to end Western exploitation. Congo continues to be manipulated, and Israel defeated itself. It's the same part of the conversation. But you can watch this one. Here's another one. U.S.-Israeli implicated in Congo coup, May 20th of 2024. And just a general one from 2019. U.S. interim government coups in Venezuela, Syria, Yemen, Congo, etc. This is not a new conversation, guys. Now here's Antony Blinken, and this one will probably make you angry. He says, yesterday, after reviewing the horrifying information of suffering inside Sudan, I have concluded that members of the Rapid Support Forces are allied militias have committed genocide in Sudan. The United States is committed to pursuing accountability. There's so many ways to make fun of this. Now, first of all, no one should try to pretend like that's not happening. Because and what's funny is they love to make the argument, no, like what's his name? Fetterman. I'm just so embarrassed for this person, how clearly he's not even in control of what's happening around him. He's just like he's like a Weekend at Bernie's automaton being used to make narratives. The point is that clearly when he goes, nobody cared about this one. You're protesting here. Where's the protest? Yes, they are, stupid. It's everywhere. And we and plenty of us independent media have been screaming about what's going on there in many different examples, but don't let the facts get in the way of your narrative for Israel, though. All that AIPAC money, I'm sure, burning a hole in your pocket. The important reality is Sudan is a problem. But then ask yourself why it has been this way for so long. And you begin to realize, oh, it's because the U.S. and Israel have their fingerprints all over, explicitly all over what's happening there. Don't forget what just happened over the last so many years. The same group they're talking about here, right? So the Sudan's a state sponsor of terrorism because they're trying to coerce them into joining Israel, right? Okay, and how many times have I said this? Nothing changes. The same problems, the same situation, the same groups, and they just go, we'll take you off the list if you normalize with Israel. Same point as always. Either that means they were never terrorists and you used that to force them to work with Israel, or they were terrorists and you didn't care if they were as long as they worked with Israel because you could prove that it was the same circumstance. There's no way to misunderstand that. Now that it didn't happen because these groups were all trying to be strong-armed into agreeing to a group that hates them, they go, well, now you're terrorists again. So bad guy. And by the way, the point is the groups they're supporting are the terrorists, as usual. And we've gone over this in so many different ways. It doesn't mean that the other side is any better at this point. They've destabilized this area into it's like with Libya. You got warring warlords taking over certain areas with tribes. It's just they've devolved it down to something that's easily manipulated from the outside because they're powerful. That's what they want. Meanwhile, the people that were supposed to be saved in Libya became the open slaves in the slave market. Or what do you think's happening to the Sudanese people right now while they're doing this? Or in Haiti, for example, like Dan Cohen's been highlighting. They're the ones creating all of this and then turning around and going, look at these cannibals and making up entire stories to make you think they're all maniacs, all terrorists and cannibals and what's the word? Savages. When in reality, that Jimmy guy is actually the only one there seemingly trying to fight for the people of the area, as Dan has been relentlessly trying to show. But you know what? It doesn't matter because they get what they want from it. Funny how they're not screaming for elections in Haiti. When's it decades since they have an election? Why don't they care about that election and freedom? And because they get what they want from it. In this case, don't talk about Israel, right? But we're going to make this case about Sudan. So that's the first point in general, that obviously they care about one, not the other, or that obviously they're jumping to point out a group they were just trying to tell you was not terrorist because they wanted to align with Israel. But how about the big elephant in the room? How about the fact that asking, how in the world did Blinken deduced it was a genocide? Aren't we supposed to wait for official channels? Didn't Matt Miller tell us we're supposed to wait for every single bomb and every single engagement to be flushed out and researched so before we can come back and yeah, we remember all that tap dancing, right? Now they can go genocide like they did with Russia. No, it's genocide. We know it. We all know it for sure. Genocide. Okay, and then we see the real genocide and they act like we have to be sure. We have to investigate, which by the way, we should. But just recognize how flimsy this is. That they really jump to make it about genocide without any real investigation, without real evidence, because they want it to be. And Muhammad Shihada says literally every single one of the crimes that you cite in their discussion to conclude a genocide is happening in Sudan are all being committed by Israel in Gaza. The very genocide you have been proudly funding, arming, and covering up. One, leaving 638,000 Sudanese experiencing the worst famine in their history. Right. And nobody should be okay with that. And the reason it's happening is because of the U.S. government and Israel and other Western forces exploiting the Sudan for their own benefit. Easy to prove. And I'll include the articles where we go over this. Robert's article from the 2023, the U.S. is heavily involved in Sudan's renewed turmoil. Western media omit this, as well as the one from 2024, the U.S. and Israeli hand in Sudan's horrifying civil war. These are important, guys, because as usual, the TLAV was ahead of the curve on highlighting where this is now being used. I'll share these for people to get those out now because they're forcing this into the conversation. Robert doing amazing work. So the point, obviously, is they're responsible for this. At the end of the day, though, there's millions of people starving in Gaza, according to even the IPC, right? Oops. I already looked at it, but I'll keep it open just in case. Here's the Gaza Strip information, right? So this is the group, literally, it's their job. It's actually their job to identify these things. Integrated Food Security Phase Classification. This group is openly telling you Gaza Strip famine is imminent. 1.1 million people. This was from May of 2024. You think Blinken doesn't know that? So you have a report from the leading entity on genocide, on famine, rather, excuse me, telling you 1.1 million. Seems, correct me if I'm wrong, ladies and gentlemen, but 1.1 million seems like more than 638,000. So he doesn't care. It's not up for debate, guys. It's transparent. Number 2, leaving tens of thousands dead. Yeah, that's pretty damn obvious what's going on in Gaza. Direct attacks against civilians. Do I even need to comment? Number 4, systematically murdered men and boys, even infants, on ethnic basis. Yes, that's literally what they're doing, and we can all see it. Targeting fleeing civilians, whether October 7th or every day afterward. Preventing remaining civilians from accessing life-saving supplies. They just proudly promoted that. Number 7, mass rape, sexual violence. Unreal. I mean, he's almost getting ratioed. I mean, it's just crazy. You realize, that's my point about Blinken. He's not stupid. He knows he's being used. He's the one trotting out these things that everyone makes fun of. Like, he'll probably end up the one going to prison, while the Bidens and the Trumps don't get, or the Netanyahus don't get held accountable. That's usually how this works. He also, Tiberius responds saying, of course they're committing genocide in Sudan, which this is the point. They always love to make it out like we only care about one because we hate Jews or whatever stupid, flimsy narrative they're trying to force to hide the Zionist genocide. But that's not true. You look at Tiberius, he's talked about Sudan more than once. So have I. So have a lot of people. So have Dan Cohen, because we care about anybody suffering. Because it's just a huge shame that the U.S. is also committing genocide in Gaza. And so nobody can reasonably take you seriously, Blinken. You have sacrificed international law everywhere for your little colony in the Middle East. Asal Rod, highlighting the same thing, simply goes, you're committing genocide as you post this. Amnesty International. Israel committing genocide in Gaza with full U.S. support. That was their own independent report. Not even on this, the ICC, we have the ICJ. Amnesty came out with their own report on December 6th and said this is genocide. Now here is little Fetterman. 0 dopes have shown up at my home or office or blocked their road to chant and protest over actual genocide in Sudan. But you're wrong, though, right? So who cares about the facts? Let's just make a narrative to call you all dopes for protesting against genocide. Like, think about how dumb it is, even if you're wrong about it, to call somebody a dope for protesting against what they think is genocide. It just shows you how flimsy this is. This guy has a clear agenda to blindly support Israel. And it shouldn't be surprising why somebody of such low intellect is easy to manipulate. But the bottom line is that he is trying to say that nobody supports this one or fights something, calls for awareness around this one, and he's spectacularly wrong. But he goes, South Africa engaged the ICJ over Gaza, but not for actual genocide on their own continent? You have to realize how frustrating it is for them to try to muddy the waters around people, things that people don't broadly understand. Yeah, that's technically not even true, but the reality is ultimately that this is something that's a process. It's not just a flimsy thing. And on top of that, what we can see is a huge building case around what Israel's been doing for a very long time. But one does not make one not saying, let's just say everything he's saying is true. It does not invalidate the genocide. That's what I think is so funny about this. Is your point actually that genocide's okay as long as you don't care about the other genocide? This just shows you how desperate they are to try to make it out to be that or really the game is to try to make it out to be that there's no genocide. We just hate Jewish people. Despite major Jewish organizations calling this out, despite, on and on and on and on. That's why this is failing. And they're all being seen through. But then, of course, the main point, Elon says, good question. Is it? I mean, how embarrassing that you have to align with Fetterman. And it's not a good question. It's a lazy, unfledged. I mean, what I wrote. I said, wild that you're willing to make yourself look this ignorant, this lacking of basic knowledge and deductive logic just to support a clumsy and desperate argument all about obfuscating Israel's genocide. You could not be more obvious. And so it's clear for the podcast. That's in response to Elon Musk saying, good question, to Fetterman saying something incredibly stupid with the little graphic just saying, I see you, right? I think we all see him right now. All these articles about the Sudan to understand what's going on. It's important. Now, Jason Bassler makes an important point to end this little segment. Just going back to Iraq and plenty of other locations. Same thing we should think about when we see what they're doing in the Sudan, what they're doing in Iraq, what they're doing everywhere we're talking about. As he says, before the U.S. invaded Iraq in 2003, there had never been a suicide bombing in Iraqi history. You can look this up for yourself. I think Avi Shalom has made points about this before. It says between 2003 and 2010, there were 1,892 suicide bombings, killing 12,284 civilians. U.S. foreign policy has a 100% success rate at turning sovereign nations into breeding grounds for terror. Now, the point, first of all, is to recognize that, well, if it wasn't happening before, even if it is actually just random Iraqis, well, that simply shows you people desperate to stop an invading force, right? But on top of that, realize that what I'm going to show you is this is not because of Iraqi or Muslim terror. It's about a Zionist agenda that has bled into this conversation. And that's been documented by academics more than once. But the next thing is to realize that even if you believe everything they're saying, they still failed, right? So let's just say it's all what they tell you it is. Well, they invaded, they occupied, they won, in quotes, right? So why did it get worse? Well, there's only one of two options. Either they let it get worse, or I guess maybe three, allowed it to get worse, then, or deliberately made it worse, or they're just this bad at what they do and they can't stop it. Either way, what's the point? They shouldn't be invading countries, but we all know that's none of it's true. The point is, I think I guess you could say that they made it happen, is what I would argue. That they did this, or rather through other elements working through them, allowed this to become the reality that has destroyed the Middle East, destroyed most of the world in a lot of ways. But here's a couple of experts telling you exactly what I'm saying.
Certainly the Zionists have used it and brought it, in fact, to the area. Terrorism, as we know it today, the planting of bombs in marketplaces and so on and so forth, was, in fact, introduced into the Middle East by the Zionists in the 1920s. But the net result of Zionist terrorism and violence in the first third of the 20th century has brought forth, to my mind, the anomaly, the horrific and unacceptable status in the Middle East today of the State of Israel, which is in fact an armed garrison state, which now exports more arms and distributes violence all around the world, vastly disproportionate to its size. I mean, in that respect, I think it's a horrible cycle of violence. But in it all, I think the Palestinian is the victim. There's no question about that.
Now, just look at this picture, right? It's so interesting. Like, why in the world would they be wearing like hazmat suit masks? Well, because then you'd be able to, if you didn't, you could see their faces. And we've already caught this just post October 7th, where they have dressed up like this. We just played one for you, or the one where they dressed up like Palestinians to invade the hospital. This is not new. In fact, even Israeli media has covered this for decades, how often Mossad dresses up like Hezbollah, Hamas, Palestinians in order to infiltrate or maybe to carry out false flags, which we know they're actively doing. I mean, no, as a fact, because they've been caught, because it's been highlighted, because it's been reported on by Israeli media and plenty of other investigative reporters. My point, though, is you can see where this really stems from and how obviously it's a facade, guys. So on another note, let's not forget that we have other, I mean, I could go off an entire, I have had shows about this, but for hours about how Israel and the United States have created what is Al-Qaeda, which became ISIS in the same conversation. They are the same thing.
We created ISIS. I mean, ISIS is no less than the people up in Islamberg, no less than Gulen, is a CIA creation. John McCain, for heaven's sake, was over there with the ISIS officials. We created them. They came from the Al-Nusra group, the Syrian Liberation Front. These two organizations combined, and they morphed into ISIS. It's our creation. We create them. We still direct them. When ISIS warriors are injured in battle, where are they transported? They're transported, for heaven's sake, to Israel. They're treated by the Israelis in Israeli hospitals and brought back to battle.
Well, plenty of the rebels have acknowledged that they've been supported by Israel, and they've thanked Israel for helping them throughout. In fact, arms are oftentimes caught. Israeli arms are caught on route to the rebel groups. But when it comes,
yeah, and it's funny as people love to go, that's not true, and it's literally reported by Jerusalem Post. Israel treating Al-Qaeda fighters wounded in Syrian war. It could not be, and now we're literally watching them work with the Al-Qaeda terrorists to take control of Syria, and everyone's trying to act like we don't see what's going on. But that's former intelligence telling you that, right? And there's Craig Murray telling you the same thing.
Well, there's no doubt that the so-called rebel forces attacking the government in Syria are creatures of the United States and of Israel.
That's Hayat al-Sham. That's Al-Qaeda. Same conversation. Now, if you remember, That, well, at least what he was just saying a second ago, the CIA created this, right? Okay, so yeah, it's very true, right? But you have to ask yourself where the origin point comes from. Now, it could be both, but it's important to remember this. And this was, I've played this before. This is on C-SPAN, for crying out loud. Like, this was discussed publicly in a way that people didn't even connect the dots for back then. But I think it becomes clear now. Or it could just be a coincidence. It's up for you to decide.
Lots and others. You tell the story about how you tried to find out what they call the Mossad when they deal with publicly?
I thought it was a reasonable question, but the trouble is you can't pick up the phone book. There's no Langley in Israel that you can look up, CIA, or in our case, the Mossad. We thought we should ask, what shall we call it in English? You can translate the Hebrew words, as I said, Mossad is institute, but when they write a letter to their friends in the CIA or the British intelligence, what do they call themselves? It took a while. It was a matter of asking the Prime Minister's spokesman. The best you could do, because officially the Mossad is under the Prime Minister's office. And I think he sort of wondered why you want to know and all that, so we explained. And he came up with the Israeli Secret Intelligence Service. I mean, if it were to have initials, it would be ISIS. Just simple words like that. Interestingly enough, kind of a British model.
Well, could be coincidence, of course. But what's interesting to me, to bring this into the other part of the conversation, right? Just to recognize, first of all, how obvious what we're highlighting is, right? The influence of the conversation, how much Israel is infiltrated, influencing all over the world, despite how obviously they're committing one of the most egregious crime you can speak of. It's just transparent. So think about what that shows you, the control over government outcome policy, media coverage. And if you want to pretend that's about Jewish people alone, that's a lie that you're creating for yourself. That's not what I'm saying. That's not even the truth. It's very clearly the Zionist overlap to all these. More Christian Zionists today than there are Jewish Zionists. And if you can't acknowledge that, then I think you have an agenda. But realize that this overlaps to everything else we're discussing today. And I think it's important in just the U.S.-centric side of this, or the social media aspect, the new administration. It's important to get into where this goes in that regard. Now, we're going to talk about the U.S., the current administration incoming, and the idea of Greenland and all these different weird partisan psychological operations that appear to, in some cases, be very real. But we're going to go over that and what that even means. But what I think, first of all, is important is that we're seeing, in the case of these misrepresentations, things like this. Now, despite how obviously Trump has just doubled, tripled, quadrupled down, whatever, if that even makes sense, on supporting Israel over and over and over and over. And despite all that, he can come out, or rather what happens here, which is interesting, is he tweets without commentary on Truth Social a video that is Jeffrey Sachs speaking about something, but specifically aiming to Obama-era outcome, which I think is the whole point here. We'll get into the full picture, and that's the whole point of the partisan misrepresentation. But nonetheless, criticizing Netanyahu. And so my point is this. He comes out with a video that does have truth in it, right? But clearly, I think he's trying to, without commentary, make you think he's highlighting Israel. So the QAnon circle goes, see, save Israel for last, and allows everything to continue. Trust the plan, right? But the reality being that he wants you to think that he supports someone. The reality being that ultimately he, or as I said it quite fast, wants you to think that he's going to fight them. But the reality being that he absolutely will continue to support Israel. This video is meant to kind of just extend that issue, extend the illusion, while making the video kind of slant one way, while omitting the bigger picture. Now, again, the overarching point is, if he has consistently to this very moment, let's look at it this way. He has always supported the shot, nonstop, right up until this very day. The shot saved lives and everything, on and on. Now, if today he came out and shared a video that said Fauci was a liar and the shots killed people with no commentary, would that suddenly invalidate everything that he's done? Would you suddenly convince yourself that he secretly knows and it's all part of the plan? Why? Or is that just to get you to do that so we can keep going in the same direction, hoping that you muddy the waters for him? At the very least, why you would assume what that's supposed to mean, I don't know. That is irresponsible. But it's, what's the right word? Self-sabotaging almost. So let's play the clip, and then we'll go over what the full picture is with what Jeffrey Sachs and everything else is highlighted. But just ask yourself, and what you're going to see is people like this going, wow, Trump just posted a video of how Netanyahu was responsible for dragging America into the war, which, my God, how obvious that is. In the video, the man describes Netanyahu as a deep, dark son of a bee. Right. So it's good, right? It's good he shared it. It's good some people are seeing it. But I think what we're seeing is the fact that they're losing control of the narrative and that Trump needs some of the base that he's losing to think he secretly will go after Israel just to keep this moving, even though he is not.
They wanted the war all the time. They had to figure out how to sell the war to the American people, how to scare the shit out of the American people. It was a phony war. Where did that war come from? You know what? It's quite surprising. That war came from Netanyahu, actually. You know that? It's weird. And the way it is that Netanyahu had from 1995 onward the theory that the only way we're going to get rid of Hamas and Hezbollah is by toppling the governments that support them. That's Iraq, Syria, and Iran. And the guy's nothing if not obsessive.
Right. Now, you could argue that maybe he just discovered this, which, I mean, are really going to pretend that with all the influence and all of the resources and all of the base? No. Certainly possible, though. But realize, so that he just discovers this, I mean, maybe he just posts and go, now, will that change everything? That's what you should wait for. Action. Is he going to come out tomorrow and go, never mind, Vance and I now don't want to go after Iran because we realize Netanyahu's tricked us? Or will they continue the same policy? And maybe you'll still secretly think because of this one video with no commentary that maybe it won't end up like that, despite them continuing to fight for the same agenda. Or Vance and Trump coming out hot and against saying Iran needs to do this, or they return the hostages, or everything will go crazy in the Middle East. So if you somehow secretly know that it's all a ploy, then why are you continuing the same agendas? I really hope that we have that, enough discernment to recognize that this being posted does not change anything unless he actually changes something.
And he's still trying to get us to fight Iran this day, this week. He's a deep, dark son of a bitch, sorry to tell you, because he's gotten us into endless wars, and because of the power of all of this in the U.S. politics, he's gotten his way. But that war was totally phony. So what is this democracy versus dictatorship? Come on, these are not even sensible terms.
So here's another one. Same point. MJ Truth Ultra, one of these huge Trump supporting accounts, just goes, oh boy, did Trump just expose Netanyahu and Israel's influence on American politics? Like, that's sad. Like, this has been one of the most spectacularly public conversations since well before October 7th, but very clearly now. And so Trump posts it without commentary and a limited example of it. And Trump exposes Netanyahu, like, not the genocide, not the lying, not every single example you've caught, not the many different indictments, or that Israeli politics in general are telling you he's a villain. None of that. But that Trump posts a video without commentary. Wow, everything's exposed. I mean, guys, we have to realize how broken this whole thing is and how partisans are. I mean, like the team sport side of it, which I don't think is the majority, are enamored, lost, brainwashed, whatever you want to call it, on that Trump does nothing and that changes everything kind of thing. It's wild. Trump shared a clip of Jeffrey Sachs discussing how, again, Obama and Netanyahu orchestrated wars. You see, that's how he's doing this. Couldn't have been also the Republican side or all through Trump's administration. Bad, Obama, Democrat, bad. Netanyahu, bad, as it pertains to Democrats. That's the game. Partisan misrepresentation. And you can read it. It's a Wall Street Apes clip. That's why it was shared, because Wall Street Apes is a huge, influential, Trump-leaning, Musk-supporting entity. And he simply goes on to say, Jeffrey Sachs is in more detail about how Barack Obama commanded the... It's just so, guys, it goes well before Barack Obama into Republican administrations, and well after Obama into Republican administrations, well through Trump's administration as well. All doing the same thing. So let's get into some full truth, not half partisan truth, but big picture stuff, which I've already played. Oh, actually, I forgot this too. I'm going to play you a bunch of clips, by the way, and it's from Sachs as well as other people. But just in case you forgot, right, we're going to over here pretend like he suddenly just now realized Netanyahu is bad. Then explain. I mean, again, maybe you think today all of a sudden it shifted, even though this is wildly public information. Let's not forget the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 different examples show you that that's not the case. Thread you can watch for yourself. I'll play the one you've seen many times, just the beginning of it, to recognize that he's saying, I don't know how you could pretend this opinion could change based on what you just showed, that he thinks that Israel is supposed to control U.S. Congress.
You know, the biggest change I've seen in Congress is Israel literally owned Congress. You understand that 10 years ago, 15 years ago. And it was so powerful It was so powerful, and I think you know exactly what I'm saying. They had such power. Israel had such power, and rightfully, over.
I still find that to be so wild, and it's backed up by many other examples doing the same exact thing. How do you think Israel could rightfully have control over Congress? Willful ignorance, guys. Willful ignorance. If you see this and you hear it and it doesn't scare you, then you're being willfully ignorant. That is absolutely not America first. So here's one I've already played more than once. And this is just giving you the bigger picture, right? And it goes well back through Trump's administration. It goes to the main point. America has been fighting Israel's wars for decades. That means well through Trump's administration, meaning Trump was doing the same thing. That's the real picture.
Believe it or not.
And again, in case you're just tuning in, this is not about making it about Trump. It's about trying to highlight that it's Trump and Biden and Obama and Bush, that your government, all of it. That's what we're talking about. It's just simply that that's the part being boxed out right now for obvious current reasons. But hear it as there is no left and right in the context of your government and its agendas. That's the point.
Weird as it sounds, the U.S. has been fighting Israel's wars for decades. It's been a disaster for the United States, trillions of dollars. By the way, the Israel lobby puts in, $100 million and it gets out trillions on the other side of absolutely horrendous, useless, reckless wars fought on Israel's behalf. Well, Netanyahu, as I said, he doesn't view it as a failure because the U.S. keeps complying. It keeps going along with this. It hasn't stood up and said, you ruined us in 2003. You promised we'd take out Saddam Hussein and all would be well.
Okay, so ask yourself, why? The same point I'm making today. And I think it's the same reason, even all the way back then. Why would they have not been like, okay, we're done with this? You bombed our ship, USS Liberty, right? You carried out these false flags. You steal our nuclear technology. I mean, over and over and over. Why wouldn't they go no more? There's only there's plenty of other things. There's plenty of things you could argue would make that make sense. To me, the most logical is that they're compromised, that people are either blackmailed, influenced, put in position when they're not actually like a Brian Mast dynamic, literally part of the IDF. I don't know why that's not alarming to people. I don't know how else you make sense of that.
You told us to take out Bashar al-Assad. We tried to do that, and that was in 2011, and we're 13 years later, and we're still at war. You told us to take out Muammar Gaddafi, and we did that 13 years ago, and now there's still chaos.
Yeah, right. And now we have Syria, which is literally run by the terrorist organizations that we were told they were fighting. And then you got Libya that has never recovered, that is open slave markets and warring tribes. Freedom, right? That's what Netanyahu's version about the outcome for freedom is, using the U.S. to batter them down.
You have done such destruction, Mr. Netanyahu. Stop it. We don't say that.
No.
So he just keeps doing this. And maybe, and I'm sure that he thinks, with Donald Trump, now I can really do it. Now we'll go to war with Iran. The other.
That is the full picture you're not going to get from the partisan slant.
Side of this was the idea that, yes, we'll do that for Syria, Libya, Iraq, Iran, but the Saudis will come with us. Maybe, and I'm sure that he thinks, with Donald Trump, now I can really do it. Now we'll go to war with Iran. The other side of this was the idea that, yes, we'll do that for Syria, Libya, Iraq, Iran, but the Saudis will come with us for free. We'll give them some weapon systems, maybe a defense pact, and they'll sign on. That was also the idea of Trump and Biden. No difference between the two in approach. But that's over if it was ever realistic. It's completely over. That's what the Crown Prince's statement today, but he's been making it repeatedly in recent months. It's over. Now, I don't know whether the Trump people understand this or not. Who knows? But they're going to find out. And Netanyahu's going to find out. And all of this is an extraordinarily reckless behavior. And Netanyahu's been one of the most destructive forces in world politics for a long time now. And he's done a lot of damage to the United States, thank you. And it's time for him to shut up, basically, to stop trying to bring the United States into war. And his latest is to bring it into war with Iran.
Exactly. Very transparent. And then what do you hear? Hezbollah, January 6th, and Iran, and Vance comes out, Iran, and they go, and Netanyahu stands up in Syria and says, Iranians, you should fight back against your government. It's just so wildly obvious. Here's another one. Now, this is one posted today from Judge Napolitano. It says, yesterday, President-elect Donald Trump posted on Truth Social a clip that we just showed you of Jeffrey Sachs' recent comments on Syria at the Cambridge Student Union. The staff of Judging Freedom offers this in addition, related to Israel's genocide. So see, the same point. People like Judge Napolitano were like, that's a half picture, right? You're using his words to slant it. So he wants to give you the full picture. It just makes me happy to see that there are other people out there that have the integrity to recognize, to call these things out. Huh. Hold on. And in general, I think Napolitano, in the past, I was, seemed partisan, and I was very skeptical in general, I think. But I think over the years, he's really come to, at least in my opinion, shown that he cares. He calls things out like it's important. Question everybody, as always, guys. But I think it's important to see that that's, consistency matters to me.
This hold back a moral one, a legal one? Is it significant, or is it just politics?
Well, I think that the revulsion worldwide in what Israel is doing, and the realization, which I think is at the core, that what Israel is doing is in the service of a political agenda. This is the most important thing to keep in mind. Wars come from politics. The Israeli politics right now is an extremist politics which says Israel will rule over the Palestinian people, those who are not expelled or those who are not killed. So this is so-called Greater Israel. It's a disaster Israel, but that's the politics. The politics is completely unacceptable. It's completely illegal. It's completely unsustainable. But that's what the war is about. Rather than having a political solution, Israel thinks that it can do this by war. It can't. It can only do this by war if the United States is completely complicit in this. So when you ask, does the UK mean it? All over the world, the publics want this fighting to stop. This is dangerous for everybody. It's murderous when it comes to the Palestinians, but it's dangerous for the whole world. Everybody wants, after all these decades, stop the damn fighting, stop the killing, because you're threatening global peace. You're threatening an escalation to world war. And we're not going to stand there and do this so that Israel can have an apartheid regime or commit ethnic cleansing or commit genocide in Gaza. No. So this is what's happening country by country. The United States is the last holdout. If the United States took an active policy for peace, peace would come because the United States would say with the rest of the world, this is how it's going to be. International law, 2 states, 4th of June, 1967 borders, State of Palestine, 194th UN member state, capital in East Jerusalem. It's all there, the solution on the table. The U.S. is the last holdout.
Couldn't be more clear. I'm glad he shared that. It's just so, the point is, guys, that right now, everything about his administration is blind support for Israel. No honest person can deny that. And so, and here's just another example, and I want to make this point at the end of this part of the segment, that, I was talking about the idea of like opportunists. Like, this is how I see most politicians. And I know I'm jaded. I think we have a reason to be around what politicians are in general. But I hold out hope for, that there's somebody that will surprise me, which on a side note is funny how to watch the DC Drano kind of engagement with Massey, which is so funny. Out of every one of them, he's the best example, even if I still have my concerns. And he's the one they go after for being just the whole thing in the right, the partisan paradigm dynamic seems to be imploding right now. Thank God. But what's interesting is the opportunism, right? I'm talking about politicians, where you get these examples of politicians that, would I guess, tend to kind of challenge what you might expect would be the norm in order to gain some momentum, to get people like us to go, oh, this guy knows, and even if it's just because he wants that attention. tapping into the conspiracy side of things or whatever it is, like Trump did before his first election, and is kind of doing the same thing now. So the point is, I was kind of saying we should try to lean into those people, right? Find the smaller politicians that whether or not they actually care, knowing that you're always, skeptical of whether they really care or not, lean into anybody saying the right thing, right? And not just then trust whatever they do, but give them some promotion and say, look, this guy, he's calling out what's going on in Syria. This woman is calling out what's going on in Syria or Israel or whatever. And then showing other new politicians, okay, well, this guy got all this attention, all this flood of support because he's saying the thing, even though AIPAC's after him, even though there's still momentum there. My point is that might be a way to get that going away from what's happening, whether, and the point is they then go a different direction. You go, well, I don't trust that, or I don't agree with that, but lean into that. You get what I'm saying, right? So my point is, this is an example of how it's not happening right now. I think that ultimately that momentum doesn't exist, not enough. It could just be that this guy just obviously gets $70,000 from AIPAC, but I've never heard of this guy, some kind of no-name politician, Congressman Nick LaLota, maybe you know who he is. Father, husband, Navy veteran, proud serving people of Long Island in Congress. Okay. So he comes out on the 7th for whatever reason and goes, the ICC's arrest warrants for Israel leaders are an affront to justice. Okay, you're a little behind the curve here, bud. That was a little while ago. The point is that he just, for some reason, got tapped, and he just goes, their narrative, their affront to justice, the ICC, arresting Netanyahu's wrong. It's weird, right? Seems out of nowhere. I think it's because obviously people get tapped, and they go, I need you to say this. And he goes, as Massey himself came out and said, funny how they're attacking him, the AIPAC guy, right? They've all got an AIPAC guy. So he says, continuing, Hamas's October 7th atrocities, same thing, over 1,200 lives lost. Even Israel doesn't claim that anymore. But yet the narrative is the same. Interesting. And of course, 96 hostages still held, even though what's interesting, as I think there's reports now finding dead bodies that are Israelis in Gaza. Guys, they've been bombing relentlessly. And you could prove by their own maps, they've bombed everywhere. So I don't even know how any of them are still alive. Their own hostages have told you they're bombing hostages. But the narrative, this is a narrative that only exists within politicians and Netanyahu, apparently, and the media they control. But it says, demand accountability. America stands with Israel against terrorism. So my point is, if this person recognized more of a benefit, because clearly he's an opportunist, in the side of calling the other side out, maybe he would do that. But right now, it's still more of a benefit to these people to just blindly support the narrative, even when the world sees them. So think about that. That, to me, shows me they don't care about votes. They care about Israeli support. Because right now, I guarantee you, more people don't support this than they do. That's clear in the world. And yet still, politicians go, Israel good. You still think your vote counts? I mean, we should be questioning these things, guys. Now, to switch over to the other conversation. Interesting, because I think all of this is very interconnected. But right now, I was pointing this out on AM Wake Up the other day. Myron Gaines came out and said, let's call a spade a spade. Now, whatever you think about Myron Gaines, the point is not supporting him or what he thinks or is, the content. It's about a person who was very supportive of Elon Musk, now calling him out. That's important. I think that shows something very important. Now, he says this random interest by Elon Musk in a decade-old problem in the UK and Tommy Robinson is a diversion to keep attention away from the fact that he is silencing dissidents on the H-1B visa controversy and anti-Zionist views. We aren't stupid. I mean, this guy has 216,000 followers. So the point is clearly it's not a non-problem. What's going on in the UK is just as important as what's going on in the United States. In the context to covering up the sexual manipulation, the sexual blackmail, pedophile networks. These are not fake stories, guys, as much as they get slanted because it sounds crazy to some people. The reality, though, is it's very real. And what's going on in the UK, which is a huge age-old problem, we've had great interviews with Gareth Icke, for example, or Richard Willett, and the reality of how far back that goes. That's not to say that it's not worthy of talking about. What's important to highlight is what he's saying, that whatever it is or however important, we're not dumb enough to think that you just lurched into this conversation in the midst of us seeing what you were doing. And weren't we just being yelled at for talking about Israel where we should care about the United States? And now you talk about the UK for a week? It's all the same thing. Or anti-Zionist views. The censorship is clear, and that has become exposed. Some people can't put that genie back in the bottle. And yet, we're not stupid. He is doing that to get attention away from other things. But there's plenty of other conservatives that are saying, what about the sexual issues here? What about the sexual issues you ignore in Israel or in Palestine? All the different ways you could highlight the hypocrisy of all this. But that's just to point out that clearly people are going, we're not buying this. Major accounts, and it is a lot of them. But the H-1B overlap, this is the point to get into like the immigration conversation of all this as it relates to the larger picture we're about to get into in foreign policy. As Elon Musk says in relation to that issue, this week-long screaming hype about pedophile gang networks, but only about Islam. That's the whole point, which then turns into Islam bad no matter what. All people in this area are dangerous. It's all become that very transparently, despite him, Elon, right before this, kind of shouting down Republicans as racists. It's just very interesting. The point, though, is that obviously there is something going on there we should highlight. But to then broad stroke an entire ideology, it is the epitome of ignorance. But I don't think he's just stupid. I think it's an agenda for Israel and a couple of other things going on. But he simply says, if protecting children makes one a fascist, then so be it. I mean, do you really think he's protecting children? I mean, maybe you could argue that awareness might have some effect in that regard. Good. But this person just saying, shut up, Elon. We don't want your fascism in Europe. Like, you really think that's just about your focus on UK and gang rapes? It's just, this is the same as him pretending that Nick Fuentes was claiming he was being censored. He knows what he's doing. He knows that he gets 44 million views, and no matter what the other narrative is, it gets overshadowed. So the point is, the guy's simply going, your fascism in Europe in all of the conversations, your efforts to overthrow the government in the UK in general, your efforts to make something happen in Germany, or Venezuela, or anywhere else we're dealing with this. What you're doing is pretty stupid and ridiculous, but that's my opinion. You can think for yourself. But the general point is, we don't want your interference. But then he goes, pedophiles, and you're crazy, because he knows that's going to get the reaction of the mindless right. Not the majority, not the conservatives, but the people that are all just whatever, will go along with what you say because this is fun, because trolling, because team sport politics. And Daniel McAdams nails it by saying, wait till he hears what's happening in Gaza. Obviously. You think he doesn't know about all the children being raped and tortured and starved, but clearly he doesn't just care about protecting children. He cares about using the story about protecting children to manipulate you. Because if he cared about children, well, what about all the other examples? But, same point to be made. No, we don't get to decide which ones he says cares about, but the overarching point is, clearly, if you're protecting children and supporting an agenda that's currently starving and killing children, that doesn't seem to make sense. That's pretty obvious. Now, in regard to the other example of the partisan manipulation, this is all happening in real time right now. This weird kind of, what's the right word for it? Disjointed? It's the idea that we're making all these, the Greenland, the Panama, the Gulf of Mexico, and the money to the Taliban, all these stories, he's just kind of ratcheting. I think it's clear that it's about just, what's the word? Like muddying the waters, but just dumping so much into the conversation that what really matters gets missed. But you can decide for yourself. Let's just cut to the meat of each one of these examples, and you can decide. So Laura Logan says, imagine giving these terrorists $40 million of your tax money. This is the Taliban, the U.S. Congress, January 2nd, discussing money going to the Taliban. Which, if anybody has, if you've been watching this show, if you're even remotely politically aware, longer than just October 7th forward, or whatever, or Trump's last administration, the idea is, or after that, I would say, the idea is that this is so shockingly not partisan. This is what I mean by partisan misrepresentation. So it's crazy. The fact that we're spending money to the group, and have been the entire time, to the group that they claimed we were fighting to overthrow, even though that was never really the case, because they had worked with these same elements for a very long time. But the point is, Elon says, are we really sending taxpayer money to the Taliban? Same kind of thing as this lofty question. Are you guys really this uninformed in politics while pretending to be in control of politics? You know how long this conversation's been public? No, it's not about him going, I can't believe it. It's about doing that to everybody watching him, to get you guys to go, what? Oh, lurch into there and go, whoa, the Democrats. That's all he wants from you. And if he doesn't know this, it's embarrassing, because this has been a very long-term, 20-year war. This has been a long conversation. My only point is here, just quickly showing, this is from 2019. What did the U.S. get for $2 trillion in Afghanistan? Okay? And you could read it. It's the Taliban controls much of the country. They're only stronger now because of, same point. You think that money did not go to help them get stronger? The Taliban are gaining strength? Or this one that says the GOP quietly removed a webpage hailing Trump's peace deal with the Taliban as the militant group seized power. Okay, so lots of funding dumping into the country, Trump making deals with, okay, but we're going to pretend that all of this is just about Democrats and funding the Taliban, right? That's what he wants from you. He wants you not to think about these things, or he may just be that uninformed. Maybe you shouldn't listen to him. Think about that. As I said, to make it a partisan thing is all about your current agenda. It's just the government, all of it. You are either deliberately dishonest or dangerously uninformed, possibly both. And here, you can all include the articles. You can read them for yourselves. This article is from 2021. All right, so it's just very clear what's going on here. And then this is from today, or yesterday, excuse me. And so it just shows you how this continues to go. The U.S. inadvertently funding the Taliban, Republicans say. So all of a sudden, now it's a conversation. You know why? Because Elon tweeted about it. That's how this works. And all of a sudden, Tim Burchett sees an interest in trying to get some attention, and he goes, the next terrorist attack will be 100% funded by the American taxpayer. Guys, they've been supporting this group forever. It's just so blatantly dishonest for them to pretend but again, they know that the person that this is manipulating is somebody who just heard about this for the first time. That's opportunism. It's not partisan. It's just your government. And on an interesting note, to show you the other side of this, or kind of this more, the idea is that, remember the person, Elon Musk, was just freaking out about getting in power in Venezuela? Remember that? The guy, what's his name again? It's Edmundo Gonzalez, right? Musk was just going to town about how he really won. He should be in power. He's going to save Venezuela, right? Same thing you're doing with Germany and all these other conversations. Well, take a look at this guy. Here's Max Blumenthal saying, here's Edmundo Gonzalez, the U.S. recognized president of Venezuela. Funny how we went from Guaido to another fake president. He goes, he is in Washington to swap dementia stories with Joe Biden. He literally says it's weekend at Bernie's and Espanol. Look at this guy. This is the guy they wanted to be in power. That's the guy. He comes shuffling out, being held by two people, barely. That is an elderly man who needs attention, or at least needs help to walk out of the room. I mean, really, guys? Just think about how ridiculous that is. Just think about how stupid it is for them to scream about how Biden is senile, which he is, but then fight to put this person in power. It's all about puppets, guys. That's all this really is. They just want their puppet. And don't forget, he literally is the support to Israel is transparent. The woman that he works with wrote a letter to Israel in 2018 asking them to regime change Venezuela. I covered this on the show. And that's who they want. I'm sure you can connect the dots. Why? As well as all the lithium and information and what they want from Venezuela, right? As Elon famously said, we'll coup whoever we want. Now, Patrick says, people need to understand that Elon Musk, pretending to be conservative, is doing the same thing as George Soros, pretending to be a liberal. Two billionaires with more money than sense, who are really interested in pumping up their global egos and manipulating markets to secure their warped vision of the future. Completely agree. And I just thought this was funny. You guys are Lord of the Rings fans. Here's Elon Creamer Wormtongue speaking into the King of Rohan. If you remember the scene, it's just funny. Because, I don't know how you see this, right? Because right now there's a lot of talk about how Elon's taking control of MAGA. And I don't know if it's all hype and partisan back and forth or not, but it's interesting that there's a lot more influence swinging towards Elon right now. And I just wonder how much that frustrates Trump. So we know these people are nothing if not egotistical. Now, Sam Tripoli made a point about the Sean Ryan interview, which I thought was important as we get into the Greenland conversation. Because, you can see how these kind of evolve, right? Obviously, this one became the basis for the conversation of the ISIS invasion, the jihad attack, like Charlie Kirk was saying, which is Islam bad, they're invading our country, even though it very quickly got shown to be something else, but they didn't stop the narrative. But Sam says this, I'm sorry that so much criticism has been directed at Sean Ryan, especially when he mentioned going into hiding, which he recently did, but now appears to have found time to engage with comments. Oops. It says, that aside, we can't ignore history. When intelligence propaganda is presented as whistleblower information, particularly when it aligns conveniently with the military-industrial complex push for war, it's crucial to approach it with skepticism. Well said, Sam. Exactly. Now, here's what Sean said on the 7th. But, he apparently wasn't hiding and then just didn't decide to be that anymore. He said, over the past few days, something has become very apparent to me. Everyone claims to want truth. transparency and disclosure, unless they aren't part of it. I get it, right? So you're mad that everyone didn't blindly accept your narrative, and so they're not. So all what you do is you make it about pettiness. They just weren't the ones, and so they didn't want to. Really, I'm sure that exists somewhere. But as everybody down below is talking about, and anybody with a brain is highlighting, your narrative is false. That's what it's not about you having the story and everybody else, guys. It's just simply an easily digestible story that is shown to be completely all of them. I mean, what I mean is this one and the one after, which we'll show you in a second. That's not to say that Sean Ryan knew that. I don't know. Maybe he just, I mean, look, let's be clear. Obviously, it's pretty easy to see where this became very suspect. And at the very least, as he said when he started, that we can't prove any of this, then why did you do it? But nonetheless, the point is, maybe he just doesn't care about due diligence. Maybe, or he got tricked. Maybe he didn't know. I don't know. I'm not saying he's guilty. What I do know is that what has quickly happened after this has shown that this is something that nobody bought. The information rapidly fell apart. And now he's saying you just weren't part of it. And that's why, which seems wildly suspect to me. It says, and if they are not part of it, they will stop at nothing to try and destroy everything you've ever done. No matter how much good or how much truth, their ego will consume their entire mind and eventually their entire existence. Humanity is in a sense, wow, little bit hubristic, if you want my opinion. Like, that's a wild overreach to people that just are angry that you got the break story. Like, that's the way he's framing it. You can decide for yourself. I think it's pretty clear that this story is straight up CIA propaganda, which, by the way, was in my immediate gut instinct. And then when you actually go through it, it becomes pretty hard not to see. And again, this is well before I even look to anybody else's opinion. You always should know that about me. I don't care who is talking about something. I will want to find out what I think about it, independent of anybody. That's important. That's what we should all be doing. But then at the same time, after that research process, it does matter to me what people I respect might think about it. But that will not change what I think about something if my conclusion has been come to, unless there's more evidence around it. But my point is that a lot of other people that I think are very intelligent about this were very just not swayed by it. And this is the next one that came out, which we all saw, where they came out and said basically that if you challenge 9/11 narratives, then you're helping terrorists. I mean, that is a hard sell for most intelligent people. And she says, apparently questioning 9/11, Whitney says this, bothers the terrorists at the CIA because it inhibits their ability to sell you narratives that utilize the same boogeyman they created over and over. I mean, look, if you understand, this is why it's so obvious. If you understand that Al-Qaeda and ISIS are U.S. Israeli proxies, which is not an opinion, that's a verifiable fact, then then you already know this is false, guys. And that's the point. They're just trying to tap into old narratives that have already fallen apart. And maybe Ryan doesn't know that. It says no 9/11 truther backs Al-Qaeda or views them as rebels. The overwhelming view in 9/11 truth is that Al-Qaeda is a proxy for the intelligence services of the U.S. But that's what they're trying to basically allude to, is that we think they're the good guy. And no, we don't, guys. It's the idea is that it's just not the main culprit. You're just using them like you do anybody else. And it says you can't blame 9/11 truth when the actual people, quote, backing Al-Qaeda are the consecutive U.S. presidential administrations that back Al-Qaeda in Syria for now successful regime change purposes. Michael Krieger chimes in as well with the same point and says the CIA realized podcasts are how you influence the masses and then started their own shows under the guise of speaking truth. And a whole bunch of you are gullible enough to gobble it up. Truly remarkable level of stupidity. This isn't even clever or hidden. It's totally in your face. And that's how I see it too. And that's what's funny is like, so we can recognize that like the corporate media, right? Well, it's just a medium, guys. You know how long ago they recognized that this was the new field? That's why they were trying to stop everybody from getting into it, because they wanted to dominate the market. Remember, it went from like conspiracy theorists in their mother's basements to like, this is the new field, like on a dime, because they recognized it a long time ago. Just realize that this is what, look, let me put it like this. Look at the information. Try to vet it for yourself. If you can't, and they say to themselves they can't verify it, and you look back at the information we provided and it breaks down the idea that you can prove these people are, it should become clear to you. Do your due diligence. You'll recognize this is very obvious. Now, what we see is this weird conversation kind of spinning up. Now, I'm not sure whether I think this is about trying to distract or if this is just the transparent, which I actually am leaning this direction. The transparent initiation of one arm of what has always been the plan. And what was wild to me is, I guess it makes sense with how many other things we're seeing, like basically the idea of the digital ID or the idea of the biometric scans or any of these things that they're now normalizing as, or like Elon Musk and like the entire Great Reset. How they're just literally packaging it as Not the same thing because Elon's doing it. It's like literally every example, but Elon's doing it, so it's good, right? So it is the same plan. So in this case, the same thing. Why not just roll out the North American Union and be like, we're freeing everybody? I mean, that seems to be what they're doing. But I guess my point is we should at the very least be cautious about whether this is sort of a, like right now, one of the games around this all is that it's sort of a big troll, that you're all being tricked. The point is, I always consider that. No matter how I'm engaging with it, always in my mind is maybe they're just doing this to get attention. We always cover this. But that's typically the response you get from people that like kind of don't want this to be real or to feel like it's making Trump look bad, whatever. Oh, you're all being trolled. You're leaning in too far to the K-Fab or whatever, the fake wrestling. It's just, maybe you're right. Doesn't change the fact that what's going on right here is so shockingly irresponsible and has real world consequences. Whether or not you think he's playing, and even if he's just trolling, think about how ridiculous that would be to do this. You don't think that Canada could respond in ways that might change your relationship or cause some kind of military action, or Greenland or the UK or Mexico? Oops, just kidding. April Fools, too late, right? I mean, it just seems so sad that people can even pretend that makes sense. And even if you think that's what's going on, wouldn't you be insulted by that? Wouldn't you call them out for being? No, because it's all part of the game. It's all for the lulz, right? We're just trolling and it's sad, guys. It's sad. It's juvenile and it's sad. And the reality is these are not games they're playing. But here is Trump saying, in this clip, he's talking about the Gulf of Mexico, but overall, we've all seen, make Canada the 51st state. I'll show you the tweets. Take over Greenland from Denmark. Liberate the UK from its tyrannical controlled government, which I would agree with, but why they would be calling so liberate them into another controlled government. It doesn't make any sense. Change Gulf of Mexico to the Gulf of America. And they just, concerned citizen says 2025 is going to be wild. It's just so embarrassing. So now you could argue these are all games, but let's be clear that they're not presenting it that way even remotely. Now we're talking about the Twitterverse conversation. We're talking about things like this, where Trump, at least on True Social, says many people in Canada love being the 51st state. The United States can no longer suffer the massive trade-offs. There's not even an indication this is sort of just a game, or we're just using this to coerce them into a better deal, which is what people think. Maybe that's the case, but it's still a very dangerous thing they're doing. Trump renews calls for Canada to merge with the United States. This is not new. More than once, he's reiterated this. So at this point, it's well beyond some kind of troll. Let's be clear about that because of the way they're engaging with it. So Douglas McGregor highlights the same thing and shows you something important. Before we even get into the overlap for what this really is, look at the North Pole view. Okay, so look, to the point is what he's saying is that going after Greenland is not only strategic for military purposes, but also for resources, which is huge for what they're doing. The whole artificial intelligence, digital control structure future. But he says this brings America into direct confrontation with Russia, fighting over control of the Arctic Sea routes due to melting ice in the Northwest Passage that connects the Pacific to the Atlantic Oceans. A treaty designed to provide for unobstructed passage by all parties would be better than war. But look at that, guys. That causes quite an interesting development, doesn't it? Here, as we showed the other day, is John Jr. and even Charlie Kirk, all of a sudden in Greenland. So kind of a pretty far-reaching effort to go to for trolling, right? The son's president, a leading element in the manipulative partisan field, flying to Greenland, and it says, incredible day. Just clearly, they're putting a hell of a lot of effort to at very least get you to think this is something. Which, if they're all tricking you, don't you feel insulted by that? Because it's not just Democrats, right? Because the reality is there's been a million examples of this where they go, we are being trolled, and then it turns out to be real. So no, you got trolled in the reverse. But clearly this is pretty weird. And Brendan Circus points out another conflict of interest, by the way. Panama was one of the other ones floated about the Panama Canal and taking it back, and all these things have come up. But he goes, what does he want from Panama? Trump. He says it could be related to a $10 million campaign contribution from a company called Energy Transfer LP. They signed a memorandum of understanding with Panama on exploring LPG export project in Panama. Well, look at that. Guys, if you don't think these things play a factor on this, and that's possibly another reason why he has yet to sign these conflicts of interest and ethics pledges, every one of these politicians do this stuff. Just realize it's not unique to Trump, but it matters. that this may be guiding why these things are happening that very genuinely could lead to conflict. And let's be clear, guys. Greenland and the government has each time been like, F no. Absolutely, no matter what, not even on the table. That's what they're responding. And yet the whole momentum of this is just getting out of control. But here is Doge News, of course, who's just been like a propaganda arm for the U.S. government at this point and says, do you support making Greenland part of the United States? What does the question even mean? Support what? So we're going to annex them? Do they want that? Do the people want that? Does the government want that? What does that mean for the laws? What does it mean for the people of Greenland? What does that mean for their social programs that it's such a crazy thing to even, because the point is it's all about political agendas. I simply said, these aren't trading cards, you infants. The casual way you discuss such naked imperialism is just irresponsible. It's the very globalism you pretend to be fighting. I said, it's not just irresponsible. It's the very globalism you pretend to be fighting. Because realize, guys, we're going to get into this point. It's not the imperialistic overlap, which is just colonial. It's conquering territory. For whatever logical reason, whatever you want to say, there's always a narrative around these things. But that is one step in the same conversation. Now, we'll get into this very clearly. So Bennett Johnson puts this out. Now, he seems to be the one really playing this sort of we're trolling, but we're not game all the time. And I'll show you about the Gulf of Mexico one where clearly, as much as Trump just with stone dead straight face said that's what's going to happen in front of a press conference, it's just be pretty stupid for that to be a joke. Makes this clip about how, like, I'll show it to you with like barnyard music and it looks beautiful. Like almost very clearly trying to insinuate that it's all a joke, but not really saying that. I'm telling you, there's a tactic to this. But he tweets out, welcome to the Gulf of America. Because that's what he said. He's going to change the Gulf of Mexico to the Gulf of America. And he shows a picture with literally the North American Union, which, if you don't remember, is a New World Order agenda that's been around for a very long time and used to be called out by almost exclusively Republicans until suddenly Trump and Elon made it a thing. And now we forget it all, apparently. And I said, so now Republicans are apparently fully endorsing globalism, which clearly stirred the bee's nest because people lost their minds. And if you read through this chat, you get like the same three responses, like that's, or variations of, that's imperialism, not globalism. It's like, okay, well, the intersection between the two is transparently obvious, or it's Americanism, not globalism. And it's like, okay, I don't even know if you're insulting them or not. I can't even tell. Or, the argument being that this is, saving Greenland and Canada from the bad guys. And it's just most of it ends up being in the realm of I support these people and I blindly believe what they tell me they want to accomplish. It's just sad. But we'll come back to this more. The point is clearly this part first. The North American Union, that's exactly what that is. That has been a long-term globalist UN agenda for a while. Isn't this what, Alex Jones and the rest, weren't they just telling us globalism, and now they don't want to highlight that? Here's Drunk Newsacre says globalists right now. And it shows the guy from, what's it called? What's that called? I can't believe I'm blank. I never really watched it, but I know the name of it. The marketing salesman, whatever. It doesn't matter. You give me the chat what that show is called. But it says, globalists right now. And it shows them like pitching at a table. And it goes, the North American Union, but we repackage it as MAGA. It's just so perfect. It is just that simple and lazy, it seems to me. But okay, let's just talk. What is globalism in a basic, like Brave engine definition? Mad Men. Thank you. Mad Men is the show. It says there's two variations: a national geopolitical policy in which the entire world is regarded as the appropriate sphere of a state's influence. By that definition alone, that's the United States government, or Israel for that matter, or the UK, right? That's how they view it. Like they view it as their influence supersedes damn near everything. But you could make the same argument about China or Russia. There's same elements there, right? So that's when it becomes the point of whether they're truly aiming at forcing that influence or their policy or their outcomes or even occupation around the world. Because you realize there's not just one basic way. Like, I think that's one of the problems with this conversation is they've got these like very partisan Republican stated definitions of what meets what globalism is. Well, it's a nebulous concept, guys. If there's books written about it, nobody has it's a big picture. And the bottom line is we're talking about a one world government concept. That's the simplest way people think about it. But it doesn't even have to be one conquered area, which I know that's what people are pushing back on. And they argument of taking Greenland, but it's the same general idea. Whether through conquest or political control, if you've got one entity that controls everything, that's the same conversation. Just because you want to believe that they're going to do it for a good reason, or we're going to give them the Constitution, it's the same effing thing. And frankly, I think you're childish for thinking that's what they're going to do. They don't respect the Constitution here, guys. Neither does Trump. Take the guns, due process later, right? Burn the flag, go to jail. It's the same stupid stuff. Just because you agree with what he uses doesn't mean it's not still unconstitutional. So the bottom line is a national geopolitical policy in which the entire world is regarded as appropriate sphere of their influence. How do you not see this as an extension of that? Or, and my point, and the other one was, they go, isn't globalism the globe? Like, so it's instantaneous? Is that your mindset? That you snap your fingers and suddenly they control everything? Or maybe it's incremental. Maybe they go one step at a time. Maybe I'm crazy though. It's like, I don't think they thought that through. So the point is, if they were going to go global, well, they need to take steps to get there. And maybe Canada's, or the EU, right? Anybody paying attention already knows this stuff. It's the slow expansion of the same thing. Number two, the development of social, cultural, technological, or economic networks that transcend national boundaries. That, guys, is far more important to the point today. That is what they want to make out to be Democrats from like the Alex Jones world, but it is very clearly just the U.S. government, and right now seems to be prominently through Trump's administration. And what did Kirk just say? I told you in the early beginning. Get rid of the ones that don't believe in our social goal. Now, what they want to make that out to be is the opposite, that we're boxing everybody out. But you can't pretend one's not, right now you could pretend that's the case, but then they're going, let's take Greenland. Let's take this, right? So you're not boxing them out if you're expanding your territory. So the point is, if you're expanding your territory and you're saying you're not welcome here if you don't claim these same ideological, cultural things, well, then that's globalism, because the place you just expanded to is now forced to adopt this is not that hard. And that's what a lot of the Republican mindset is doing. Not all conservatives, but the clearly and high-level part of the Republican agenda here. Technological, guys, that's technocracy. It is straight up happening in front of you, and they are pushing this control around the world. Look, go back to Elon Musk's spy satellite network. You can't miss what we're seeing right now. It takes a special kind of willful ignorance to not acknowledge that this is so obviously that agenda. Economic networks, are we missing the economic sanctions that have been applied around the world because they have that financial power? This is globalism. And while Israel is a leading part in this agenda with the United States. Now turn around and ask yourself why people make these grandiose claims of globalism but fail to highlight very clearly the Republican side or Israel. Now, when it's happening in full display, they're looking at UK and Elon Musk, and they're not paying attention to it. So keeping this in mind, let's talk about the idea of globalism. Or really just first and foremost, the idea of the globalist agenda, which includes the North American Union. Just an image, and I'll show you who shared it with me. A 1942 map of the New World Order. It says the map on the bedroom wall of every teenage Bilderberger, like, the Bilderberg meeting, which Derek Burrows and plenty of others have called out. Even Alex Jones used to break in and report, and weirdly, this doesn't matter right now. But you can see clearly the North American Union aspect of it. Now, this map is the post-war New World map, 2010. This comes from the Club of Rome, which you should all be familiar with. One of the main points being that I argued that the human is the problem, right? Ultimately, that you are the problem. But this comes from, as it says, the group was organized in 1968 for the purpose of accelerating plans to have the New World Order in place by the year 2000. 76, the United States Association of the Club of Rome was formed for the purpose of shutting down the U.S. economy gradually. And here we are. Now, slight deviations, but the same general point, right? Blocks of control. That's what has always been the plan, and conservatives used to call this out. Now, this is Kelly McCarthy's one that shared those other two as well, but also showing you, and this should be the big silencer right now, of the Republicans who are still very much and rightly so on guard against the UN Sustainable Development Goals, the Great Reset, because they make this all about a Democrat woke agenda, right? We'll take a look at the same thing. Regional groupings. They want this to be one North American Union. It's the same thing that we're dealing with right now. And this is, Elon Musk says, if the people of Greenland want to be part of America, which is best I can tell, they do not, Now, I don't know how you really tell based on, the government says they don't, based on what I can see online. Most responses I'm seeing are like laughing about this and don't want that, don't feel that their culture is met, a whole bunch of things. But you can look for yourself, do your own due diligence. But it says, if they want to be, which as if you're going to make it a choice, right? You guys are clearly driving this politically. It says, which I hope they do, they would be most welcome. See, that's making this out to be some kind of what happens is you get the Republican conversation acting like he's just offering them freedom. Just this shocking amount of naivety. But so that's what he says. And here's what Whitney says. People should consider that arguably the main interest in Greenland also likely Canada as well. Oh, actually, hold on. I forgot I was going to come back to this. My point here was this. And we'll come back to that in a second. It's just, she's going to get into the other points of what are important in Greenland. But I wanted to make sure we focus on the first part of this, the background. Her point is obviously what we were talking about, the idea of resources and other examples that bolster the transhumanist AI Great Reset agenda, right? But again, so the point first is this, the regional groupings of the 2019 Sustainable Development Goals report. Now here's Whitney highlighting the Shark Tank guy, naming it, openly saying he spoke to Trump about creating a North American Union. So what's funny to me is these are people out there acting like this is so fake and we're making this up and it's not globalism. And then literally, I spoke to Trump and he's all about it. It is a part of this. And next segment we're going to go in lays it out. Like the overt reality that the North American Union is part of what the Republicans more than ever have been calling it is, but what they used to highlight as the New World Order. And I'll show people right now who are ignoring it that were all about it a few years ago. Whitney says, here comes that smaller government, guys. Worked great for the EU, didn't it? How exactly is it smaller government to absorb two other countries? You might want to think about that because you realize that means a hell of a lot more of exactly what they're saying we want to get rid of. But don't think too hard into it.
President-elect Trump on this issue.
I had two topics that I wanted to talk to him about. Number one was integrating Canada towards a North American Union for greater strength, just period. The world's a difficult place these days, and most Canadians would like to look at that opportunity without giving up their sovereignty. So low-hanging fruit would be combined currency, for example.
Can I just say that I am insulted? Like the way they refer to that, like giving up your sovereignties. Don't worry, you've got your sovereignty badge. You're good. Like the point is, they doesn't even mean what you think it means to them. It's a label. It's an idea. The reality being is sovereignty is not something they should be able to just rip away from you because they decide. It's just funny to me that it's like we're giving your freedoms. You got your freedoms. It is a token based on some illusion that they give you. Like this is not something that should be so casually discussed.
Combining the Bank of Canada. Most Canadians would like to look at that opportunity without giving up their sovereignty. So low-hanging fruit would be combined currency, for example, combining the Bank of Canada with the Fed, things like that. We are the largest trading partners. And just to ask him, because this was on Saturday, to say these meetings you're having with Trudeau and finance ministers from Canada, with all due respect, sir, are a complete waste of time. This guy's going to get eradicated out of the Canadian political landscape. Give the Canadians a chance to re-elect a leader, just like you got re-elected, that has a 4-year mandate, just like you have, and let's get down to business. And I hope they didn't land on deaf ears. I think he saw the rationale in that. That was one topic. But I had another agenda item that was very important to me.
President-elect Trump.
I had two topics that I wanted to talk to him about. Number one was integrating Canada towards a North American Union.
Very clear. Remember, sure worked out great for the EU, didn't it? Ask Republicans. They'll talk all day about how the EU is the problem. That's the problem. But let's make the North American Union. You just can't stop pointing out the embarrassing hypocrisy right now of the team sport politics right. Now, here just becomes even more obvious. I simply said, only so many times you can deflect before you admit that this is exactly what you thought you were fighting. Globalism. Did I misspell that too? No, okay. So here, Daniel Hannon says, Trump saying he has plans to use economic force to make Canada a state. I mean, guys, you just can't get more ridiculous. This is exactly like, if you still think this is a troll, even if it is just a troll, whatever that means at this point, and you're threatening economic action to force Canada in the United States, you're well past the idea of a troll. Well, even if it started that way, Too late. It's already become real to people who don't know whether it's real or not, who might think you're beginning an economic war against them, which, by the way, is the foundation for every real war we've ever seen in the context of at least the living memory, the current reality of the world. So let's listen to this. This is Donald Trump discussing forcing Canada.
Mr. President, if we were to work under the assumption that you're serious about making Canada 51st state of the United States, the leader of the Conservative Party in Canada said, under no circumstances will it ever be the 51st state.
Maybe he won't win, but maybe he will. I don't care.
You had suggested.
Listen, I don't care what he says.
But Sir Lopez, you said you were considering military force to acquire Panama and Greenland.
Military force. I mean, that's not something you troll about. You're openly threatening military force to take foreign territory. Totally not imperialism or globalism, right? Because again, the two intersect, right? Imperialism will lead to globalism in the context of conquest, or on the other side of it, the cultural, technological, and all the rest of it, guys. It's all happening in front of you.
Are you also considering military force to annex and acquire Canada?
No. Economic force. Because Canada and...
So just the military force for the other ones. Greenland, Panama, but Canada, economic warfare, which is economic terrorism. I mean, that's not my opinion. He's talking about sanctions. He's talking about economic manipulation, tariffs, and so on. Like, this is the foundation of every war we've talked about. It's important to understand the history.
The United States, that would really be something. You get rid of that artificially drawn line, and you take a look at what that looks like. And it would also be much better for national security. Don't forget, we basically protect Canada. But here's the problem with Canada. So many friends up there. I love the Canadian people. They're great. But we're spending hundreds of billions a year to protect it.
So here's the other thing to think about, guys. Obviously, what I'm telling you is that this appears to be the long-term agenda just coming to fruition. So if you're willing to consider that, you also should be willing to consider that this is all theater. That ultimately, whoever's in power, whoever's been put in power in the UK, whoever's in power in whatever other entities we're talking about, I mean, save for the possibility that the leadership in Greenland is not part of the agenda, which is certainly possible. I mean, again, I'm very jaded when it comes to government in general. I find it hard to believe that would happen with all the power they could exert, the things they could do. We're going to see it happen in real time now. My point, though, is that we should consider that it's all theater. We're not going to do it, and Greenland will never allow it. When the point is, all of them are already aware that that's the plan to create this global. I mean, think about that. I could be wrong, but you have to realize that clearly would make sense with how long this has been sought. And now they're kind of rolling it out with a very flimsy narrative to say it's totally not exactly what it looks like because we're battling each other. Well, it's worth considering. So here, just to reiterate, he's openly telling you military force on Greenland, Panama, should they decide, which totally will not cascade into some massive problem, even if it's trolling, right? But on top of that, that Canada will be an economic warfare. I just don't. So how do you think this is going to play out well when you're basically poking Mexico, Canada, UK, all going at it? This is either meant to be a facade that leads to the outcome, or this is meant to be chaos, which to me would be Israel or somebody else trying to literally sow chaos and division for their interests. But as Daniel says, how about we bring together the 5 great Anglosphere democracies in a diplomatic, military, and economic union, including unhindered free trade, free movement, and so, whatever. All the rest of that could be maybe or maybe not, but let's bring it together in a union, otherwise known as, North American Union. What do you think? Totally random, right? Elon Musk says, good idea. Wow. Patrick Henningsen says, panicking. Is America that weak that it needs to team up with subpar tiny militaries and debt-ridden economies? Sounds like someone's smoking too much of the high grade. Interesting take. The point is that, whether that they need them for some reason, but just ask yourself, is this or is this not Elon Musk openly endorsing exactly what they claim they're fighting? Here, before we get into the reactions and comments and so on, is a general breakdown of what the narrative has been, right? And this is a pretty old video of the general idea of the North American Union, how it plays into the New World Order. And then we're going to go over some other people that are seemingly right now ignoring it, even though they were the earliest people, and at least some of the earlier ones, going, this is a problem. And you should ask yourself why that is right now.
In 2005, an arrangement between Canada, Mexico, and the United States was made. This arrangement, unannounced to the public, unregulated by Congress, merges the United States, Mexico, and Canada into one entity, erasing all borders. It's called the North American Union, and you might want to ask yourself why you've never heard of this. In fact, there is only one mainstream reporter who has actually heard of and has had the courage to cover this issue.
President Bush signed a formal agreement that will end the United States as we know it. And he took the step without approval from either the U.S. Congress or the people of the United States.
This isn't some trade agreement. It is a total removal of sovereignty from these countries, which will also result in a completely new currency called the Amero.
The Amero is the proposed new currency for the North American community, which is being developed right now between Canada, the U.S., and Mexico to make a borderless community, much like the EU, and the dollar, Canadian dollar, U.S. dollar, and the Mexican peso replaced by the Amero.
By default of this agreement, the American Constitution will eventually be obsolete. You would think that a situation like this would be on the cover of every major newspaper. That is until you realize that the people who are behind this movement are the same people behind the mainstream media, and you are not told what you're not supposed to know. The last thing the men behind the curtain want is a conscious, informed public capable of critical thinking. They seek to keep you in a distracted, naive bubble, and they are doing a damn good job of it.
Interesting. Right, now ask yourself, one of the main points right now that I keep hearing, and like I said, they get the same old regurgitated talking points that are circulating this conversation to ignore the obvious. One of them being that they're just going to give the Constitution to everybody else. Don't you want that for everybody? Well, first point is, how in the world you think you know that? That's just a possible outcome. And even if they want to do that, maybe that's not how it ends up. Or they're maybe lying to you. That can't be possible, right? But ask yourself how that ends up being the reality. Let's just even say that's exactly what happened. So they, through military force, take Greenland. Totally about freedom and democracy, right? Totally aligns with your libertarian values. The idea being that clearly, then you go, well, now you have the Constitution, but is that what they want? Now, I know many Americans believe, as myself, that it's something that is, if you're forced to live in a statist society, that is something that would be important. But maybe they don't want that. Maybe they have different values. Oh, there you go. Now it becomes Kirk's point that you have to have our values because now you're in our country. And that is globalism by the very definition of the word. Here is Alex Jones. I said, Alex knows this. He used to call it out. Now he supports it because Elon. Maybe he always did. Question everything. Here's a 2007 interview with Aaron Russo. He warned Alex Jones that the plan of the international bankers was to establish a North American Union with a regional currency called the Amero. Maybe now they shifted into some kind of digital Bitcoin monster. Who knows? But eventually leading the world to one government with no cash and all payments made with RFID implants. Now that was the way you made sense of that with the technology at the time, right? We're well past that now. So, but the same general ideas you already see playing out. Cashless, internal nanotech, whatever else. It's the same stuff. And still people act like this is crazy, even though they're literally telling you what's going on. My point is, this is Alex Jones interviewing about this. You think he doesn't know about this, or you think he wouldn't recognize the same maps? Here he is. Elon Musk says, if people of Greenland want to be a part of America, we welcome you. We just showed you. Alex says, love it. 1776 worldwide. I mean, honestly, it's insulting. Truly insulting about the idea of this founding of the country. Well, Dave DeCamp says, in 1776, from antiwar.com, the U.S. seceded from an empire. It didn't join one. I mean, it's just a bastardization of everything we think we believe in, what we're fighting for. So now it becomes the North American Union is the beginning of the NWO, and we have to fight it to suddenly freedom for the world. Isn't that globalism? So if the world is liberated, isn't that another way of saying the world is now under the control of the liberator? And assuming we even are liberated? I mean, come on, guys. This is just so transparent. Here is a documentary with somebody you might remember. Right now, wait, this is somebody you might remember calling this out.
The merger of the United States, Mexico, and Canada into one super country.
I had the idea
the inspiration to call it the Amero.
The Amero is the proposed new currency for the North American community.
That sounds an awful lot like a North American Union to me.
Canadians are saying no to the North American Union and yes to Canada's sovereignty.
I find it amusing when people put sovereignty as in a kind of crystal jar and say, well, this is the ultimate.
Canadians, Americans, and Mexicans will lose their sovereignty.
Europeans have thrown sovereignty out the window. Maybe national sovereignty is not such a good thing.
To understand what's happening, we should look at what has occurred under the Security and Prosperity Partnership.
These three guys are ops, everybody!
It was implemented in a manner that closed it off to public scrutiny. And the only people who were invited into the room were the largest CEOs of the largest businesses in the three countries.
Yep. Now just think of it as Palantir and SpaceX and all. It's the same dynamic, guys. But this time with those very people in the cabinet of the current administration.
Our country is being defined and shaped by corporations. It's not going to stop at the North American Union. It's going to be one further step along the road to one world government.
So just to see that quote they're showing, Paul Warburg, international banker, director of the CFR, Council on Foreign Relations, which, by the way, Tulsi Gabbard, plenty of others overlapped, which people, the same people you might think don't talk about it anymore. It says, we will have a world government, whether you like it or not. The only question is whether that government will be achieved by conquest or consent. Enter Donald Trump.
We need a world of shared global rules, founded on shared global values.
It is a big...
That's globalism. That's the point. And that's what you keep hearing from them right now in the leader aspects of the Republican side. Shared value. The reality being is that's exactly what we should, that's what cultures have, but not when you're forcing that on everybody else, which is the ultimate point. And now we're going to take Greenland by force. I mean, I just don't know how anybody could pretend that's not exactly the opposite of what you guys think you're fighting for.
Idea. A new world order.
New world order, one world government.
One world government.
Right now, there's a war on for your mind.
We are losing our nation before our very eyes. People are slowly beginning to wake up to the fact that the fourth estate has simply not done their job.
The people will resist. The people will stand up against them and not tolerate their power grab for the whole world.
All it takes is for enough people to step out of the system to cause a crash.
It is just a conspiracy theory.
Who cares if they call you conspiracy theorists? This is the truth.
You guys are my family. You guys are my friends. You guys are my companions in this info war.
I personally think it will come.
Well, it's funny how long this has been going on, right? Same dynamics, same, it's a lot of passion. Here he is today. More wars are fought over trade routes and resources. I think there's a bigger meaning to Trump trying to secure the Panama Canal and Greenland, in my opinion. Literally circles the same point. That's it. This person says, me too. It's called the New World Order. You can look for your best effort. You will not find that talking point. You will not find the discussion of, oh my God, this is what I've been calling out for 20 years. Nope. Funny that is, right? I wonder why. Here's another clip. You might remember this guy too.
About the American Union, I mean, the CFR writes the white papers for their agenda. They carry out Bilderberg's orders. That's on record. And even Lou Dobbs on CNN saying, American Union, end of Canada, end of U.S. They are actually, through the trade deals, already starting to bleed us.
Well, I breezed through what in Canada we've referred to as the Manley Report. John Manley was a previous deputy prime minister, and he sat on a Council on Foreign Relations committee with Mexicans and Americans. And it started off by saying, does it not make sense that Canada and the U.S. should be one, that we should have a common currency? Does it not just make enormous sense that we should have a common border? To ask the question is to answer it. Now, that was right in the report. I know they're just waiting for us to look the other way so they can whisk it through.
The American Union is happening through trade deals. Just like the Euro back in the 50s when they first set it up was this economic community or this trade bloc. Now it's the Euro, and now they're taking people's right to vote, taking their sovereignty, giving it to these supranational organizations.
Where's that guy? Funny, I guess Israel got involved.
So we're talking about the death of Canada is what's happening in there right now. The death of your sovereignty is happening in there right now. CNN has even reported that these individuals have put out the policy reports through the Council on Foreign Relations that writes their scholarly white papers to end the United States, to end Canada, and to end Mexico.
Yeah, Canada and Mexico. That is the picture we're talking about. Now, here's what somebody responded to Luke Rudowski, trying to using the Trump tactic. Something's going on here. What do you think? Like broadly putting it out there so you can go wink, wink. He knows what we're talking. No, that doesn't seem to be the case. As this person says, shrink the federal. So this is the classic meme of Elmo with fruit on one side and cocaine on the other. And the fruit says, shrink the federal government. And the cocaine says, expand the federal government to Greenland, Panama, and Canada. And then it shows MAGA with his face down in the cocaine. It's like that. Yep, that's clearly what's going on here, and people need to start calling it out. Now, Alex Jones says, Trump describes the dawn of America's golden age that we are. Oh, look at this. He's so funny. Apparently people are calling him out, and he's going after, like, has Alex Jones been replaced by the guy wearing a mask? It's ridiculous. I just think it's funny that's what it's just. Anyway, the point is the dawn of America's golden age we are about to enter. That's instead of going the New World Order, which that seems to be his whole career so far. Nope, we're going freedom and success and liberty based on the exact thing you were calling out your whole career. And Dr. Amira says dissolving North American borders is anti-globalist now. I'm telling you guys, this is wild. The mask, I mean, I've never seen this many people on the conservative side going like, Alex, I'll show you some clips. I'll show you some posts. Well, here's Greg Reese. Remember somebody who just recently left InfoWars, as people seem to be doing. Remember when the Club of Rome were the bad guys? And he's showing you the same dynamic. He gets it. Sam Tripoli. And this is what's funny before we get to the other clips or other tweets. This is today. Right, so we just showed you the older versions. So go back decades, like the North American Union conversation and the reality of what's going to be New World Order, and all the same people now cheering it on almost are the ones going bad, 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 bad. Okay, as it is bad. Sam Tripoli showing you that he's consistent, continuing to call it out since all the way back then, sums up and says this is a cute way of trying to get you to start to accept the idea of the North American Union, the NAU. This is a spoonful of sugar to help the poison go down. If they do this, they will throw out the Constitution and take away our First and Second Amendment. Now, that's the other side of it, by the way. I was saying, whether you force it on somebody else, it could just be like they're saying in the videos that that's no longer valid. Ask the people in the EU how that works out. Right? We know how this works, guys. But the point is, this is now being floated as some brand new idea. Totally not the North American Union, but this is the kind of MAGA representation. Whether this is a MAGA account or not, the point is this is where this idea is being funneled through the Trump kind of infrastructure. This is the positive view.
The United States, Mexico, and Canada became one country. If all three nations joined together to form a single country, they could call it CUM, or the United Nations of CUM, and it would instantly become the most powerful country in the world. Economically, this union would dominate with a GDP of over $28 trillion, making it the richest country on Earth. The U.S.'s $25 trillion economy would lead, boosted by Canada's energy resources and Mexico's manufacturing strength. Geographically, this supernation would span 21.66 million square kilometers, overtaking Russia as the largest country and nearly doubling Europe's size. From Canada's icy Arctic to Mexico's sunny beaches, it would feature unmatched diversity. The population would soar to nearly 500 million, ranking as the third most populous country behind only India and China. And with a defense budget of over $900 billion and 1.7 million active troops, it would command the world's most advanced and powerful military. So, would you want the U.S. to form CUM and reshape the world?
Obviously, aside from the joke made in there, right? Rah, rah, America. Yeah, we're powerful. Like, okay, fine. Maybe you love that side of it. Maybe you're all about might makes right and we should be powerful and make the military great. Okay, fine. Maybe you love all of that. Do not pretend for 1 second that is even remotely the same as the other side of the conversation of smaller government and rebelling against the deep state and free. No. Those are you are now losing the plot. Because what's interesting is that's the real agenda. And many Republicans don't even hide that. But it got intertwined with this libertarian mindset where it's really just the co-opting of that side. Just like every other thing we've talked about, where suddenly they just kind of they just barely lean into the idea that you want to think they're libertarian, or Peter Thiel just calls himself a libertarian. We go, yay! I don't get it. Because the reality is that is nothing remotely what the game is. What they pretend about smaller government, about respecting borders. I mean, all these things they pretend. They just goes, whatever those things. We say all these words and then we do what we want anyway. Well, guess what? That's exactly what Israel's doing. Exactly what the UK is doing. They don't care. They're going to keep doing their thing. And unless you have the courage to call them out like we showed in the beginning, they're going to keep doing it. If you can't see by now, this is just a flimsy effort to get you to support what you think you're fighting. I don't think you want to. David Icke highlights all these are going around. This guy says, why is Trump saying he'll make Canada part of America? Right? Because you can't accept it that it is what he's saying. It can't be that he's just doing that because that doesn't make sense with what I believe he's fighting for. So let's fill in the blank with something that makes it add up to what we can pretend he's doing. Right? It's the game of saying, like, I used to have this with my brother in the past where he support Trump, he still does today. It's, again, funny enough, where basically he doesn't even talk to me anymore, where in the beginning, first administration, we almost lost a relationship. And then afterward, he came around to realizing he lied about the shot and Trump was lying about certain things. And then suddenly we were on the same page, even though my opinions stayed the same. And all of a sudden he's calling all these things out. And now we get to the next administration timeframe and my opinions are the same. And all of a sudden he hates me again. It's like, that is very telling because that is about what the evolution of the partisan influence on the way he sees things, even though I've been saying the same things the entire time. He became more amenable to them when he wasn't being propagandized so heavily. That's my opinion. But the point is, the narrative becomes like with the Afghanistan and the largest non-nuclear bomb. When I called that out, I was like, wow, did you see that? That's alarming. And he goes, well, there must be a reason. Oh, is that your answer? Oh, there must be. There must be an explanation. Well, that just means blind faith. That means I will pretend there's a narrative that makes it all make sense because I can't believe what I'm looking at. That's just willful ignorance, guys. And so the point is, why is he saying this? Well, he told you why he's saying it. He already outlined what the point was. But let's make something up. And why? Well, Elon's saying America will liberate the UK. The point is, it will. I thought he wrote right there. But David Icke highlights that it's about saving you from the globalists. That's the narrative. Then we're going to literally create the globalist New World Order dynamic in order to save you from the globalists. Well, guess what, guys? It's like everything else. It's the good globalism, right? It's the good guy version of globalism. So just blind yourself to the fact that it's the same thing and go, yay, Elon's doing it, so we're all going to be okay. David Icke says, this guy is so unbelievably deluded that Alex should get him on the show immediately. Trump wants Canada to become part of the U.S. to save them from globalists. That's his quote. Nothing to do with the so long planned North American Union. Then on the road to the world government. Well, here's Alex today saying the welcome to the Great Reset. No, you'd be forgiven if you thought he suddenly recognized the North American Union. He's pointing to the wildfires because that's the new distraction today. Now, look, guys, it's obviously a horrifying thing. And obviously people are suffering, and you should not for 1 second dismiss the possibility that these things are being engineered. I'm not even getting into that today. And I even tried to look for that because I was focused on other things today. Tomorrow, I'm sure I'll look into it. Point, though, as I've said many times, events like this are horrifying. And sometimes there are just things that happen. And sometimes there are just crazy storms. And the point is that at the end of the day, that's not news. It's news insofar as you say, here's what happened. Here's the fallout. It's sad that people are suffering. They're trying to rebuild their life. If suddenly you go, now we have evidence that it was manipulated. Yeah, that's huge. Or here's evidence the government is not doing what they're supposed to in the aftermath. Yes, I agree. That's news. But I get frustrated how it becomes a partisan story every time there's a storm now, or every time something like this happens, or when it's important to go look at the big crazy fire so you don't focus on how we're supporting the North American Union. No, the fire is crazy. I'll be honest. I mean, I'm worried for some people that I know are close to it. And it's a news story insofar that it is a wild thing that's happening. But again, if there's evidence to more than that, send it to me. I will talk about it in the next show. I just want to highlight the timing of this, which I find very interesting. Of all people, he says the Great Reset, while ignoring literally the Great Reset through Elon Musk, through Trump's administration, through the New World Order in front of him. But no, it's the fires, because it's easy to point to that. And I would agree to a broad point that it could be the idea of the supply chain breakdowns, the burning of land. And it could be same thing, right? But you know what's much, much more of an obvious example of exactly that? The thing he's ignoring right now. So I think that's very telling to me. But he says, tune in now. Alex Jones lays out the globalist plan to destroy industrial civilization by intentional government corporate mismanagement and how we can stop them. But blah, 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 I don't see the thing happening right over there. My point is, I think it's very telling that that's the headline while he's ignoring the other thing. That's the partisan misrepresentation. That's the look over there shtick they're all doing. But Blake Lee says the guy licking the boots of the richest oligarch in the world who incidentally is a globalist who wants microchips in your brain and a new world order. But nothing to see here. Another post, he says, the panicked pedo-controlled UK government threatens to cut ties with the US if Elon doesn't stop exposing their massive crimes against children. Yeah, again, very real story about what's going on in the UK. But what's hilarious to me is the ignorance around everything else that's blowing up in front of them. But you're leaning into the Elon the distraction dynamic. The lurching into, look over there, while you're not going to, and you're siding with the guy who's literally censoring people who are calling these things out. Right. There's a whole thread right now. There's a whole grouping of people that are exposing pedophile networks or sexual predators in the United States who are being censored on Twitter right now. We've mentioned it in the past. Or people that are going, what are you doing, man? What about the stuff here we're ignoring? Because, for example, Mike Honcho says, funny name, talk about the pedos running America. You've lost our trust. Look through the comments. You'd be shocked right now to see how common that is on a platform that seems to be broadly supporting people on his side. I find that very telling. But overall, I find it to be an interesting time to lurch into that conversation. Well, nonetheless, important things to consider, but that conversation is one and the same with what's going on in this country. Night Watch Nate. Again, this is basically what I think I even have it. Basically, Joan recently put another post out saying, Elon, it's official. The New World Order has been stopped because Elon went after X, Y, and Z. Like, not a joke. Like, because he's talking about a Democrat thing and saying they're done. The world leaders are fleeing and it's over. As we're watching the New World Order, North American Union be proposed. Look. You could argue this is all coincidental, but I find it really hard not to see the timing of when he decides to go, this is when he took down the New World Order while they're pointing to it, or all the points I've already made. So the point is, Night Watch Nate says, it's official. Elon Musk just took down the New World Order. In reality, this report from Fortune, account suspensions have tripled on X since Elon Musk took over, or the main point about literally being a part of the technocratic New World Order. But as High Impact Flicks play, which is just hilarious to me. He says, a meme so true, it makes your brain hurt. And it just shows a picture of heavier set Alex Jones in a cheerleading outfit. Says, give me an E, give me an L. Elon Musk in the background. Yeah, it really does seem like the case right now. Another clip you can watch for yourself of High Impact Flicks breaking down Alex Jones literally saying, Elon's getting more done in the fight against neoliberal globalist tyranny, but we're okay with the neocon version, right? Except for Donald Trump. Elon Musk is the game changer. It's just, talk about doubling down what people are seeing through it. It's crazy. And I simply said that, so again, January 7th. So as we're watching this whole thing kind of break down, right? So we're watching what's going on. Israel's more exposed, which by the way, is part of the globalist agenda that he refuses to highlight. And he has a breakdown that panicked, pedo-controlled UK government threatens to cut ties. And he brings on Ezra Levant from The Rebel. A guy who has been so thoroughly through the whole point from October 7th forward, his team has been so shockingly exposed as like blindly, almost more than Daily Wire. Just wildly pro-Zionist at all costs. What's his name? Avi has lied about 16 different things I've seen, because just like all the rest of the Zionists lying for Israel. And as I just framed it like this. Breaking! Using the lights they all love to use, making fun of that. Zionist talking with Zionist about Zionist ploys. It's just sad to me. That's my opinion. I'll let you read into it what you will. Now, talking about the comments on this. Welcome to the Gulf of America, Benny Johnson says. And I'll just show you a few of them. You'll have a good time reading through the chat if you want. This guy says, oh, no, the first were the ones where people see it. Simply saying, this is the exact plan of the technocratics from the 1930s, which is Elon's background, right? Welcome to the North American Technate, which is what they called it. That's part of the book. And even now today, Elon Musk calls himself the techno king or technate king of Tesla. The same point. That's Kelly. Thank you for sharing that. She just goes, yep. It shows you this one as well as a different one showing the Club of Rome and all the different areas that is openly the New World Order agenda. In this together from the Independent Media Alliance as well. We have some more panels coming up soon. Ian this together on Twitter says, this is the North American Technate, proposed by Elon Musk's grandfather, among others in the 1930s. A picture directly from the book. The point is, if you can't look at the overlap. So they're right now telling you, wherever it is, right here, Totally something different, though. Look at this new thing over here we're doing for freedom. Elon's grandfather outlined in the book about technocracy that this was the case. I mean, come on, guys. There's only so much you can disregard. Thank you, Ian, for making sure we saw this. Clandestine says, Trump is legitimately about to buy Greenland, liberate Canada, reclaim. My point is, in the context of what their government is, yes, I would argue they probably need to be liberated from these, both of our governments, though. So you're not really going to liberate Canada when you've got the same problem over here with the same broken government. But they only see Trump as something different. And it says, reclaim the Panama Canal and rename the Gulf of Mexico, Gulf of America. I'm starting to think Trump's vision of America looks something like this. Yep. That's the point. It's right there. This is transparent. Matthew H. simply says, and this is a influential 127,000 followers. Trump supporting Republican patriot. Says the Greenland purchase, in quotes, and Canada as the 51st state is dumb and stupid. We don't have time for this. So I'm just happy to see that. There are honest people out there that suddenly, that maybe we have different opinions on how things should go, but this is just transparently, this is naked imperialism. And so somebody who is of the mind that we should be doing things the way they promised, who finally goes, well, that's not it. That's wrong. That's just integrity, guys. That's somebody who's willing to go, I have a line, that's crossed it, you're wrong. See, my point is people in team sport politics, there is no line. Trump tells them what to do, they march to that order. That's what they do. Lady MAGA USA says, I don't want Greenland. I don't want Canada. I want mass deportations, which, by the way, is funny. I'll just say it now. I'll show it in a minute, because one of the points, a joke someone made is, well, maybe that's why they're doing this. So when no deportations happened, because it was always a ploy, well, they're going to go, well, too late. Now we own it all, so they don't have to go anywhere. Interesting. So this person's going, I don't want more land. I want those people out of this part of the country. It's just showing you the weird overlap of all these different opinions. They all think they're on the same page. But guess what Andrew Tate says? Chiming in with his, totally wholesome view. You're not greedy enough. I want them all. Right. Here's the wholesome background is influencing our generational children, or the new generation of children, right? Andrew Tate, the Republican influencer. You're not greedy enough. By the way, the guy who is literally still being charged for human trafficking, despite all the lies. Look at Milk Bar TV's work on this. I just looked into it again. It's still going. There was just minor things they had to correct, and it has not been dismissed, despite him continuing lying about this, despite him seemingly pretending to be censored by Twitter because they, I think, want to frame themselves as being outsiders. It's just lazy. This guy is one of the worst people on the internet. That's not my opinion. It's in his own words. But I want them all. So that's the mindset. That's the kind of person you're aligning with when you pretend like we should just take what we want because freedom, or whatever word makes it sound okay, that we just steal what we want. Now, here are some other responses. And it's, again, you have a good time looking through this. One of the same one. Imperialism is not globalism. Well, I just simply said the intersection of the two is obvious. And if you don't understand why, same point I made before, right? If you are encroaching and taking more territory, and you just did that until you took over all the territory, well, then clearly you can see what I mean. Now, that may not be their goal. I'm not claiming I know what's in their mind. Anybody doing that is stupid, or rather, I guess, lying to you, or in the somehow belief they can read minds. My point is that this is a clear step in the continuing growth of one state controlling all territory. It's not hard to wrap your mind around, right? So it's incremental, obviously. Globalism is not like an all of a sudden. The point is that this, and that's what the EU is a part of, that's what this is a part of. It's an incremental step towards that goal. I know that anybody this is a very easy thing to understand. So my point is, I think people are choosing to act like that doesn't make sense, even though it obviously does. So I simply said the intersection is obvious. They said, no, it's not. Globalism emerged after imperialism and largely fallen after World War II. Imperialism has existed for thousands. Okay, so the point is, he feels like he's tapping into like specific definitions of what it represents. These are broad concepts, right? Globalism is a broadly defined concept that's not like, it started in 1945. I mean, you can argue that their ideology sort of began. My point, though, is that the idea of a globalist thing, whether you had identified the term, existed before that, it was controlling the point is that you can argue from a government perspective that there was a plan put to the idea. That I can go along with, but the idea of imperialism, right? These are just generalized concepts that did not like suddenly have a time frame that existed between these years and that this is what it looked like and they had this flag. It's just an idea. There's my point is you're missing the point. The act is imperialistic. Yes, obviously, which is about conquest, no matter how you spin it, right? One of the many ways a globalist governance is brought to fruition. Conquest, obviously, or political influence, economic sanctions, cultural manipulation, like all of these guys, or again, just straight up conquest. Pretty simple, right? I said it's been written about many times over. It's very simple, but I get the sense partisanship is clouding the issue here. No response. The point, I think, is obvious, though, right? Like, if you try to make this about specific definitions, you might lose the point. The reality is simply that conquest is only one arm of the same plan. Simple. This person says, explain how being in control, with capitalized for some reason, of our own continent is globalism. Go ahead. Oh, wait. All right. Very passive aggressive. The point, obviously, is it's not part of the current nation, buddy. So I don't exactly understand. So first conquest, and then suddenly, and now it's not anymore because now we own it. Well, as I said, because it's literally a page right out of the NWO, right? You can literally see that plan for North American Union is part of that plan. It's very clear. And the NWO is globalism, right? Okay. So, and the Sustainable Development Goals, which is the UN, also regarded as globalism. Okay, so two very clear things that highlight that exact picture as globalism. That seems pretty clear, first of all. I just simply said, the thing that you were calling out 30 seconds ago during COVID illusion, right? Like, the point is these people were going, that's a problem. And now suddenly, because it's being presented differently, that's insulting. But he said, to me, it seems more like he wants, this wasn't the point. And I just highlighted the same image down here so you can see the overlap. The point here, he just goes on to say that he wants the resources. Fair point. I think that's part of it. But the overall reality is, and I think I have another one to say this to, or another person responding, that globalism, if you're in control of your country and you expand that out to Greenland, that is one aspect of that's expansion. That's globalism in one form, in conquest. Now, it might not be the plan they have, but realize when you talk about the same consolidation, it's the same idea. Now, I do think they do have that plan, though. I think that's what makes this obvious, that we're all showing you this. But because he's basically saying that we want to control all of this continent to make sure then you fill in the blank with why. So we're all protected. Well, you don't know what their intentions are. I know they love to say those things out loud. You don't know for sure. Don't be naive enough to believe what they tell you. So at the end of the day, you're talking about controlling the continent, which is one continent out of so many more. That's how this works. I just think this is transparent. I think people choose not to hear it. Same thing here. I just showed that map showing, this is obviously what part of globalism. And he simply, that's Americanism, which I'm not even sure what they think that means necessarily, that it's what's American to conquer, I guess. I don't know. Not globalism. The globe isn't involved. That's the same point. I said, so globalism is just some instant thing? There are not incremental moves toward that goal? I just don't get that point, that it's not the globe. So until it's all of it at the same time, it's not globalism? Well, that's not even what Republicans are saying. So this is like mental gymnastics to try to make this about something else. And I simply said, it's so wild how you guys will bend over backwards to make this not what it is. If this was Biden saying it, I'm sure you'd all be defending his plan as Americanism too, right? Now, I find that to be one of the most important points. You all know as well as I, as he makes the point right down here. If this were Biden, of course it would be globalism, right? He said, no, the Biden puppet could accurately be called a globalist. Oh, well, because Donald Trump is saying it, it's not, because you know Trump's mind, right? I think it's just childish. That's so naive. And I said, no, it's not that hard. Your double standard is very easy to grasp. And he goes, what? You can't even realize that if you think it's only globalism because Biden says versus Trump, it's the outcome, the action that makes it globalism. Now, you could argue that the intention would matter, right? Because if you carry it out, but the point is the action comes to North American Union, whether Trump knew what he was doing or not, the real picture still continues to go in that direction. People are just so desperate to support these people that they miss the forest for the trees. This person says this is actually called nationalism. So it's all kind of the same argument, right? Education is important, right? Again, with the whole you're too stupid to see it. Like, it just, you guys always wonder why I get in these arguments. It's because, look, I post something that's just a statement, and you get these snide comments that I'm not going to take sitting down. I'm going to respond in kind. And then as it scrolls to the bottom, people go, look, you're all getting angry. It's like, no, they came into this with this effort to be mean. If somebody comes to me and just goes, I think this is nationalism, I believe you're wrong. You'll never get some kind of angry, mean response from me unless I somehow take it out of context, which I've done before. Then I immediately go, oh, I'm sorry. I've been arguing with trolls all day and I misunderstood, that kind of thing. But education is important, TLAV. And I said, yes, I know the outline partisan talking points that you're all regurgitating, but maybe you should think a bit more on it. How exactly is nationalism? How is it nationalism if none of them are currently part of the U.S. nation? By that logic, any illegal annexation is nationalism. Education, indeed. Right? So now it's national. So basically, you could absorb every continent in the world and it's still nationalism, or just a quick way to deceive you into thinking nationalism is globalism. Or, think about how obvious that is. This person says, and all of these in response to the same thing that blew up today. Globalism is when America submits to foreign powers. Okay, interesting perspective, but you can see clearly how everybody has their own opinion about it, but yet they all think this isn't, even though it's the most clear example we've seen in a long time. It says Americanism is when America secures territory under American power. Okay, so hypothetically speaking, if America had taken over the rest of the world, would that not be globalism because America securing American power? Oops. Logical fallacy. It's so simple to see how this works. And he goes, you've already lost and submitted to foreign powers, which is the point. Yes, Israel. Or if you want to listen to the Republicans, China. The point is that becomes a pretty obvious narrative. I mean, it's obvious Israel has completely influenced this country. So yes, if you think that is globalism, well, then clearly you can see it. Or you don't choose to, obviously. But I just think it's such a fallacy to pretend just because America. So if it was China doing it, it wouldn't be globalism. It would be Chinaism. Okay, that's just a bad point. It just doesn't even line up. But it goes, the traitors who submitted us to foreign powers have been exposed. Or not. Well, he wants you to think it's just Biden, Democrats, and China or whatever else, or Ukraine. Not totally the obvious Israel influence. Donald Trump was elected to correct the problem. Let's see how it goes. They've already tried to kill him twice. You see, we've elected the right guy. You believe in this. That's not the same as truth. You want it to be. And you let your wants and desires and beliefs cloud the truth in front of you. Same point. This guy says it's not globalism, which spreads American taxpayer money all over the globe for progressive schemes. Oh, it's only progressives and Democrats. See, blindness. This is national security or an early negotiating position. Oh, so he's trolling, threatening war for a better deal. That's crazy and ridiculous. Or it's for national security. So it's all okay as long as you claim national security, just take land from people. I mean, guys, how do you believe what you're saying? It's not globalism because only globalism is when you spread American taxpayer money for Democrat objectives. I mean, guys, this is just lazy. But on top of that, even if it was, I mean, you get it. I just don't think we even need to go through it. It's funny. Brad Miller says, no, you're drawing conclusions from the flawed geopolitical paradigm of nations acting in their own interests. Yep. Breath of fresh air. People actually have brains out there. Not hard to see how the world works. Last one. He says, globalists are not interested in promoting America or any country's own nationalism. Let's just take the first sentence. Let's pretend for a second Anthony Woodcock somehow knows what all globalists think, right? That's important. Secondly, that we pretend that what you're pointing to right now somehow is about American nationalism versus globalism. That's an opinion. That's you pretending you know the intent, right? Because expanding currently the continent could feel like nationalism until suddenly it's not. The point is you don't know their intent, but you pretend like you do because Trump said pretty words on the TV. But he goes on to say, they are all about controlling the entire world from the outside for their own benefit. Yeah, well, that sure sounds like what he just discussed or what Israel's doing with them all around the world. And he goes, while keeping those nations in a weakened state. Guys, that's literally American foreign policy. If you don't know that by now, there's plenty of conversations and experts and academics that have outlined this, that what they do is deliberately keep these nations in weakened states so they cannot fight back or so they can then, like basically, as I said many times, you occupy a country, you force them to outsource everything they need from you, and then you force them to only export what you need from them. Every time we can see this. And then what happens is the moment they go afoul of your agenda, you pull the rug out. They can't exist anymore without what you need to give them. And they pay twice as much for it. And that's why they stay impoverished in one of many, many other ways. But it says adding more countries to America would be nationalistic, not globalistic. Same point. So let's hypothetically say you add all the countries. Is it still nationalistic just because it's America? Guys, you are being blinded by your own perspective, your own desire to see this as America through Donald Trump. It really does make me sad because it's so transparent. Now, Whitney said, as I was going to read earlier, she says, people should consider that arguably the main interest in Greenland, and also likely Canada as well, from the Trump camp and Musk, is related to vast mineral deposits, particularly those necessary for the energy transformation and EV revolution that is directly tied to the business interests of Musk, as well as the other prominent big tech figures in his circle. For example, aside from Musk, Jeff Bezos, who recently gave very, very generously to Trump's inauguration fund, backs a firm called Cobalt Metals, along with Bill Gates, Reid Hoffman, who both back Kamala Harris, by the way, and Mark Andreessen, currently advising Trump on tech policy. That is drilling in Greenland for EV-related minerals right now. So Bread and Circus highlighted Panama for you, where somebody who donated $10 million to Trump campaign has a contract for potentially mining gas there. So let's pretend like that totally isn't the reason, right? Like, I actually think it's more than that. I do think it's a larger agenda, but clearly he's profiting from. So not only is he selling you out to globalism, he's profiting from it on the way. Typical. But that also these aspects that we just highlighted have currently the rights to drill in Greenland for EV-related minerals. I don't know how you could ignore that. Northern Canada also possesses significant deposits of minerals essential for EV production. By the way, the very production that most Republicans act like isn't going to happen, even though Elon is aggressively in support of it and tells you that's the future no matter what. Quote, the digital transformation that these Silicon Valley oligarchs are attempting to manifest would, admittedly, require all of the known deposits of lithium, nickel, and cobalt, and several other minerals across the planet. Okay, interesting point back to earlier. Do you know what else has very clear and huge deposits of cobalt specifically? Congo, Haiti. What a coincidence. Or lithium, for example, Venezuela, and the countries I just mentioned as well. I mean, it's just painfully obvious, guys. The U.S. itself is not necessarily rich in these minerals, with some occasional exceptions, but some of its neighbors are. If you are cheerleading for this, be aware that it, one, will help accelerate the sustainable development digital transformation that needs these minerals specifically. Two, is not in the interest of the public of any of these countries, but instead in the interest of mainly of American tech billionaires. But if to you that somehow still means nationalism, then all for it, right? No, it's the opposite. Number three, will devastate the environment of Canada and Greenland. Mining these things can permanently wreck the environment and water table. As far as I could tell, it almost always does. If you look up any of these massive lithium mines, I mean, it's a wasteland after they're done. It's wild. Number four, boosting access to EV metals will also likely require existing incentives to purchase EV cars in the U.S. to stay, so these mining ventures have a high return on investment. Trump has spoken about removing them, but his ties to Musk and other big tech billionaires suggest it is unlikely. Narrative versus outcome. And of course, Gen X Girl makes the point. Another example was his motivation to overthrow Venezuelan government. Remember, and put in the guy that could barely walk on his own. Because that makes sense, right? It does when you understand what they're really trying to accomplish. And this says uranium, but realize they have a huge lithium deposit in Venezuela, as well as gold and plenty of other things. Gold is also important for electronics as well. But here's a couple other points to wrap it up here, guys. Here's Doge News going, do you support the name change of Gulf of Mexico to the Gulf of America? Now, this one's interesting. This one seems to be almost like, especially because of the way that Benny Johnson leaned into it. And I'll show you next. Like, I'll say it in a second. To me, I get the sense this was almost meant to make it all look clownish. Like, you didn't need, who cares about the name of the Gulf of Mexico? It's about the conquest of everything else, right? They already control the area and water-wise. They don't, that's about trying to, I think that's like an inner distraction from what's actually happening, but almost meant to make it feel ridiculous. Or I could be wrong. I mean, there's his hubris and wanting to make it about America. But it's so dumb, isn't it? And this person says, Trump announces plan to rename the moon Space America, right? It's just stupid. And this, of course, this one goes, this too. They're just so amped up on their own self-importance about what America is. I mean, you guys, by what you're doing with this, you are actually undermining what America is really about. At least what we believe it is in the origin point. You're now, it's like what they've done with Bitcoin, you're doing to America. It's the same damn thing. And so here is the point. Benny Johnson says, yes, Trump just declared that he's changing the name of the Gulf of Mexico to Gulf of America. I love it. What do you think about it? Okay, so here, but that sounds different if you read it. Watch the video. You tell me what you think about the way he presents this.
President Trump just shocked the world by announcing live he's going to rename the Gulf of Mexico the Gulf of America. Look at how beautiful that looks. This makes a lot of sense, by the way, because the longest border with the Gulf of Mexico is actually American. It's the American military and the American economy that protect this Gulf and that make this such a vital shipping port and such an important economic area. This is President Trump making this announcement.
We're going to be...
Now you get the point, right? So even though he's making points that clearly seem to go, yes, we need this and this is why it's important, you got like barnyard music in the background and the way he's like, it's beautiful. Like it almost seems like a joke, right? I'm not very familiar with this content, but you tell me if that's normal. Either way, I get the sense that it's kind of like we're kind of trolling if we want to play that card, but not though. If we, it's just nonetheless, all of it amounts to the same thing. It is the expansionist mindset of it's the opposite of what you guys all pretend are your values in the context of at least what the people that believe the narrative versus those that know what's really going on and only are in this for political gain and financial gain and, Zionism and oligarchy, whatever else we're talking about. And this is David Icke, Alex Jones saying, Gulf of America. Trump announces plan to rename Gulf of America. David Icke says, the anti-globalist is now a globalist. Somebody's been calling this for as long as you can see, guys. It's if anybody knows what globalism looks like, it's David Icke. He says, works either way with Jones or Trump. You are a disgrace, Mr. Jones, and you are everything you once claimed to rail against. North American Union? Oh, that's so yesterday, Elon told me. That's sad. Turncoat, a person who changes from one opinion to an opposite one in a way that shows they are not loyal to people who share the original opinion. Cambridge Dictionary. Yeah, sure sounds like it right to me. Oops, left that in there. Now, just this last couple points on this, like the obvious, it's unreal that this is even being floated. Like, again, maybe it's meant to make it seem so bombastic that you almost can't believe this is real, that this is like, again, I'll read it first. Do you think this is real? Elon Musk puts this on the 6th. America should liberate the people of Britain from their tyrannical government. I mean, how else do you read that? So invade and free them from their government or what? I mean, of course, the point is it seems so outrageous that you go, he has to be kidding like that. But is he though? Like it doesn't, like the point is Greenland and the rest of them are just, the point is it doesn't even matter anymore. You are now openly, as a powerful entity of the incoming administration, floating the idea of military conflict with major powers. I don't care if you think it's a joke or not. This is so wildly irresponsible and childish. This is what that's actually what I said. Trolling or not, this is what all the quote adults in the room support, which is what they were really pushing about the, lesser of evils, the adults in the room. Really? I said, for F's sake, find the courage to stand up to these team sport politics clowns. I refuse to believe most of us are this gullible or this stupid. And apparently 58% out of almost 2 million people said yes. Now, the Patriot Voice says, what about America liberating America from our own tyranny first? America first, America only, right? So that, I'm glad to see people are going, yes, you are now it's the opposite. America first was what you said. That's not what you're doing right now. Some people have integrity. I went on to say, and in case you are unfamiliar with my work, this is in no way a defense of the UK government, or any government for that matter. And this is calling out a ploy to divide and sow chaos in order to roll out the very plan many conservatives feel they are fighting. Then Nick says, you work your butt off. That's actually interesting. He says, I got to say you are the only person I would constantly get frustrated at, thinking it was because I hated party politics so much when you called out the uniparty brainwashing. Eventually, it made me step back and have to swallow the fact that I wasn't infallible at leaning into the BS also, and that's what it actually was. It was good lesson on keeping myself accountable. Thanks, man. That's a great thing to say. Thank you. Because the point is, we all fall. I make the mistake. We all at some point fall for it. It's all just about keeping yourself in check and asking whether you might be tricked by it. The point being that the partisan stuff, it uses what you believe and want, and you're deep. Like, it's easy to fall for it. But I'm glad to see people like it makes me feel proud of the work that somebody like this, who at first kind of goes, you made him mad. Eventually, now, he sees it now. That's just powerful. But so as he's threatening war with the UK, right, and Greenland and Panama and economic war with Canada, I said, look at all those, and this is interesting, the overlap with the UK point, as he's going, should we liberate them? As they're all supporting a wildly pro-Israel candidate to run, Pierre Poilievre. It says, now look at those who are suddenly flocking to support this man, Pierre. And ask yourself, why? Is that America first? Is it UK first? Or is it in the interest of another nation entirely? As in a recent discussion, the next Prime Minister of Canada was asked whether he would support Israel striking the Iran nuclear facilities, and he said it would be a gift by the Jewish state to humanity. That's what he said. An illegal act, an act of terrorism that would most definitely hurt a huge amount of civilians. But that's what he said. My God. And so that's the point. Is that America first? Is that UK first? Is Elon screaming, support this guy? Is that any of those things? As I'll just show you this, since this is what it's from. Patrick Henningsen says, a perfect example of shallow opportunism that fuels Elon Musk's sell of pure paid surrogates. Here's Ian Miles Chong. Nigel Farage is England's last hope, because that's what they were saying recently, Elon included. Support this man. Nigel Farage should be in charge of the UK right now. Elon steps in and says, the Reform Party needs a new leader. Farage doesn't have what it takes. Right after that, Ian Miles Chong, spineless and self-serving. Nigel Farage isn't the leader Britain needs. God, what a pandering child. Like, that's so embarrassing. But they're getting paid. Like Laura and the rest, 200,000 subscribers, guys. They're getting a ton of money from pandering to Elon Musk. Elon says, had this election not been won by Donald Trump, civilization would be lost. I mean, my God. So everywhere, apparently, had Donald Trump not won, the world was over. Every civilization in its entirety would have been lost. I mean, guys, this is just like saying most important election of our lifetime. They just never stopped. This is an ongoing grift because I think they very clearly know what they're doing to you. Isn't that just silly? It's bombastic Trumpness, same thing. Could you just say that the country would have been lost? I mean, this is just stupid. What in the world? And this person goes, Germany is next. And he goes, definitive. Oh, so now Germany too. Good. Okay. So now the UK is going to be overthrown. Greenland's going to be overthrown. Panama is going to be overthrown. Canada's going to be economically attacked. And Germany will be next. I mean, if you can't see by now why people in the world are like, Elon has lost his effing mind, or that it's not the people, the team support around him that are acting like this is free speech. You just say what you want. Well, yeah, you have a right to say whatever you want. But as you guys are so fond of pointing out when you don't want to call it the other side, free speech has its consequences. And you're right. And what he's doing is so ridiculously irresponsible and is going and probably already has created real world consequences. Sal the agorist, of course, with the breath of fresh air, putting out logic as usual, says $40 trillion in debt. And they're worried about renaming the Gulf of Mexico. What an effing joke. Right. Like, we really think that's what they're thinking about, guys. This is about getting you all riled up and hiding things I think are right around it. Just a thought. Says Americans. No new world order. No globalization. No one world government. Stand your ground. Also Americans. Let's acquire Canada, Greenland, Mexico. I see nothing wrong, questionable, or at odds with this. And that's not all Americans, by the way, but definitely a part of the team sport politics, which I know she highlights. And Andrea Lynn says, first, conservatives, and I would just simply, as my opinion, team sport Republican politics and those falling for it, went from opposing globalism to cheering it on and embracing the New World Order now that their guy is promoting it. Cognitive dissonance at an all-time high. Now, people, I think honest conservatives that are calling it out were saying that's not true. And so she responded and said, I stand corrected. I am referring to fake conservatives. I would just say, well, you frame it however you want. MAGA, leftists in red hats in this tweet. True conservatives do not support globalism and New World Order. Well, so you can, however you want. I guess in her logic, then that means Alex Jones is a Democrat. You can think what you want. The point is, people that are calling this out have integrity, in my opinion, because it is consistent with what Republicans have previously been calling out. Sal the Agorist, it's a meme that says MAGA crowd and fake libertarians at the moment. Door on the left says fix the country's current problems. On the right, annex more territory. And it shows everybody jamming to get into the annex door. And somebody just says, it's the same door. Gosh darn it, man. Like people just almost choose to not see the point. Are you really pretending that annexing more territory is going to solve America's problems? We can't be this stupid. And then same meme, this person shares this meme. It's that same old classic Democrat woman that became like this classic gif of like her getting triggered at that rally where she loses the glasses, she loses her mind. And they superimposed a MAGA hat on her. And it says, you don't get it. The USA is acquiring other countries is small government, snowflake. Oh, it's just funny. It is funny. The woke right overlap, these things being turned back against them. It's funny. But it's just sad to see that it's all just been one manipulation, you know? Lastly, this person says, it's how they plan on, that's what I said earlier. So the same thing, the North American Union. And they just say it's how they plan on justifying when there are no deportations. It's all ours now. So no need to deport anybody. Maybe he's right. Seems like it works. Now, last point before I end with the clip is that ultimately I get the sense that there's a lot more coming, as I think we all do. And if you can see right now how transparently this is all kind of imploding, like how even conservatives are calling it out, like they've lost, I think just like with the Israel thing or COVID-19, I think they're rushing or whatever else. There's some reason that they can't like take 10 years to slowly work us into this. And they're just ramming it through. My point is that people are seeing through it, right? So what are they going to do? There's only so many times you can lurch into some Democrat pedophile narrative or, whatever else. You go, look over there, even though those things are real. So what I'm seeing here is John Cullen coming out and saying, listen carefully. What did the guy to Elon's left just tell him? What were they told today? And if you listen to the clip, the guy's basically saying, they're doing like a thing for SpaceX launches, Mars and all that. And the guy's basically saying, we need to treat this like, and the thing says, Elon Musk's extreme sense of urgency is unmatched. And the guy says, we were told to act as if we had a meteor coming within 4 days. And that's the kind of urgency we should have. And Elon's just speaking really funny. And the guy goes, who knows? Maybe we do. That's the point. The only suggestion right here is that maybe they know something we don't. Maybe there's an asteroid coming and we're all going to die. So blindly go along with their agenda. That's what I sense from this, which is kind of sad or disappointing, I guess. But either way, yeah, I mean, look, it says 4 years to die, 4 years to live. I mean, really, guys? Really? Really, John? You're going to make it about the next 4 years? We have to let them do it because they're trying to save us from something we don't know is coming? I mean, maybe. I would never say it's not possible, but come on. It's if you wanted a blank check to let them roll out globalism for 4 years, that'd be the way to do it. I hope we're smarter than this. And I will end, of course, with the clip of the Ghost in the Machine Part 2. Because, guys, we're living through a psychological operation time I've never seen before. They're telling you they're doing it even. And I mean, it's just never been this transparent in my lifetime of doing this. But thank you for your continued support. Thank you for continuing to stand up for the truth. I mean, I honestly, at least in my lifetime, I've never seen a more important time to find the courage to stand up for what you know is right, what you know is the truth. Even if you're wrong, by the way, it still takes integrity to fight for what you believe is true. And then it takes even more integrity to, if you end up finding out you're wrong, to come forward and say, it turns out I was wrong. Right? This is what we're seeing in this conversation is these people that are evolving their opinion as new information comes along. That is intelligence. The other side of it is people that will stick to what they think regardless of new information. That's called ignorance. And in many cases, willfully so. So thank you for finding the courage to do what's right. Even though it's hard right now, more than ever, especially if you're in a partisan side. So thank you for being here. Thank you for standing up. I love you all. As always, question everything. Come to your own conclusions. Stay vigilant.
There are many people in the world who really don't understand. Freedom has many difficulties, but we have never had to put a wall up to keep our people in. Freedom is indivisible. And when one man is enslaved, all are not free.
Modern war has become a struggle for men's minds as well as for their bodies. Today we face an enemy who spends enormous sums of money and manpower all over the globe in an attempt to subvert the thinking of the people of the free world, to confuse, divide, and ultimately to subjugate.
It is a contest unlike any we have ever faced in our history as a nation.
Contest for the minds and hearts of people around the world, all people.
When power corrupts, poetry cleanses. We must never forget that art is not a form of propaganda. It is a form of truth.
Psychologists find that control of emotions can be gained by understanding the stimulus-response pattern. Many everyday things become associated with these primary stimuli, partly by a process called conditioning.
It's a strange, shadowy world. The doctored photograph, the misquotation, the insinuation, and the lie.
I think of fire in connection with emotion. Cause, effect.
You've got to get a hold of yourself. But we have to work together. You'll have to help.
We'll light our country and all who serve it. And the glow from that fire can truly light the world.
Yes, in modern warfare, our military leaders are finding that words and ideas are highly effective weapons.